Generally, you said feminism is neutral.
Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
Money. I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop.
the deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we can still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong.
Yeah,
you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main tenet of politics, right? This is my ideology.
But...
So, 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool, Robert. Oh, that? With a crowbar, you said?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato. We are trying again once more on this new Seriously Saturday series where we can actually get through the conversation, hopefully without yelling and screaming. And I'm really excited for it. This evening, I've got Gnostic Informant, our featured guest, Admiral Gibbs, Uncle Doug, Hunter Kozak, and of course, Benjamin Balderson, here to have a really great discussion and bring forth to you their information, knowledge, and wisdom from all over the world. The prompt of this evening is: the Bible is fabricated history that does not map onto reality. Gnostic, I'd like you to go ahead and give us a go on your opening thoughts, please.
All right. Thanks for having me on. And this is one of my favorite topics, by the way. The Bible, I'm talking about the whole Bible, Old Testament, New Testament, Hebrew Bible, New Testament, is fabricated for the most part. Now, there are instances where it draws from actual history. I'm not denying that Israel didn't exist and the kings of Israel didn't exist. There's plenty of inscriptions and corroborating evidence and other primary sources from like the Assyrians, for example, that mention people like Hezekiah, Omri. There's even a mention of House of David. So that's fine. But what I'm talking about is the major roots of the entire Bible, which is the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses. I mean, we're talking. I'm not even talking about the miracles or the talking snakes or the talking donkeys. I can look past that stuff. That's all kind of like low tier. But the claims of Adam being 930 years old, Seth being 912 years old, the descendants all the way up to Noah are all living between 700 and 900 years old. Noah himself being 950 years old. These are things that don't map onto reality. People do not live this long. People who do live that long usually are mentioned in primary sources. There's usually some evidence for this type of stuff. They'd be super famous because they're living for 900 years. And it's not that long ago, actually, because you can do the math, and you can actually do the math using the Bible to calculate backwards. And for example, you could find out exactly how long the flood was from today. You can use David as your anchoring point, which is David reigns between 1000 and 900 BC. And so you can use the Kings and Chronicles sources where it says in 1 Kings 6:1, Solomon's temple was completed 480 years after the Exodus. So that brings us back to 1400 BC around the Exodus. You can use that and keep going back where it says in the book of Exodus, it says Genesis, it says Abram enters Canaan 430 years before that. So we go back to 1900 BC to get to Abraham. And you can keep going back from Abraham to Noah through the generations, Terah, Nahor, Serug, Ru, all the way up to the flood. And then you end up another 292 years from Abram and the flood. Then you do all the math, you end up getting around 2000 to 2700 BC, depending on how you do your math, is when the flood happened. So 2,700 to 2,700 years ago, a flood wiped out the entire world. Everything was dead, except for a boat with some animal, with two of each animal on it in Turkey. So that does not map onto reality, because that would mean that all of the animals, there'd be a huge concentration of life in Turkey. And the more you spread out from Turkey, there'd be like nothing. There would be no animals at all in the New World. How the hell did all these like, I don't know, monkeys and giant cats and leopards get to the New World from Turkey in such a short amount of time? That's like the crux of the Old Testament Torah stuff. But it gets even worse than that, because when was the Bible even written is another question that I want to address, because it is literally fabricated, backdating itself history. There's not a single primary source in any of the ancient world, from Hittite sources, Egyptian sources, Assyrian, Babylonian, anything, Greek, any Bronze Age or Iron Age, nothing, no inscriptions anywhere that mention anything from the Torah. Moses is never mentioned. Abraham is never mentioned. In fact, Abraham fights all these wars, and it mentions kings of Sodom, Bera, Bersha, Shinab, king of Admah, Shember, king of Zeboim or Goim in other sources, and then another unnamed king of Bela, who fights against these other Babylonian kings, Amraphel, the king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, and Shedelamer, king of Elam, and then another guy named Tidal, king of the Goyim, king of the nations. These people don't exist in any primary sources anywhere. These are all there's not a single mention of any of these kings. And Genesis is saying that they're all there's like a world war happening, and Abraham's in the middle of it. And Abraham's involved in these battles. And they're fighting over Syria, they're fighting over Mesopotamia, and they're fighting over, and Sodom and Gomorrah get destroyed. And there's nothing anywhere about these 9 kings and Abraham, who at this time would have been 175 years old. 175-year-old man going to battle in Syria with these kings from all over Mesopotamia and the Near East. There's not a single mention in Hittite, Egyptian, Canaanite, Ugaritic, Assyrian, Babylonian, you name it. Nothing mentions this except for the Bible. In fact, no one even mentions anything from the Bible until the Hellenistic period. So the only mentions we get are kings of Israel, like Omri, like Hezekiah, like Josiah. The Assyrians mention how they destroyed Jerusalem in the 6th century BC. There is a mention in the Merneptah about Israel's existence. I'm not saying Israel didn't exist. That's in the Merneptah study. But no one ever mentions Moses, Abraham, Jacob. 12 tribes are never mentioned. There's no archaeology for the 12 tribes being allotted in that land. That doesn't exist. It's made up. There's no mention of Isaac. There's no mention of Adam and Eve and Noah. None of them exist in any primary sources until the Hellenistic period. The first person to mention anyone from the Bible is a guy named Hecataeus of Abdera around 310 BCE. That's the first time anyone ever cites the Hebrew Bible. So, and then you have the prophets, and it looks like the prophets are being added in over time. For example, Isaiah mentions King Cyrus by name, but King Cyrus supposedly lived 200 years after Isaiah. That's not how prophecy works. You don't mention literal people's names, and then we're going to be living in a simulation where there's no free will. Everything's planned out. That doesn't make any sense. The book of Daniel literally talking about Alexander the Great and predicting the king Antiochus IV being, coming in and being the abomination of desolation and all this stuff. It's clearly a Hellenistic text backdating itself to previous times. And this is not the only place this happens. This is all ubiquitous in the ancient world. People write texts, pretend to be prophets, predicting things to a T, but it's written later. And also linguists have pointed out, people who know Hebrew and Greek and all this stuff, they read these texts and they can tell by the way the language is, by the linguistics, that this is a later version of Hebrew or Aramaic or whatever Greek, that this is a Hellenistic text by the way the phrases he's using. It would be like me today being like writing a text saying, I'm living in the year 1400, and I write, hey, what's up, bro? What are you doing? Like that, people don't talk like that back then. So linguists have pointed out the style of the Hebrew matches up later times than, for example, Daniel, than it would be. So the point I'm trying to make is there's now a mention of anyone. We actually found a city. What about Judean sources? What about the Jewish sources? Don't they mention their own Hebrew Bible at all? Well, it turns out that after when Jerusalem got destroyed by the Assyrians and the Babylonians at the end of the 6th century, at the end of the 7th century, early 6th century BCE, right around 586 BCE, when Jerusalem was destroyed, thousands and thousands of Jews not only got taken to Babylon in captivity, this is historical, we know because the Assyrians mentioned this, but thousands of other ones fled and went down to Egypt. And the Egyptians let them stay in a city called Elephantine. And this city was, let me just mute this.
I was like, I thought I heard music.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to steal that.
Oh, that's okay.
The last point, and I'm almost done here. This city, Elephantine.
Ringwoodite in the mantle can only be released.
Can you guys hear that right now? Or is it muted? Oh,
We
shit.
can hear it.
Guys,
Okay,
leave your
we're not dying.
So-
and I will read all of those later too, by the way,
yeah.
so it's okay.
So my last point was, in the early 19th century, 1800s, all the way through the early 20th century, archaeologists started excavating this city called Elephantine. And this is the smoking gun of my argument right now. I really want to deal with this tonight. So this is a Judean city, a Judean colony, if you will. This is where they fled to, inhabited by Jews who worship Yahweh. They have a temple to Yahweh there that's inhabited till 410 BCE. So like 586 to 410 BCE. Perfect time capsule. This is an archaeologist's dream, an anthropologist's dream, to find these time capsules. Like, for example, Pompeii in Italy is amazing for archaeologists because we know it ends at 79 BC or AD. So nothing after that can affect the culture. So it gives archaeologists and anthropologists a perfect time capsule so they can examine what was culture like before 79 BCE. Perfect time capsule. Well, we found one for Jews. It's called Elephantine, and they fled there after the destruction of Jerusalem. So this is after the prophets. This is after Genesis. This is after King David, after Kings and Chronicles, after Elijah, after almost everything except for Zechariah, Nehemiah, Daniel. Well, Daniel is actually supposed to be before this, or right around the same time. This is perfect time capsule. We have thousands of texts here written in Aramaic by people who call themselves Yehudim. They call themselves Jews. They know that they said they're from Jerusalem and they fled this destruction. Out of the thousands of texts there, hundreds of good texts, thousands of like little small ones, hundreds of readable good texts that we can read. Guess how much they mention the Torah, their founding mythology? Zero. They never mention Abraham once. They don't mention the Torah once. They don't mention Jacob. They don't mention 12 tribes. All they mention is that they worship Yahweh and other gods too. They're polytheistic. Not only that, they eat pork. They don't honor the Sabbath. They don't even know what the Torah is. We get a letter from around 400 BC from a Jerusalem person, Jew, writing to them, telling them for the first time about Passover. They're learning about Passover for the first time around 400 BC. This is perfect. This is like the smoking gun that all this stuff is fabricated history written later, backdating itself to give themselves a national mythology, just like the Greeks would do with the story of Lysander going up to Mount Delphi and getting the laws from Apollo to bring back to the Spartans. This is what happened with the story of Moses. There's no evidence of anyone citing Moses or anyone knowing anything about Moses until the Hellenistic period. That's my opening statement.
Very well done. Christianity is on the chopping block tonight for sure. I'm impressed. My favorite piece is like learning all of the historical pieces behind concepts, and you just like laid it out so very well. Ben, I'm going to hand it over to you since Gibbs is running around right now. If you want to give us your initial thoughts with anything Gnostic said. I know you're probably team Gnostic right now, but your initial thoughts on the information.
I did not know that about the city. That's absolutely fascinating. That there are other civilizations that have been dated during the time that the flood would have occurred that Neil just backtracked. I'm curious whether you would be, obviously he thinks this is entirely made up. So my initial supposition would have been that it's a regional book. And sure, it's got weirdness in it, but all the mythologies do. They all have different weirdnesses that you can point at and go, that's impossible. But that's absolutely fascinating stuff. I enjoyed where it hasn't even gotten into the New Testament portion. He's breaking down the entire Old Testament currently. So absolutely fantastic. I'll let the other guys go.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Hunter, I'll kick it over to you. Your initial thoughts with everything that Gnostic just laid out there.
Sure. I do want to apologize to see if wires got crossed, but Uncle Doug, unfortunately, I'm not on your side. So maybe it is going to be a 4v1. I apologize if it is. But yeah, I grew up Mormon, was a bit of a Bible basher. It was a Mormon apologist, but that kind of ended after I realized it was kind of bullshit. I'm often a lot more interested in like the historicity of the synoptic gospels rather than the Old Testament, like Gnostic was sort of going over. I really would want to focus on the inconsistencies in the synoptic gospels, how late they were written after the resurrection. I'm pretty passive about this. I'm open to a lot of experiences. You know, I'm interested in truth seeking, and if I end up being wrong about this, I'm happy to pivot. But the things that I remember about reading the Bible is that it definitely felt like there were multiple different genres. There's a lot of different chapters. And I feel worried sometimes that what we're going to do is we're just going to focus and we're going to focus on a lot more historical books and a lot more historical claims. You know, we can look at the traces of lineage in Numbers that we all skipped past other than Gnostic. And, you know, I'm sure that some of those might be historically accurate. I'm not sure. But I will say that, like, there are obviously the more outlandish claims, the talking donkeys, the 30 she bears that ripped apart, or the 2 she bears that ripped apart 30 children just because they called the prophet bald. There's a lot of really outlandish claims in all of them. But I would concede a few points of historicity. There's definitely some aspects of the Bible that might be a little bit more in line with historical evidence. But I think the issue that I usually have is that proponents of the Bible don't sort of have this grayness to the Bible. They really just claim that it's infallible, that all of it paints exactly one-to-one with history, which makes their claims really easy to attack because there's obviously going to be some aspects that are not in line with historical evidence. I think that's about it. Thanks for having me. Glad to be here. Sorry if you feel picked on, Uncle Doug.
Well, I'm booting you now. You just made everything completely yes, and Uncle Doug, I'll hand it to you. Your initial thoughts with anything that Gnostic said and the prompt in itself.
Well, I got to tell you, my initial reaction is that the Bible says to avoid useless quarrels, and in a situation where nobody's likely to ever change their mind, that kind of defines as a useless quarrel. So I'm here and I want to present what I think I know for whatever and see. I think that there are evidences of in history, in other cultures, of stuff out of the Torah, out of the Pentateuch. In particular, that's what the first 5 that he brought up initially. For one thing, we have flood legends across lots and lots and lots of different cultures. And there are evidences that I think that point back to Noah from lots of other cultures as well. So we have archaeology that confirms a lot of the places. We have really interesting things. I would refer people to WyattMuseum.com. Ron Wyatt was an archaeologist that identified Sinai, Noah's Ark, the crossing of the Red Sea, and lots of other stuff that you can argue one way or the other about. Sodom and Gomorrah and the destruction of that under the Dead Sea, essentially the lowest point on earth there. But I think there are plenty of evidences. There just recently was some archaeology in Egypt talking about Joseph and them being there in Egypt, him being a leader in Egypt, and so on. So I come at this differently. I'm not a Bible history scholar. I am a walk and talk and reality of Jesus, trusting him every day for the last 20 years, running a homeless shelter and food pantry and listening to him and being directed by God. I hear God. I've seen angels. I've seen demons. I've seen people healed. I don't come at this as theory. This is my reality. So people's opinion doesn't trump my life and my reality and what I see day to day. So I'm coming at this a little bit differently. But I think there are plenty of justifications to believe through archaeology, through other stuff, that a lot of the stuff in the Bible is confirmed, and we know it. We have more proof of that than a lot of other things in antiquity, for example.
Perfect. Thank you, Uncle Doug. And Gibbs, I'll hand it over to you, you little busy bee. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say, guys, this is proof why you don't listen to women, right? Sarah told me I didn't need to have any research ready. Thank Jesus that I didn't fucking listen to her, because Gnostic came in here with very well researched, clearly. And she fucking told me, nah, you'll be fine. Just do it while he's talking. No, absolutely not. Never listen to women. Bullshit. It's bad. All right, that's your first thing. And this is why the Bible tells you. I'm just kidding. We're not going to do that. Now, as for the Joseph thing, there is evidence of Joseph. I want to mention that. We have specifically in El Adaba. I'm going to fucking butcher a bunch of these names. We've talked about the flood myth. We see that all over the world. He would mention that. A lot of this comes out with new studies coming out. We see like the Younger Dryas period may correlate to the flood myth. That would be about 14,000 years ago as opposed to the biblical 4,000. Some argue this is a regional flood. As for the Red Sea thing, there's arguments to be made that actually wasn't the Red Sea. It was the Reed Sea, which is something that could have happened due to phenomena in like atmospheric phenomena, other shit. Well, we're not going to go into that one. That one's not that really that good. Sodom and Gomorrah is a much better example, I think. We have evidence that an airburst occurred in this region, and we found 2 cities in this region that fit the biblical description of this thing. And there's all sorts of examples. We can look at Troy. Troy was considered a mythical city. We can look at Pompeii. He mentioned Pompeii. Pompeii was considered a mythical city by many, many people until you found it. We can mention the Philistines. The Philistines are tied to what we would consider the Atlantean myth, if we really want to talk about this. The sea people coming in and invading. We have evidence of these myths coming in. Now, here's the thing about this, right? I think both Benjamin and Gnostic have touched on this. I would argue this is not a literal translation. I'd argue maybe that Jesus is actually a recreation of the Dionysus myth, the Osiris myth, where you see these kind of examples come back in history over and over again. Gilgamesh has been tied to Noah. We've seen the lunar cycles with the ages being a reason why people say they're older. We've seen other examples. There's examples of Melchizedek in the Bible, which is somebody that might be tied to the city that he mentioned, as one of the first followers of Yahweh, and he's a priest king, and he's not tied to any civilization that we know, but we know that he was a follower of Yahweh that's not of the Abrahamic line, and Jesus later is of the line of Melchizedek. We see these examples over and over again. Religion, overall, is just a natural is humans trying to make an explanation for things they don't understand. The idea of technology being so advanced that we don't understand it, and it's magic and fundamentally, right? The same thing with nature. Anytime we don't understand nature, humans look for meaning in things. And I think the Bible is an example of this. And this is why when we say, oh, it doesn't have any basis in history, that's utter bullshit. And Gnostic has already given away the game by saying, hey, there are examples in history that can be pointed to and definitively proven by finding these things. We have arguably found Noah's Ark in Turkey now. That's an argument they found. They had a reasonable. Literally, as of last week, we actually have new LiDAR scans as of May 26th being published in the area that they say shows a wooden boat on a hill near Mount Ararat that fits the description of. I mean, this is true. You can laugh. I literally have the sources if you want them, but they literally are saying, "Yeah, I got it. Don't worry." It's literally a new study that just came out, and Turkey's trying to push this down because hey, that would give the Jews power over the Muslims. And this is also the thing. We have Muslim leaders to this day that can trace their lineage back to Esau, right? This is something that we know for a fact that they can do. I mean, you're just literally the Ayatollah of Iran traces his lineage back and his power back to Esau, like through the lineage. Like, yeah, really. So, like, we're sitting here saying now, if you want to argue that these people don't exist and then their history is based on total bullshit, I would agree that history goes to the victors and victors get the right history. But if you're going to say it's totally made up and ludicrous, then you're just arguing that history as a whole doesn't exist and all human history is a lie, because every time a new civilization has come in and conquered and established their myths override previous myths. Balderson here's a prime example of this. He's an Odinist, right? Guess what? The Vikings got conquered. either through culture or through violence, and they became Christians, and they had their stuff adopted. The Aztecs, same thing. We can see examples of the Aztecs where their mythology has been incorporated into modern Catholicism. We see this over and over and over and over again throughout history, where a conquering religion comes in and they adopt the local practices and they add this. So I would argue it's less that it's not based in history, and it's more in the fact that we need to find out what the actual history is so that we can understand why these people believe these things. Like I said, with the Sodom and Gomorrah airburst thing and all these other things, these are just humans trying to make sense of what they don't understand, and it's all based in some form of history. And we have multiple records of this, all sorts of things. So we can get into the Joseph thing. I have numerous examples for the Joseph thing on why that's actually a thing, and all sorts of these other ones.
Beautiful.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Gibbs. I appreciate that. As a kind reminder to the audience, we will get through this 2-hour discussion. We will read and respond to your super chats at the tail end. And then, of course, if you have something to add on to this discussion or question and answer, we will open up the doors to open panel Q&A session at the tail end of it. And we'd love to host you. All right, gentlemen, I will leave the floor open to you. I want to hand it to Gnostic. I feel like he's got a lot to say if you want to get us started there.
Yeah, the Joseph thing. There's no mention of Joseph anywhere in any sources besides the Bible. The Hyksos king that people identify with Joseph is not Joseph. It's Salatus, and he worships Set. He doesn't worship Yahweh. He doesn't call himself an Israelite. He's not claiming to be from any Abrahamic line. We have sources of this stuff. I'm talking about the evidence. Not when some guy, what Ron Wyatt thinks about
That's
it.
not who they're referring to Joseph, by the way. When they're talking about Joseph in Egypt, no, it's Avaris Telhel Dabra. I'm trying to
not a mention of Joseph.
It is original Joseph. In fact, it literally backs up.
Let's go.
It literally backs up to the Bible directly, especially with the Exodus. They have a tune. They have a tune.
Hold on. Stop. Time out. Let's go one at a time. I know there's a lot of back and forth of no, it's not, yes, it is, no, it's not, but let's at least get through the clarifications and then we can respond.
There's not a single mention of Joseph anywhere outside of the Bible in Egypt or anywhere. There's people who literally want it to be true, so they go through the Hyksos kings and look for one that sounds the most like Joseph. That's literally the methodology that the source you're citing is. It doesn't mention Joseph once. The king's name is Salatus. So
that's not what I'm referring to, by the way.
And which one are you referring to?
I'm referring to Arvis. Avris
is the name of a city.
Right. And there's a tomb in there that matches to this person, right? That literally mentions a Hebrew man who worked for the king. There's no bones in the tomb, and it's referenced all over how the bones of Joseph were carried out in Exodus. I mean, I can give you multiple. This is we got Associates for Bible Research. This is
he's reading ChatGPT, by the way.
The blogs. I could, sure, but I have the sources. If you want them.
It's not real. This is not real. There's no mention of Joseph. There's no mention of Hebrews at all in the Hyksos period. Hebrews don't even exist yet. That's a later thing.
Yeah, they're of course they don't exist.
They're called Hyksos.
They're like basically missionaries of this.
No, they're not. They don't even worship Yahweh. They worship the god Set, and they worship all the Egyptian.
Fake news.
What are you talking about? This is the evidence, dude. Fake news. You just gave us fake news. You said we found evidence of Noah's Ark on Turkey. That's the biggest bullshit I've ever heard.
There's literally a Fox News article about it right now that's making rounds. It's literally a massive news study that came out.
Fox News says it.
This came out on the 26th of last year. It's a massive new study based off new LiDAR tech that the same tech that they used in Egypt to find these other pyramids and possibly a second Sphinx. And they could use this same LiDAR tech to discover all the remap things that we already know exist. Like you're arguing with
scholars have been saying
meta technology
right now. That's what scholars have been saying about what you just said, that it's bullshit.
People, and then we're finding out they're wrong all the time.
Anthropologists, scholars have all said the Fox News article you're pointing to is nonsense. It's just made up bullshit to dupe people like yourself. No offense, but it's just they just write stuff down. You get these Daily Mail articles saying the Bible is true and we just unearthed it, and it's based on nothing. There's like you said this. It mentions Joseph. I said, where is it? You said Avaris. Avaris is the name of the capital of the Hyksos dynasty. It's not a person. So where's the Joseph inscription?
Are you arguing that they're saying that all these names translated to English or from Greek, from ancient Hebrew are going to be identical? That's ludicrous, and we know that's not true. When we match these things up and they line up one to one, and maybe the name is slightly different, we can tell that once again it is inspired history.
You're saying Joseph's name isn't really Joseph. The Bible is wrong. His name is something else.
What did I just say? I literally said that these things have been used to inspire us to deny Isis to be the Jesus myth, Osiris to be the Jesus myth. These are all things that come back and all like over and over and over again. And these are examples. Gilgamesh is being used. And you brought up the kings of these ages. How can we have other examples in history of kings like Egypt and the pre-dynastic stuff? They have a list of kings that go back 10,000 plus years on top of that. We have the same thing with Sumeria. This is over and over and over and over again. We have this
there's no evidence of it.
There is evidence. Other than each one of these
there's no archaeology.
I'm just going to clarify. I can't hear either of you when you talk over each other. If I can't hear you, then neither can the audience.
Dude, this is how good methodology works. You find a source. You find the Egyptian kings list, and it says this king lived 60,000 years. This king lived 100,000 years. And then you go and you try to find evidence to back up what this papyri says. There is none for what you just said. We don't know about any dynasty of Egypt that had one pharaoh for 60,000 years, or the Sumerian kings that were for 400,000 years. That is all mythology. There's no evidence of this stuff.
And yet all these civilizations have the same myth. I mean, there's got to be something there. But it's Occam's razor. What's more likely? Is it more likely they all just have this came out of Fugazi, and it was just it popped in their head, or is it more likely that all these myths were inspired by real events that happened over and over again, and so they all match up in the same sort of lineage? Well, it's obviously not one. That's called the scientific method. You understand our scientific method?
You're not. This is nonsense. They don't all match up. The Atrahasis epic. It doesn't even talk about Noah. It talks about Atrahasis, a different character, and it has a wholly different series of events. It's in a different time period. It's before the Atrahasis epic actually is written before Noah supposedly lived, according to the Bible. Same with the Epic of Gilgamesh. The whole totally different characters.
And once again, you're glossing over what I've said, which was once again that these are inspired by historical events.
They're literary mimesis. So you have one original source, the Atrahasis, Epic of Gilgamesh. I'm sorry, Epic of Gilgamesh first. Atrahasis draws from that and writes another story. The Bible, way later, 1,000 to 2,000 years later, is also drawing from that same global flood myth.
What about China? Why's China got them then? China, all these are coming from that. Doesn't even make sense at all. You're talking about locations thousands and thousands of miles apart having the exact same myth. We have North America having the same. North America has the same. North America has the same list that these other people do.
They don't have the exact same myth.
Mythology. We have Aztec mythology. We have Mayan mythology. That all
have the exact same myth.
They do. They do have
the Mayan flood story. Does the Mayan flood story say that Noah landed an ark on Mount Ararat?
No, it says that these people came from the sea and brought animals and life to them, and they brought them from the. It does have these things.
All right, you guys are. I'm gonna call a stall on. I'm gonna call a stall on that one for now.
Be honest, dude. You just made this up.
Let's hand it over.
Animals from the West.
Let's hand it over. Let's hand it over to Uncle Doug. It sounds like he had his hand up and wanted to maybe add something in. Go ahead, Uncle Doug. No, you're muted, by the way. Uncle Doug, you're muted.
You're still muted.
There are dozens and dozens of ancient Chinese pictographs. Their language was not letters. Their language was pictures to infer something. The ancient Chinese pictograph for flood is boat and 8 people. The ancient pictograph for garden is a man, a woman, a tree, and a snake. There are dozens and dozens and dozens. In the original language, I believe after the Tower of Babel, people went, created a language.
Not true. You just lied.
They used pictographs to tell the stories right out of Genesis and right out of, not so much Numbers and Deuteronomy, but out of Genesis.
The Chinese pictograph is not of 8 people in a boat. That's made up. Let's pull it up and look at it. It's made up. Did you get this from RonWyatt.com?
You're right. You won't listen to anybody.
I want to see the evidence. Let's see the evidence. You can't just say shit. You can't just say it's I'm looking at it right now. It's not 8 people.
At the time of King Josiah, they weren't celebrating any of the feasts.
No, they weren't.
They weren't. They were completely apostate. That's in the 600s BCE.
So when were they not apostate?
Why can't I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, Uncle Doug.
If we're just going to yell, there's no point.
Well, you guys are spewing nonsense. I got to stop you.
Well, hold on. We don't. Hold on. Let me offer clarification.
Go ahead, Doug.
Okay. So if we want to allow people to say what they need to say, even if we think it's absolutely the dumbest thing we've ever heard in our lives, we still want to allow them the room to finish what they're saying. That way we have the full picture, and then we can say that was the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Okay. But at least we can give them the ability to say it.
Gnostic brought up a city that was completely unaware of what they believed or what they should have been believing if they were really Jews and if this Torah really existed and all that. But we see the Bible admitting that even in Jerusalem, there were times in the 600s when Josiah was around, before the 400s that you're talking about, when the whole nation was apostate, didn't have the book. It was buried. The temple was being used as a trash dump, and the whole nation was off track. At the time of Jeremiah, he told them, don't run, just stay, you'll be okay. They all went to Egypt, and a whole bunch of them died. There are multiple, all through Judges, there are multiple examples where the entire nation just brain farts everything they're supposed to be doing and believing and does their own thing. So I don't have any problem that there's a denomination, a faction of Jews that go found a city and forget everything that they're about. We see that in the church today. The other thing is, this debate was supposed to be the Bible, not the Pentateuch. And you're hyper focused on the history of the Old Testament.
We can get into the New Testament.
I'm just saying. So far, that's the discussion we're having.
We can get into the New Testament.
I mean, the Old Testament is still the Bible. Yeah. And my comment to Gibbs's line of thinking. So the LiDAR that they used in Egypt on the pyramids, they found that things that are known things were wrong on the LiDAR. So
that's not what they found. They found opposite.
So then when it's saying things that we can't verify, well, when the things that we can verify, there's a substantial amount of them that are wrong. Like when the one came out with all the pillars going down under the pyramid and all these things, there was areas and pockets that they were able to that they've had access to, and it didn't match what the LiDAR was showing.
Well, I want to come back to the flood thing, because this is very dishonest what we did. I'm going to go read several characteristics. Here's the Noah flood characters. 1 is bring the animals. That's the one he keeps focused on. 2 is the raven and the dove, and then 3 is that God punished the world. Okay, I'm going to read a couple different synopses of here's the Inca flood myth. Let's do the Aztec flood myth. Hold on, the Aztec flood myth. This is not related. This is the New World. You brought this up. You said, now why would they have this on the New World? The New World. He says, in the Aztecs, they said the purpose was a divine punishment, and all right. And they destroyed it. And then they destroyed it specifically because of the wickedness of the woodmen, right? Here's the Mayan one. Same thing. They destroyed a great deluge because, I flipped these. The wooden people were a failed mindless creation and rejected neglected honor. They were destroyed as a punishment. The survivors, according to some people.
What's the name of the source?
Hold on. I'm going to read multiple. I'm going to read multiple. Hold on. I'm reading. Hold on.
Stop and stop. Listen. Write down your notes.
This is from the Smithsonian. By the way, this is the
Smithsonian. I'm handling this, please. Write down your notes. When they finish talking, then you can go through and call everything stupid shit. Okay? But at the same time, we still have to allow people to talk. It doesn't help any of this conversation if we're just constantly interrupting each other. This show series is meant to not be interruptive. That's the entire.
Can I just ask one thing, though? If you're going to cite a source, tell me what the name of the source is.
The Smithsonian Institute. All right, continuing on.
That's a website. What's the name of the source?
The Smithsonian. All right, cool. It's talking about the Mayan flood myth. You can just Google the Mayan flood myth. Hold on. Why don't you just Google the Mayan flood myth? Right. All right. And once again, I want to keep going. I'm almost done with my point here. So I'm going to keep going. We got the Mayan flood myth that matches up similar. We have the raven and we have the Iroquois flood myth talking about all these different ducks.
What raven?
Listen, I
let him
have
finish.
to do my point.
Gnostic, please let him finish.
I listen. So I'm going through these, and we have multiple examples. Here we have the Inca flood pit. We have the Ucha Uno Pachu. This is from Wikipedia. Right here's the quick one. But we also have the Arizona.edu Peru culture. We can do it from the reading of the Inca creation myth if you want that one. So there's a PDF file right there. If you just Google it, the Inca flood myth talks about them being greedy and not paying attention to their gods, and they were flooded for being evil. This is the same kind of thing over and over and over. We have a similar myth from of all these different groups. This is in the New World, and I specifically picked the New World. Now, if we want to talk about there, they say they're going to be repurposed. This is from Wikipedia, right? And so I got this. This one's from the Archaeological Shagit tradition from Washington State. The Shagit people tell of great big canoe filled with male and female of every animal. That's Washington. We have one from Alaska. Similar thing. Hawaiian tradition is another one. They have tell the god Cain. Oh, that's crazy that name's in there. Tells a man named Nu'u. Oh, that's pretty crazy. Howard Kawa. This is not thing. You can look up these Hawaiian. You can look at any of these myths, and these are all similar myths that are all inspired by some. How would it that somebody spelled Nu'u and there's somebody named Cain? Oh, that's total coincidence in Hawaii. I mean, look, okay, well, it's not.
Your ChatGPT is hallucinating shit to you right now.
You can say it's ChatGPT all you want, but whenever I can provide a source,
name the source. Name the actual papyrus.
I just did this. Is this
name the name of the inscription?
I've literally just gone through these over and over again. I've gone through several times. I gave you the Smithsonian. I just gave you Washington, and each one you don't want to fight with the actual source. You just want to say ChatGPT.
I want to know what the name of the source is, so I can look at it. You're just saying.
I'll give you a source.
Post it in chat.
Yeah, here you go. Here's the Wikipedia page. Right here from there. Yeah, I know Wikipedia can be edited, but just for funsies here, I'll put it in the side chat. Here's the Wikipedia, but Nu'u. There you go. They'll have sources there. And here's a different. Right. And that's the flood myth from Hawaii. So that's crazy that a Nu'u was given to a guy by name Cain, and he landed on the vessel on top of a mountain, Mount Rhea, on the Big Island. Whoa, wow, that's crazy coincidence that he lands on a mountain, he has floods.
Can I respond?
Idiot. This is a 19th century source.
Yeah, but bro, where do you think these myths are coming from, like Hawaii and all these other? Are you denying that Hawaiians have this myth?
You just cited a 19th century source.
Are you arguing that Hawaiians don't have this myth?
It's from the 19th century, from missionaries.
I'm gonna jump in.
Go ahead, Hunter. Go ahead.
Cool. So here's the thing. I think I'm gonna concede a lot more than maybe Gnostic would here. I think that I could fully recognize that maybe the name.
Here's one from Hawaii University.
Okay, I'm conceding this. Okay, let's just say there are a bunch of flood myths in a lot of different societies, and Cain shows up in one of these stories. First off, there's like 1,000 names in the Bible. You could pinpoint this. There are only so many phones themes that we can specifically pull from to create names. I would expect to see some overlap with 1,000 names. That doesn't, to me, register that this is a true name. What I do want to point out is that it feels weird to look at archaeological evidence rather than geological evidence for the flood. The flood is a terrifying thing to occur. It makes sense that would invoke a lot of mythologies around it. It would invoke this sense of terror. Like, what if this happened worldwide? Like, because we could obviously move from one region to another. It doesn't seem to have a lot of historical parallelisms between the myths, but when we look at the geological evidence, we really don't see that there's no geological evidence that a flood would occur, and that's what I would look for rather than how societies would be talking about it. Personally, that would be more convincing to me.
Yeah, and then you look at the evidence; it all lines up with old Earth stuff. Like, for example, when archaeologists and anthropologists, paleontologists, they dig. And they go, the lower they go, the farther down they go in these digs is where they start to find extinct dinosaurs, stuff like that. They never find them on the top layers. It's always 99.9% of the time they can predict what layers they're going to find what fossils based on time and erosion and buildup of dust.
You're so full of crap.
I'm so full of crap. I'm literally giving you the consensus across the board of paleontology. You think they're 6,000 years old, Doug?
Farmers hit dinosaur bones with their tractors.
No, they don't.
Fields.
No, they don't.
No, they do.
When? That doesn't happen. They dig. It's always in the bottom layers. They don't find dinosaur bones on top, dude.
Actually, I hate to do this, but Doug is actually right.
No.
Sue, the most famous T-Rex that was ever found, was literally hit by a tractor. And actually, that's a fairly common occurrence in South Dakota.
But I said 99.9% of the time, and I don't know what you're talking about. There's probably some reason.
Well, there's usually erosion that occurs that
builds it back up. From the flood?
No. We're saying erosion like today that
takes
shows a layer. Yeah, it shows a layer down. And
why are there trees petrified standing up through hundreds of millions of years of geological stuff? I don't think you're presenting truthfully at all.
No, I'm not. I am.
I know that it's your side and you don't want to give up and you got a huge chip on your shoulder about it and you're going to laugh at anybody that says anything different. But how do we have in Texas fossilized footprints of a dinosaur with a fossilized footprint of a human in the middle of it? How do we have petrified boots? How do we have coal deposits where they're finding copper and bronze tools in the coal deposits? It makes way more sense that it's a flood. And then
are we talking about
How do you go from that to a flood? Because there's an
usually we can date the layers, and there's not like a specific time in which all of the biological masses just like died, especially like trees, plants, things like that.
How do you have a tree that doesn't rot through 100 million years of geological layers?
Fossil?
No. They don't rot because they're not living. They're fossilized.
Yeah.
They weren't in the beginning. It was just a tree, and somehow it still survived through layer after layer after layer. Over
No. They're not surviving. They're like
it would have fallen apart.
They're rocks. They're fossilized. They're not actual trees.
It's not immediately fossilized. The first layer, the first 1,000 years, the tree wouldn't be there anymore. I don't care if it's dead or not.
I have a different question for you, Uncle Doug, because this is something you said a little while ago, and it's sort of been percolating in my head for a little while now. You said that there are historical evidence that we have less evidence for than the Bible. I would love to know what historical events you think that we don't have enough, that we have less evidence for than the flood. And I would also ask, do you think that the more extraordinary claims might require more evidence? But those are two questions.
A lot of the wars, a lot of the early Greek stuff, we have one or two sources telling that story.
Do you think that those are probably debated historically, though?
Copies of the Bible.
Wait, hold on. Wait. You can't point to the copies of the Bible. Those are
what I said was not the flood. What I said was the Bible, which is what the debate was about. The Bible is very, very substantiated and has more copies extant than most of the other things of
when are those copies?
You're pointing copies, but those copies they're copying the original Bible. That doesn't count. I can print my own manuscript. And that, Uncle Doug was born 6 feet.
If I write down Spaghetti Monster real and then just print
it 20 times,
does that make it more true?
It's not because they're all based off of the original.
The answer's no. The answer's no. Does it?
Hold on. I wanted to see what Uncle Doug's response was. I couldn't.
His mic is a little low, so it's easy to talk over.
I'm gonna
original manuscripts from very, very early, from 1st century and Jewish.
No, there's not a single manuscript from the 1st century. It's all after 2nd century.
No, we have the Didache and other stuff. The Didache and other stuff.
Scrolls. The Old Testament.
Hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish, please. Thank you.
We have other documents. We have the Oxyrhynchus hymn is from 200 AD that shows a Trinity already thought happening. We have the Didache and other stuff that dates to 100 or just before 100 AD. So, boy, that's distracting. I'm not used to that.
Oh, just ignore it. I'm putting them on the screen so people can still feel love for sending any other content creators money.
Don't read them and don't pay attention while
don't pay attention.
Okay. Sorry, first timer here. So at the around the Dead Sea, we have balls of sulfur that are like 95% pure sulfur that is not found in nature anywhere else in the world, all around there. And it says it rained brimstone and sulfur, fire and brimstone. We don't have those anywhere else. There are evidences of houses that are squashed, melted as if it was an atomic blast or nuclear, whatever. I think that God just hit it with the thumb of God and squashed it down into the ground. And it's cursed. Nothing grows. But prophecy says that it will, and evidence lately is that it's beginning to come back to life again. I don't see how you just dismiss.
I have a couple things here. First off, I'm not really I didn't really prep that much for the Old Testament. I mostly prepped for Jesus' resurrection because that's usually the hinge point for a lot of religious scholars. So it is interesting. What I will point out is something that we see is that with the Bible, they're not overlapping events, except for one cases, which is the Gospels. What would you say about specific discrepancies between each gospel. Do you acknowledge that there are some, or?
Well, I'd argue with your first premise, because there are in Kings and Chronicles a whole bunch of overlap of talking about some of the same stuff.
Okay.
But that's secondary.
Okay.
And they contradict each other too.
As they should. Yeah.
What do you mean as they should? Clarify
one of
that.
them says Satan rose up and told David to make a census. The other one has the exact same story and says God made David do a census. Which one is it? Satan or God? That's a pretty big contradiction there.
Yeah, and both of them are somebody else other than David telling the story.
Of course it is.
And you would expect in court, when you're interviewing witnesses, to have multiple viewpoints of the same situation.
With that, well, sorry, these aren't small little blips between different testimonies. These are pretty rather large.
Are we talking about David or the Gospels now?
I'm talking about the Gospels. I can hit it over to Gnostic because I'm not familiar with the Kings and Chronicles discrepancy.
Well, I don't think, for example, Nebuchadnezzar and Nebuchadrezzar is historically important to anything that somebody spelled it differently. A lot of Muslim, Islamic, Arabic names, we've kind of phonetically try to get close to it, and the English isn't really the way it would be spelled, and that just happens.
That's fair.
Linguistically, and you would expect some of that stuff.
Yeah,
and the
that's
fact
fair.
that it's even that close means that somebody was transcribing it pretty well. Or whatever.
And you're wrong about you're wrong about the vertical sheet-like deposits. That actually happens in lots of volcanic areas.
Yeah, and I was going to say about that, the Sodom and Gomorrah thing. Those
okay,
areas.
But where's the volcano? Where's the volcano in the Dead Sea?
Those areas are mentioned in the Akkadian sources about some sort of natural event that happened in those places, but they don't mention anything about Sodom and Gomorrah. They mention the city Sodom. They don't mention anything about the whole story that you get, the whole narrative you get of Abraham and all the people being wicked and all that stuff.
Why would they? That's not their narrative.
Well,
they
I'm
just know something big happened.
Something
that's
happen.
Probably important. Why would that not?
Yeah, the reason why well, that's a fair point. Let me explain why. Because if we're talking about a well-known area that people in the region know about, and you have a text that's written later, making up sort of a mythology about what happened in this place. That's what the evidence points to. That's what it looks like.
Right now, there's a war in Iran.
Yeah.
Which news source is telling the truth? And is describing the story accurately?
None of them.
Do they have competing? Do they have competing facts though?
Yeah, Iran says they're winning. The Democrats say
but
losing.
but that's a subjective.
Right. And none of them really.
We're not talking about
telling about what they see from their perspective.
Sure, but if we're talking about subjective or perspective viewpoints, I totally understand that. Yeah, different narratives are going to have different things that they're focusing on. Firstly, I am curious what you feel about the Bible. Is it infallible? Is it the Word of God? If so, why would there be a subjective viewpoint? But the second point, largely, is that there are very objective facts of the matter that are different based off of different testimonies.
Yeah. I can give you one. I can give you one of the most.
I can give you plenty. Yeah, for sure.
Jesus. Luke places the birth of Jesus around 6 or 7 CE because he says it happened during the census of Quirinius. Well, we have inscriptions and other Roman primary sources that say Quirinius was governor in Asia Minor all the way up until around 6 CE. So he couldn't have been. It had to be. He came down to Judea after that to do a census. Also, Matthew's account says he was born during the reign of King Herod, who died in our time, what we say 4 BCE. At the time, it was like the 20-something year of the reign of Augustus. I can't remember exactly which one, but that would have matched up with our 4. He died in the year 4 BCE. That's almost a 10-year gap of when Jesus was born. Either he was born under Herod or he's born 10 years later. That's a big difference.
It's not really that big a difference. I want to come back.
But if we're talking about the historicity, wait, hold on.
It's very small.
Because wait, hold on. It depends on what type of Christian, how we're reading the Bible, really. Because I've met tons of Christians who are like, "Look, this is allegorical. This is a metaphorical reading. I'm getting something out of it." To those people, yeah, those discrepancies don't matter. But the question is it a historical text? So we should be able to look at objective facts between the different narratives and whether or not there are discrepancies. Why?
Let me take umbrance with that. Right? Sure, that's fair. And like, if you want to go literal historical, I agree that 6,000 and 10,000-year-old Christians are some fucking idiots. All right, like I don't agree with that at all. I'm a Christian, but they're stupid. All right, I would argue once again, some of this might have been rehashed. And if you want to argue from the religious standpoint, that would be God making His way known to the ignorant or whatever. But like, that's kind of my thing. I'm not going to argue about a 10-year gap. I can see why y'all want to get hung up on that. That's not really that important to me. And this is why when I brought up these sources, and I actually didn't even know this about the Chinese creation myth, but I've been doing a little research in the interim here. And I posted a PBS article, and they mentioned exactly what the gentleman to my left just said here, where he's saying, all these things like about the Chinese myth, this happened. And I bring up all these other ones, and there's a crazy amount of overlap. How come some of them mention a raven? How come some of them mention a dove? Is it total coincidence that in the New World we have examples where these people that like didn't even encounter Christians, and we know this is their oral history, we actually have the literal writing from the Mayans and the Aztecs who are different time periods in different regions, from the Incas who are a totally different area. We have some of the precursors. Like I'm not being dishonest. Whenever I'm sitting here pointing out multiple instances of these exact things.
Which one has the raven and the dove? Which one? Not the New World one. Not the New World one. The New World one. The dove and the raven are from.
I just had that one pulled up.
Mesopotamian myths.
No, that's not true. That is true, but that's also not true. I'll tell you. Give me 2 seconds, and I'll tell you which one.
There's another myth. Berosus has the same myth where a guy lets Kisithros is his name. He lets off a dove and a raven at the end. This is how we know there's literary dependency. This is how we know it's not a historical claim. It's there's literal dependency from the Noah's flood upon these older myths that don't mention Noah.
No, I have it here. Just give me 1 second. I'll pull it up and tell you.
The dove and the raven are from the Atrahasis and the Epic of Gilgamesh and Berosus' flood myth, and also the Bible. It's not in the New World stuff. That was
if I find, listen, it's not dishonest. I just had it pulled up, but I switched. I'll tell you which one.
Is a Semitic language, so of course it's from the same sort of linguistic tradition that's getting passed down from people to people. So it's the same story being retold.
One of the problems also is that there's no evidence geologically or anything of a worldwide flood. The idea that above the highest mountain, that's an insane amount of water. There's no evidence for that whatsoever. There is, however, evidence of floods worldwide.
Why are there oysters? Why are there clams the size of your head in the Himalayas?
Because
maybe tornadoes, I don't know.
No, it's because of tectonic plates pushing things up over millions of years.
Oh yeah, sorry, fucking of course. That's how mountains are formed.
That's what all the evidence points to. This is what all the scholars, this is what all the researchers, and all the experts are telling us.
Not all.
I trust you over them.
Not all. Yours.
It's the overwhelming scholars. The overwhelming scholar. Yes,
the consensus. The consensus of the scholars.
Not all.
No. The consensus.
There's dissenters, and there's people with degrees that dissent.
Yes, there are motivated reasoners even when it comes to PhDs. I agree.
Okay, all right. And by the way, I have the answer. It's the Chamacho tribe, Louisiana's got it. The modern tribe in North Dakota and the Apache tribe all have different flood myths that all include a dove. So unless you just tell me these tribes,
those are all modern, dude. Those are all modern.
They're modern.
I've looked into this stuff, dude.
So, but they wouldn't get this from whatever the Atrahasis is, right? They would have their own myth dating back from.
No, there is no evidence that they had their own unique version of this story that was not influenced by the biblical story that was told to them by the Puritans and all the colonists.
And how about the Hadia people all the way in like British?
No. But could you wait? Can we stop moving away from that point? Because it is a super fair point that he's bringing up, which is that a lot of these Hawaiian myths that you're referring to, you said Hawaiian, right? A lot of these Hawaiian myths that you're referring to, if they originated in the 19th century, then of course they probably heard it from Christian.
But they didn't originate in the 19th century. Some of these go back all the way back to some of the original inhabitants of the islands.
Can you point to one? Can you point to one that's like inscribed? That all that like the overwhelming consensus agrees is actually from the post from.
Yeah, I mean, I posted several links in there. I mean, if you want to go through it, and one of them is PBS. We got several from different colleges. We have the Hawaiian from Hawaii.edu. I posted a Wikipedia. We put independent blog.
Can you stop?
I posted encyclopedia.com.
Can we use one? Can we just do one?
When you just start naming,
you are
gish galloping because can we just focus
on one point? Let's do.
Ask for sources. I give you sources. It's not a gish gallop.
Let's go one at a time. Then Gibbs, if you want to point out one at a time, and we can go go point by point with those, and that way we can actually kind of have the back and forth on disprove or prove.
So the source that he just sent me from PBS is talking about Mesopotamian myths, Utnapishtim from the Epic of Gilgamesh, the one I mentioned. And then when it talks about the Aztec one, it says there's some similarities, but it doesn't say anything about the dove and the raven in this one. So I don't know how you just threw that in there. Then you
so what is that? What are you trying to prove with that source, Gibbs?
Yeah, hold on. By the way, I didn't say the Aztecs had that one. I said there was other sources. And by the way, he mentions 2 of them, and I just mentioned like about 5 that used that right there.
Can we focus on one though? Because if one of them is wrong, then it seems like you are gish galloping. You're just trying to throw as many.
No. Hold on.
Can I clarify what I mean by that?
Yeah, go ahead.
It seems like you're chucking like 12 sources at us, and when we go, wait, what about this one? This one doesn't really hold up to scrutiny, and you're like, well, look at all the other 11 ones. And then we hold up the second one, and we're like, wait, I don't know if this one makes sense either. And you're like, I threw out 10, and you keep throwing more. And it's impossible to climb up the mountain of bullshit.
I understand the confusion, Hunter. Let me explain what's happening.
You're definitely galloping.
I have given you multiple sources, right? And I have not made the claim they all match up identically. In fact, I actually argued once again that once again, there's some of these don't mention all the animals coming in, right? They don't mention repopulation. What I have mentioned is some of these have similarities, like, it's God punishing these people, or they're God punishing these people. And then they have similar, they have similar. So what you're doing is actually the dishonest thing, is you're going, since it's not 100% the same, then it has no validity. And what I'm arguing is,
because God is punishing someone.
Hold on. No, but when there's other things that latch up, like, so coincidentally, Cain and Nu'u, and you have things like these other people, and I mentioned similarities between Gilgamesh, between the Chinese, between the Aztec, to the Apache, to the Hadia people, all these different groups all over North and South America and Inca. And I point out each one of these has very similar aspects to the story. Now, they don't all line up exactly 1-to-1, because that would be ridiculous. And if that did happen, that would prove definitively.
Why would that be ridiculous?
Because Hunter, listen, if I have something that happens to me, and I don't know, say it happens to me here in Texas, right? And I tell you my version of events, and then you have a similar situation that doesn't line up exactly to your thing, but it's caused by the same thing. That is hold on. If the Yellowstone volcano goes off, right, and it affects you, and say, I don't know where you live. Let's say you live in Seattle. And your version of what's going to happen with the Yellowstone, sure, whatever, okay, even same thing. Your version of what happened with the Yellowstone volcano going off is going to be similar, but probably different to my retelling of that event happening here in Texas.
For sure.
So when I am mentioning 15 different things that all have at least 60% of the same story, and they're from all over the world, it does prove that this event probably happened in some capacity.
Here's the difference. I agree with you. I agree with your metaphor. I don't think it's analogous to the situation though, because if the volcano exploded, for sure I should probably have a retelling of it. I should say, there's fucking ash in the sky. It's crazy. We've actually seen this. There was 150 years ago. I forget exactly. It was a while ago. There was the entire world almost got covered with like ash from one volcano. I don't know. Remembering this vaguely off the top of my head. I forget the exact, but basically every historical record of that day says, holy shit, the sun isn't out. This is crazy. Every single historical record is very in line with those basic facts. Now, they might disagree on the color. Some might say a dark gray, some might say a light gray, for sure. There's going to be some discrepancies. But the base facts of the matter, there's probably needs to be some through line when it comes to.
You agree there was a flood of some kind?
Yeah, the other big.
There was probably a regional flood in some areas, of course.
Say it was regional floods in some areas. Would you agree that it was probably caused by one larger natural disaster, like, I don't know, a comet possibly hitting up in the Northern America that raised sea levels potentially?
I don't think we have evidence for that. I would be open to evidence for that.
I don't know. I don't think it's
the problem here is for your story to hold up, Gibbs. There was only the people on that ship that survived. Why would there be varying stories?
No, I would argue that once again, it's the same thing as with Cain.
Survivors.
Well, this is the same argument would make with Cain, right? When Cain goes, he's worried about people in the world, it implies there's other people in the world. Even the Bible is not super consistent on that. Maybe God made other people. Maybe there's other groups of people. Maybe there's other types of people. I would argue, once again, maybe there's survivors that are not just Noah, but they come from some precursor.
That's just post-cost rationalization. You're just making it
it's not. I mean, once again, I'm just saying I'm making it fit. That's what all archaeology is you have a theory based on historical evidence. They used to think Troy was just a total myth.
No, that's not true.
Then we found Troy.
That's
Troy,
false.
it used to be Troy.
Nope,
No,
you're
it's not.
wrong.
It
You're
literally,
lying.
literally, Troy was
I gotta respond to
I'm not
this.
lying. Troy
All right,
was literally considered
not
a
true.
mythical story that didn't
And
happen.
Jericho
Honestly, it
and
sure
Nineveh.
Okay.
Right.
Gnostic, tell us. Hold on, everybody,
I gotta
shut
respond to
up.
this.
Gnostic, go ahead and tell us about Troy.
No one ever doubted the existence of Troy. Troy is mentioned in the primary sources in the time of Augustus, for example. Augustus went there and rebuilt the city and brought it back up to Roman standards of the 1st century BCE. And it was inhabited by people all the way to the Byzantine region, Byzantine era, I think 11th century, when it finally started to become uninhabited. And the only thing people doubted was the Iliad, the Trojan War with the Trojan horse. People still doubt that today. But when they found Troy, no one was saying Troy's made up. We know Troy existed.
They said that for hundreds of years. They said it for hundreds of years. It was made up until the 1870s, bro. That is absolutely unequivocal fact. You're the one who's lying now.
Hold on. The two of you, listen, hold on. The two of you, listen to me. We still have Gauntlet later. You can go hash it out and yell at each other all day long later on during Gauntlet. But right now, I want to be able to hear both of you, but I absolutely can't because you're both just hollering over each other. If we could find some form of respect, at least to the conversation, that would very much help us move forward instead of me stalling you out and talking every 5 minutes to interrupt. Okay, go ahead, Gnostic.
As I said, when Schliemann discovered Troy, people already knew Troy was a real place because it's mentioned in all the primary sources all the way through the Renaissance. There's Renaissance writers in the 1400s and 1300s writing about Troy, historical Troy. No one doubted Troy. People doubted the story about Homer. Homer's Iliad is a myth. That's what people doubt. People still doubt that today. Now, Schliemann's discovery did actually attest that there was some sort of war that happened there. So now there's more and more scholars, I think it would be a minority view, that think there was an actual war. They've even found a Hittite source that mentions the king named Alexandru, who some scholars think is the Paris, who's also called Alexander. But the point is, no one ever doubted Troy as a city existed. You just threw that in there to make it seem like scholars are always wrong until you find
the
stuff.
ancient Greeks even thought it used to be a myth, bro. Like you're just lying. You're just lying.
What are you talking about? They lived in the city, dude. What do you think they thought it was meant? They lived there.
But they did not live there. They literally said that the Romans.
You know, Troy's Bible.
Here,
Go ahead, Uncle Doug. Chime in on this, please.
I'm at a disadvantage because I took debate in high school where you write it on a card and you're graded down if you just insult the other team and scream and yell. So I didn't take TikTok debate. I took actual debate in high school. So I'm at a real disadvantage here. But let me point out that Troy's not in the Bible. And also, another thing to consider, you have a real serious population problem without the flood. If you track back at the current growth rates, even if you accommodate for plagues and Mongols killing everybody and whatever, if we drop the population typical growth rate to a quarter of what it has typically been, and we go back 10,000 years, 50,000 years, you cannot hold all those people on the earth and feed them all. There has to have been a major depopulation event.
I have a question. You understand that the growth rates now are much better because we've industrialized and commercialized food, right?
What's the argument?
That the growth rate then wasn't the same. Now that once everybody could eat, like the baby boomer generation, and everybody had food in the house.
Even if you accommodate for all of that, if you decrease the birth rate now,
the baby survived instead of like
75%
dying off.
You're both talking.
Comparable growth rates to antiquity in places where survival is very, very difficult. We have modern places.
There's nowhere that's comparable because we don't have constant conflict so much between different regions.
Yeah, there's countries where they're wiping each other out, and the baby's mortality.
Hold on. Not historically
super high, and other stuff.
Not even close to historical. Like 2,000 years ago, there was wars between regions constantly. Now we really have one, and it's a big deal. Like Russia versus Ukraine, it's a huge deal right now. Before, like 2,000 years ago, just every region would constantly be fighting and warring with each other.
You're telling me in the last 200 years, we haven't seen any countries anywhere in the world.
No, I would point to probably
just wiping them all.
I'm sorry. I think that you're kind of distorting my view. I think I'm really just pointing to post World War II, where we sort of solidified
I'm talking about population data.
Right, but we're usually using population growth post World War II when our records are a lot more.
So you agree that Sumer existed, right? The Sumer civilization.
This problem with plagues and wars and everything else.
Hold on.
Would be way too many people on the planet.
Did you have something back for share screen, Gnostic?
Yeah, pull that up. This is the census. This is an estimation based on archaeology, based on digs of what happened to my screen. Oh, based on digs like Sumer, for example, the Aegean was populated, Crete was populated. We know that there's literally cities. Jericho's a city at this time. There's all types of places. We have a population estimate based on the evidence that there was 27 million people living on the planet known to us right now in 2000 BCE. And this Noah's flood, I did the math in the beginning, you can't get anywhere outside of 3000 or 2000 BCE if you do the math according to the Bible. So you're saying 8 people populated the world to 27 million.
Wait, what was the population?
Hold on, Gnostic. This is fake. It says 10,000 BC, and we know that the world is only 4,000 BC.
Ah, you got me. You got me. But I'm just saying, if we're going on the evidence, how the hell, if the archaeologist is true and the evidence points to this population, how the hell did 8 people make the world populate into all these gigantic city-states within a couple of generations?
And what's the population now?
Wait, I do have a question, Uncle Doug. How old is the Earth?
However old God says it is.
Okay, so 4,000 years old?
Or wait, not 4,000. Nobody
6,
says 4,000.
6,000. I apologize. It's 6,000 years old.
Well, technically, the Bible says the earth became shapeless and void, so it existed before time recorded. So we don't really know.
Without people, though.
Something was there before the first day and night.
Without people, though. Well, we could find evidence of people, like Göbekli Tepe, for example, is like 10,000 BC. What do you think about Göbekli Tepe? Is it fake?
Oh, it doesn't technically say without people. It just said became shapeless and void. So we don't know what happened technically.
Well, no, it actually says Adam's the first created man. Is that true or not?
Yeah.
First created like Homo sapien.
Wait. Okay, wait. This is the weirdest argument because you have to concede, right? That like when it comes to historical records, hold on, just listen to my question for a second.
He doesn't concede. Why do I got to concede?
Fair. You don't have
to.
You don't have to do shit. I have a question for you. Do you concede this? Do you concede that historically speaking, every historian on planet fucking Earth?
No, automatically not. Automatically, that's a lie.
Do you want to finish it?
99.999%.
No,
okay,
no.
Whatever. I'm gonna say it. Believe
majority,
that the Earth is
majority. You can say majority and it'd be
finish
true.
it.
Majority.
Finish it,
You can say most.
Okay.
But you can't say all.
You seem to be getting the hang of the
Large-
over-talking thing.
Yeah.
You can't size up to that.
Thank
He
you.
figured
I'm
it
trying. Trying to
All
fit
right,
in,
He
man.
figured it out. Finish the thought.
I'm gonna
Hunter.
say 99%, rounded down. Okay, 99% of historians agree that the Earth is longer than 4,000 years old. It's like what? I don't even know.
You keep changing numbers.
Sorry.
No, I don't agree.
I don't fucking know. I don't know. 6,000 years old.
I don't agree.
You don't agree that that's historians'
believe that.
perspectives? That there are civilizations that we can date that are 10,000 years old?
I don't think they're 10,000 years old. I don't think
but
they're
do
that
you?
old.
No. I'm not asking whether or not you think that. I'm asking, do you agree that historians think that?
Oh,
Largely
sure.
speaking.
Yeah,
I would
Well,
agree
it feels
with that.
weird that we're asking about the historicity of an evidence when it seems like you reject historians' consensus.
Yeah, but Hunter, some of those civilizations though that we brought up once again, and this is like the ancient kings list kind of problem. Some of those like Sumerian kings, some of them like the Egyptian kings. I could look at maybe a couple other. They go back 1,400 years, like not 1,400, 14,000 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like those would argue go back. But then what we have the same problem. We get to like the old pre-dynastic fucking shit that like in Egypt, and it goes back like 8,000-9,000. Then some of these kings live fucking for 2,000 years, right? And it's so I mean maybe not 2,000, but hundreds of years, right? And so it's like, okay, why in this case does it prove your point? But then when we bring the same argument up to disprove ours, like, okay, you either accepting these civilizations, hold on, these civilizations either track it back all the way back to these pre-dynastic, like, I don't know, Nephilim or whatever civilizations, or like ancient kings, whether the gods, like coming back, they go back this far, or like now. And I would argue like, yeah, I don't agree that it was probably these guys living for 600 years. I would argue that they had some kind of different understanding of what a year was. Maybe they wrote it down differently, or it was part of a myth. But there's something based in history that's going to cause you to go back this far, right? And that's why I said earlier, 6,000-year-old Christians are idiots. Like,
sure. The issue here is that the reason why we know that these civilizations are 10,000 years old isn't because they wrote in their fucking journal, 10,000 BC. Okay, that's not how we know that. There's carbon dating. There's ways to check whether or not how old these civilizations are. Now, I'm not an expert in this. I'm sure that I can go find out how specifically these archaeologists are able to date this, but they do date this not through the facthood of the journal keeping, but by the rocks and the textures and the.
No, they don't.
Okay, sure. There are guesstimates, but it's within a margin of error that is never within 6,000 years.
Yeah, but okay, so let me ask you a question. Why do we have coca plants in Egyptian tombs if there was no pre-trade with the Americans, right? Like, so this is the same kind of thing.
Rich people like cocaine.
Sure, but the coca only grows in where? Like South America, right? So how the fuck did they get coca plants in Egyptian tombs? How do we have examples of tobacco in Egyptian tombs? So are we just saying like there are history, but we don't understand how shit's not here.
The issue with this debate is like you could just say anything, and it's like I don't know how to take this one step at a time, like because it does feel like we just jump from point to point when it doesn't, like, instead of just honing in on one point. I don't know about those cocoa plants. I've never heard of this. Okay, I'm sure that maybe it was confusing to historians until they figured it out, or maybe it's still a question mark. Okay, maybe we're just using God of the gaps arguments. I don't know. Can we hone in on one argument?
Pre-dynastic. There's pre-trade before we know. But like,
but Gibbs, you also concede that the Earth is 10,000 years, or sorry, is like what is the actual Earth age of the Earth? I don't know.
Billions of years old.
6,000.
I know.
I just wanted to see
4 billion.
there. With your argument, Gibbs, there's an argument to be had that that the pyramids and all those in the tombs, things like that, it was built during an Egyptian wet period. We don't really know what they grew.
So there could have been coca other places.
Yeah, why don't we just do that? Why don't we just make up things and then you have to go fact check them?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just pointing out historical examples.
Actually, they did trade with them. Actually, there was.
I would argue they did have trade.
That happened. We don't have evidence for that, but I could.
Well, I would argue that this kind of like leads, and like I know I'm going to say something, and Gnostic's going to fucking snap here, but this is kind of like the same thing that Randall Carson keeps saying on all these fucking ancient myth things, where it's like, oh, you look at these things, there's clearly some sort of history that we don't understand. We're seeing more and more where like there's either maybe it's not a pre-dynastic or not like maybe it's not this like worldwide civilization that's got nukes or magnetism or whatever, but we're obviously seeing that there was some sort of like trained civilization that was before like what the agreed history is. You bring up Göbekli Tepe, right? People said like 9,000. Used to the standard was about 9,000 years ago. We started getting where you have like farms and shit, and now we're seeing Göbekli Tepe where the history is, well, if these guys are all just farm like nomadic grazers or farmer or like hunter gatherers, why are they building monuments to Göbekli Tepe? We're seeing examples over and over again where history goes back further than we think, and I actually think this proves biblical myths in some regard.
Because you're saying
Göbekli Tepe scholars, PhDs.
You're saying look, sometimes
it goes back further than 10,000 years, right?
By the way, Randall Carlson is the same guy who said that the word Levite in the Bible, which is a Semitic word in Hebrew, means levitate, which is a word that comes.
Yeah, well, I don't agree with everything he says. I'm just using him as an example. Like, I think there is something here with this idea that there were civilizations older than 10,000 years, and there was some sort of catastrophe that like just wiped out a majority of them. I don't know if it's one civilization or it's 50, but I think there's plenty of evidence starting to come up that there was something going on more than just hunter and gatherers 10,000 years ago. And I really don't know if that's like even really that widely a controversial thought now at this point. And if that is true, then that leads to the credence that Bible is real history because it mentions a lot of this stuff in reference to it. And I think this is, once again, even if they're getting told this stuff at a later date, they're referencing real events, which is real history. Just like with Troy, we use the mythology of Troy to find Troy. Like we're finding these over and over and over. We use myths to discover the history. That is real history. I don't understand why y'all disagree with that. Do you disagree with that? Like,
well, the Younger Dryas theory is actually widely rejected by most scholars in that field. They don't think that there was some impact.
And the guy that the guy that built the pyramids is like also got like all sorts of stuff that like is not based on total like modern Egyptology is not based on like anything like concrete either. So like all of this is theory. Like I mean, I'm open to be changed. We don't have an example of macro evolution, but I believe evolution happens. Do you disagree with the theory of evolution?
You're missing the motivation. There is a very weird survivorship bias that's happening here, where you're recognizing that some myths do get confirmed sometimes because people are motivated to look where there's there's societal pressures for, you know, someone is like, oh well, I heard about this myth, I want to go see if that's accurate. So yeah, we would see some myths confirmed, I'm sure, but that doesn't, you keep using that as a pivot point to say, well then all myths are true, and that feels like a crazy leap to make.
I didn't say that.
Okay, sorry, that the Bible is true because other myths are true, because sometimes we might look and see, I don't know what, like, it feels like a very strange tactic. Does that make sense?
Well, hold on. I think you're missing what I'm doing here. What I'm saying is that the Bible is real history. I think all religions are real history. I think like to some extent,
all religions.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay.
Scientology?
Yeah, no. Sure, like Islam that's a real religion.
Yeah, I would say they trace their lineage back
by your opening statement where it was prolific, how widespread the Bible is. L. Ron Hubbard is the most prolific author in modern history.
Fair, sure. But my argument is that like all these religions are trying to explain natural phenomena, right? Like Sodom and Gomorrah, he mentioned Sodom and Gomorrah. I would argue that was probably an airburst, like explosion of some kind of meteor or a comet or something over. We have examples of that, like in Tuskegee, Tuskegee in Russia. We have examples of this. Other things, I would think maybe if like a comet or something came over and blew up in the air, like that could crush it, cause these things. There's some evidence to support that theory. Then obviously, if I'm a little, I don't know, an uneducated person living in some village in the middle of, I don't know, Mesopotamia, and all of a sudden I see some big explosion in the sky and some cities are wiped out, I'm probably going to be like, that's God, right? Like, I mean, wouldn't you do that if you were that thought? I mean, this is just humans trying. I mean, religion is the precursor to science, and science is just trying to explain the natural world the same way. And so I'm saying all these things are actual history. And if you're actually religious, I'm not discounting it as a Christian. I'm saying that these Christian things are just God making his way known to y'all. So I'm not maybe as much of a literalist as some of these people, but I do think that there is real history here.
No, but you're doing a weird thing where you're saying that like it's kind of the Jordan Petersoning of like, well, did actually the Exodus happen? He's like, well, it happens every day. It's like, we can use it through this meta. It's like, okay, but that's not what we're having the argument about right here. Did that literally happen?
Because if it didn't literally happen, and this is all metaphor, and it's all just kind of like symbolic.
I'm fine with that version of
Christianity. It did literally happen. These things are literal events.
These are maybe not a literalist. I can't follow you.
These are symbolic metaphors. Then did Jesus really need to die for our sins, or is this all symbolic too? Because if this didn't literally happen, even Jesus in the Gospels is referencing the flood and referencing Adam and all this stuff. If this is all symbolic, then is his death just symbolic too? Right?
And I have no issue with
I
this.
think you're missing what I mean by
Christianity,
literal versus symbolic.
Okay, go ahead. If you want to clarify.
So, like, I mean, just to clarify, okay, when I'm saying something, let's go back to you, Sodom and Gomorrah, because I think this is an easy one that's like not really that controversial with the airburst theory, right? Like, I'm saying that probably literally happened. Like, there was probably some sort of event, whether it was volcanic, right.
And so people have down, and someone went, that's because angels tried to rape someone.
Right. Yeah. Well, or they tried to rape the angels or whatever, right? But
I can't even remember the vibe.
That's not what the Bible says.
It's been like 10 years since
I with the R word, please.
Oh yeah, the great. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, this essay. They tried to essay the angels, right? But they're over here trying to do this, and so they bombed them, right, or whatever. And so my argument is, okay, these people took what they knew of these places and then extrapolated that, and they tried. So this event probably happened, just like Pompeii. They were probably like the gods were mad. They destroyed Pompeii when it really was a volcanic eruption. There's a reason why all the flood myths event. I think there was some event in history that caused large flooding either locally or worldwide. It's too widespread for too many myths overall for it not to have some sort of event where multiple people groups saw similar things occur. And that's why the stories maybe don't 100% match up, but they match up on a similar level overall. And we see this over and over and over again. And I think this just proves that this is real history.
Wait. It seems like you're on our side, Gibbs. Like, genuinely, I'm confused by what you're saying here. Because, of course, I would probably concede that a lot of these stories...
You're on my side, then.
Okay.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Hunter.
I would obviously say, okay, well, it's certainly true that Jesus was likely this prophet that had not prophet. He was a speaker, and he spoke to a lot of people, and a lot of people followed him, and then he died, and it was a huge event, and then his body got taken from the temple, or from the tomb, and everyone was wondering what the hell happened. And then 50, 60 years later, people started writing stories. Yo, that guy, remember that guy Jesus? And they start developing this mythology out of him, and it becomes more and more
ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous?
Hold on. Let him finish.
This is Gibbs's argument. Here's what I'm saying.
But that's real history, though, isn't it?
No.
Yes, sure.
Let Hunter finish.
Jesus was a historical figure. Of course, he existed. Okay, I don't think anyone's contesting that. Gnostic, do you think that Jesus?
No, I think he existed, but I don't think it's. I don't think it's
okay,
yeah.
So that historical fact is accurate, and then they add the mythology on top of it. So the specific mythological components are inaccurate. Gibbs, do you agree?
I don't. I mean, it depends on which specific mythological aspects, but maybe some of them. My point is, but you're proving my point though, right there, because y'all both admitted Jesus existed probably in some capacity, which is my whole argument. Which is my whole argument that the Bible is pointing to real history, and people are using these things as an explanation. So thank you for granting my case. I agree.
Matthew says that zombies came out of the ground and were walking around in Jerusalem when Jesus was on the cross.
And no one else has mentioned that, by the way. Not even the other Gospels mention that.
Maybe the Haitians got some.
The entire resurrection story doesn't match in any of the Gospels. They have wildly different.
Of course,
details.
Hold on, Hunter.
Okay, sorry.
Ben, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, go ahead.
I said none of the resurrection story matches in any of the Gospels. They have wildly different details. How many people were there? What happened?
When he died.
Like, one of them, a naked boy runs out of the tomb, and the ladies are like, "Oh shit!" and then they just run away too. Like, wildly different.
Well, where does a naked boy run out of a tomb?
Mark 14. Well, not out of the tomb. He runs out of the garden, not out of the tomb.
They grabbed his cloak and he took off while they were
he ran away
cloak.
naked. Yeah.
And presumably
So he wasn't
the gospel
naked.
writer himself.
Okay,
so he wasn't naked when he ran out.
No, he wasn't standing around the garden.
He was wearing a sandal.
That doesn't exist in any of the other ones.
It wasn't the tomb.
There's that feature happens in all of them. There's huge parts of the story that don't match the other ones.
Linguistically, literally from a writing standpoint, the argument is that the gospel writer himself was the one talking about himself having his cloak ripped off and running away.
So how does he know about all the other events if he wasn't there? If he's just in that one scene, how does he know about all his other stuff?
Because he interviewed lots and lots of people.
Oh, no.
Or because he based it off of Mark's testimony.
Yeah, because Mark's the original.
Go ahead.
That's what I said. Yeah, he's basing it off of Mark's.
Go ahead, Doug.
I had a conversation with an atheist one time, and I said, "What would it take for you to believe that God exists?" And he said, "If God would vaporize the entire universe in front of my eyes and then recreate it all back the way it is, then I'd believe."
So,
which is a crazy, insane bar.
I'm not an atheist, Doug.
Wait, hold on. Who here said that?
Kind of requirements.
Yeah, this is a red herring.
I judge whether it's going to hold me up or not. I don't require.
I'm not even an atheist.
Recreate whatever.
I don't care about that.
Okay, you're missing the whole point. The point is nothing, no matter what, is going to change some people's mind.
Evidence would change my mind. That's what I'm asking.
I met Jesus in person. He runs my life every day. I ask him what shirt to wear, what to eat. He pays my bills. I've been totally dependent on God for 20 years. Jesus is real. Odin never did crap for me. Thor never did crap for me. Buddha never did crap for me.
The difference is you never believed
in those individuals. Taking care of me for 20 years. I've seen demons. I've seen angels. I've been to heaven. Either I'm a raving loony or I'm telling the truth, because that's the way Jesus was. Either he was the son of God, as he said he was, or he was a raving loony.
False dichotomy.
Wise prophet.
No, that's a false dichotomy.
He never even claimed he was God.
Eyewitnesses. My turn.
Eyewitnesses
that walked with him gave their lives.
Nope.
They wouldn't do that for a lie. It wasn't 50, 60 years later. Immediately. And where's the body? The government didn't have it, or they would have shown it. The disciples didn't have it.
What?
Immediately, these people went all over the world and gave their lives for something. You don't do that if you know it's a lie. You don't do that for a literary fabrication. There's plenty of examples of why this is real and why it's the best way to run the world. Why the stuff Jesus said is a better way to establish culture, to get to live together, to play nice with one another than anything else man has ever created. There's wisdom there we don't have anywhere else, unless it's derivative of that.
So
you realize the proofs that you listed were also in the literary, it only exists in the literary work that we're questioning.
So first of all,
wait. Can I go?
I said in the beginning.
Also, I want to respond to that super chat.
I'd like to
super chat. The super chat. I would like to respond to.
We will do all of the super chats at the very end. But again, let me give you guys all the kind reminder. When you were given the run of show before we got here, all of that information specifically said polite debate. And I know I said backstage, no interruptions. Let's not be buttholes. Let's get through an actual discussion. It's a learning perspective. Okay. So please, again, I'm going to say this one last final time before I just start tucking people away or muting you up. Stop interrupting, go one at a time, or I might actually have to do the talking stick game and you're not going to like it. Thank you. Okay. Doug, I think you were finishing up a point. Ben, I think you were saying something. Hunter, I think you were saying something. And Gnostic, I know you want to chime in. So let's go in that order. Doug, finish your wrap up. I think you had something.
I love you.
Finished before I said that.
I love you. I'm grateful for the time. Jesus loves you. He's real, and folks need him. Nothing else is the answer to the problems of man.
Okay, Ben, to you. I think you had something to throw in there.
You understand that the proofs you listed about the things that happened to the apostles are also only in the book we're questioning?
No. We have lots of church history, lots of early church history, lots of people that were mentored by those people telling the story.
320 until the 300s.
That's not true at all. The church existed from the very beginning. The Roman church didn't exist until the 300s, but the church was there all along.
Yeah, but you don't have anything other than Paul and then Clement of Rome in 96. That's a big gap. You don't have any sources before that. You just have Paul's letters. Paul says he never even met Jesus.
There's a whole tradition that's talked about by the early church fathers.
Who?
Justin Martyr, Irenaeus, all of
Martyr's
those
in
guys.
the 100s. He's the 2nd century.
And he's telling about what the church has been through up to that point.
Yeah, so what? He's not an eyewitness. Luke even says he's not an eyewitness. The author of Luke Acts says,
"What were you an
I'm going to
eyewitness
tell
to?
you the story, what the eyewitness is." He says, "I'm going to tell you the story of what the eyewitness
to." You're entirely not credible.
What, now you can cut me off now?
Yeah, let's hold on. Okay, I'm going to play the talking stick game. Okay. I'm actually going to hand it over to Hunter because that was who I said was next to begin with. We're going to start there and then we'll continue Gnostic and Doug after that. Hunter, go ahead. I know you have a question. I'm sure Doug will have to have a response to that. So go ahead.
Cool. I didn't think my Mormon background would come up, but this is going to be part of my question. I assume you are not a Mormon. Is that fair to say? Awesome. The arguments that you were using for like the apostles, they went out, they believed in this, they took solace in Christianity. You wouldn't see that from someone who genuinely didn't believe this. What's really interesting about that is that's the exact same argument that Mormons use. They talked about Joseph Smith and Hiram Smith and how they took solace in the Book of Mormon minutes before they were dead. There was journals saying, here is a verse that they used, and there's this famous talk by one of the apostles, Jeffrey R. Holland, who talks about he's like, why on earth, if they really fabricated this, would they take solace in a book that they fabricated right before that they knew that they were going to die? And it feels interesting that you're using the same argument about the apostles, but you're not applying it to other martyrs of different religions.
Were they taking solace from the book before or after they shot the people coming for him?
Before.
Joseph Smith and his brother both shot and killed people in the Carthage jail.
Yes.
Which martyrs don't do.
Okay, wait, but no. But you're voting my point. You're voting my point. They took solace in a book that they fabricated.
Right.
Why is that not evidence for you to now become Mormon? If it is evidence to become Christian.
They didn't take solace in Nephi and the
they did.
cities in the New World. They took solace in all the stuff he stole from the Bible.
Wasn't
It's
Paul
supposed
a
to be a
no
new
murderer?
revelation,
It was
not
a
instead
hold
of.
on. It was a verse from the Book of Mormon, and it's not one of the things that they just plagiarized. They just stuck from Acts. It was one of their own creations.
I know people die for stupid reasons. That's true.
Okay, why can't I apply that to the apostles?
Well, for one thing, because those guys were trying to save their lives. Those guys were shooting other people through the door.
Okay.
To try to save their lives, which is
I'm
not
defending Joseph Smith, just to be super
not
clear.
like Jesus.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So first of all, a lot of the martyrdom stories about Peter and Paul and those guys are later apocryphal stories from the 2nd century that aren't mentioned by earlier sources. You don't actually have anything before Clement of Rome in 96. Paul is the only 1st century sources we have other than Clement in the Gospels, and Mark is the only original text. Matthew's copying word for word, verbatim, the same exact Greek lines from Mark and adding a few things here and there that people think is from a different source. They call it Q, whatever. Luke also admits to not being an eyewitness. Luke literally says, from what the witnesses handed down, I'm going to tell you the story. And not only that,
which is what you're doing.
Paul literally says, I never met Jesus. I met him in a vision. So Paul not even met Jesus. And then he just says 500 eyewitnesses saw this. We don't know who these 500 eyewitnesses are. None of them wrote anything down. We even have contemporary authors from the time. Philo of Alexandria is a good example, a Jewish author who wrote in Greek. He was Jewish. He writes about the Son of God being the Logos and how coming to the world and giving a cup that people can drink from and become grafted in and have salvation. He's very Christian. He's very proto-Christian in that sense. And he writes about Pilate. He mentions Pilate. He mentions Herod. He mentions Agrippa. He lives before Jesus. He's born in 20 BC, and he lives all the way to 50 CE. And for some reason, he just didn't know who Jesus was. So that tells me this wasn't that big of a deal. It doesn't mean Jesus didn't exist. I'm not making an argument from silence in that sense, but I'm saying all these gigantic claims about miracles and raising people from the dead and coming back from the dead and zombies coming out of the ground would be in the primary sources that actually are contemporary. There's no zero contemporary sources. There's zero physical primary evidence other than a stone that mentions Pilate. That's basically it. But I'm not talking about Jesus and the apostles. And then so the first primary sources we get from the church is all 2nd century stuff. And then the first time anyone writes about Christianity, Pliny the Younger, you know what he says? He writes to Trajan. He says, "Oh, we give these Christians the option. We give them the option that they can hail Caesar and worship Caesar, or we kill them." And you know what he says? He says they all end up worshiping Caesar, and then we let them go. And Trajan goes, "Good job. Make sure they honor Caesar, and then leave them alone." So they do the opposite. They're not dying. They're actually lying to get out of it. And then not only that, the idea that people die for stuff they believe in. Herodotus talks about a group of people in Thrace who worship Zalmoxis, who literally go willingly to be thrown into a spear, because if they land on the spear and die, it's a good omen. If they fall and survive, it's a bad omen. And people were willingly going to their deaths, according to Herodotus, for this Zalmoxis character, a real mortal person who supposedly died, and came back to life 300 years later. A dying and rising figure mentioned in Herodotus. So this stuff is ubiquitous in the ancient world. There's some magical.
And they absolutely believed it was true.
Yes.
My point wasn't that people don't die for things. My people was that people don't typically die for what they know is a lie.
So they believed in it.
Yeah.
Well, you also mentioned the early church.
One more thing.
It was just 50
Hold
years later.
Hold on. Go ahead.
You're also assuming that they had a choice. They had a choice to survive or something. How do you know that? How do you know they weren't just killed? And then, I don't believe in it anymore. How do you know that didn't happen? You have no idea.
They weren't rounded up in Jerusalem and executed on the spot. They spread out all over the world. And,
but that's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying that there weren't people that didn't squeal and deny Christ.
I'm saying in Rome. I'm saying if we're assuming Peter and Paul got crucified in Rome, and a lot of people scholars agree with this. You're saying that you think that they had a choice to get out of it. How do you know they had a choice to get out of it? We have no idea.
Paul says that Agabus warned him not to go to Jerusalem, and he went anyway.
You got to run.
Paul didn't know he was going to die.
Well, Paul had a pretty good idea. Paul had a pretty good idea he was going to die.
He didn't say that.
I mean, hold on. Paul had a pretty good idea he was going to die. I mean, I don't think that's really even disputed. I mean, Nero, was not exactly known for his niceties. I mean, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I really think that's kind of like a minor thing to get hung up on. If we're going to debate whether or not Paul thought he was going to die, I think if you're going to go argue in front of Nero after being arrested for your religious beliefs, you probably have a pretty idea you're going to get fucking murked. And I'm pretty sure you got beheaded, not crucified. I know Peter got crucified.
Why would you think that? On what?
Based off what? I think there's pretty historical evidence that he got beheaded. Like, there's like a lot of people.
The Romans don't just kill people for their religions out of nowhere. They're usually
they didn't kill it. They didn't kill it out of nowhere. They thought that he was going to possibly be like leading a religious rebellion. Would be the argument that I've read most of the time. Right. Even though I would, but
exactly. You don't know if they had a.
So choice. You agree? Well, I'm not saying they have a choice. I'm just arguing that Nero existed, and Paul existed, and those are also proof that Bible is historical.
If he got executed by Nero, you're saying that he could have got out of it by just confessing it's all false. You have no idea.
I'm not saying that, for the record. I'm not saying
that. Doug was saying that. You said he died for something he didn't believe. How do you know that he at the last second he was like, okay, let me go? You have no idea. We can't get to that. It's all just Christian stories from the 2nd century.
It would be completely inconsistent with everything he ever said his whole life about enduring to the end, about running the race, about everything else for him to squeal at knife point. He was in jail. He was shipwrecked.
You don't know that,
all
though.
Kinds of stuff.
All I'm saying.
He was flogged twice. And then at the last second, after all of that, he's going to squeal. It's not consistent
saying, you don't
with his
know.
character.
You don't know what the circumstances was for his execution. You're making it seem like he had no choice, but he had a choice to get out of it. We don't know that.
I'm arguing that it would be inconsistent for his character and everything he said and wrote and believed and the way he lived to squeal at the last minute. That's entirely hyperbole.
It's pretty weird.
And why did you leave out Josephus and Tacitus?
I'm talking about Christian writers, Christians themselves. I'm not talking about primary sources.
Okay, so
Josephus is 96 AD.
You're arguing that we don't have anybody else corroborating this.
This is after Pliny the Younger.
Pilate is only mentioned on a rock, and yet there's all these other sources that you just.
Josephus is after the Gospels, dude. It's all after the Gospels. Of course, Josephus knows about this story. It's 96 AD.
What, he doesn't count because he wasn't there? History, no historian can write.
He was born in 37.
Watched it.
Josephus is born in 37, dude. So there's no primary witnesses to this stuff. That's what I'm saying.
You have just with a brush of your hand eliminated every historian ever.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know the name of Jesus. He calls him Christus.
Well, yeah, that's a pretty bad point, though. Like, I think he's actually right about this, because in that case, once again, coming back to Troy, we know Herodotus and Plato both wrote about Troy, like, in depth, and we're sitting here talking about this, and neither one of those, that's thousands of years after Troy. Like, we could look to a lot of historians where they see these cities existed based off of, oral traditions, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I would argue, I'm going to say something pretty crazy here, that Atlantis, in some capacity, probably existed in some way, right? It's maybe not in the way they had fucking nukes and whatever, but there's probably, if we go and find it, there will probably eventually find some sort of archaeological evidence for the sea people that lead from Atlantis or whatever, and maybe it's in the Irish, maybe it's like in a different sea. But like, I would argue once again that these are all examples every time we find these old cities of the Bible or these other myths having historical basis in reality. And I think that's the real crux of this issue. Y'all are saying there's no basis. I'm saying that this is actually how we determine our history, is we look at the myths and then we find the archaeological evidence to support why they believe these things, like Sodom and Gomorrah, like the Noah's Ark, like these other examples, right? When you go and you find these things and go, okay, this may or may not exist, this may or may not inspire this. And when you're saying, oh, this doesn't happen at all, I would like to respond to that one tweet of the one super chat. He goes, oh, Gibbs, well, how is this not shared stories worldwide? Well, this is why I keep bringing up the North American and South American creation myths, or not creation myths, flood myths, because these are myths that predate the Columbus arrival, right? This predates maybe not in all these cases, but most of these predate even like Viking arrival, right? Vinland used to be a myth. People didn't think Vinland actually existed. People thought it was just like something that was right. And then we found it, right? This is over and over and over again. We find this over and over throughout history where we like have these mythical cities, mythical things, and then they find them, and it's like, oh, okay, well, that's what this is, and it's based in history. And if you're going to argue that this is not historically accurate to the like perfect letter, sure, I might agree with you. But this is the problem with what Hunter and Gnostic are saying, is they're saying, oh, well, since there's some discrepancy between like Luke and John says he's the most beloved of all the disciples, and none of the others ever say that. Oh, we got to throw it out the window because there's a discrepancy. When I'm saying that's ridiculous, because we can look at all sorts of historical accounts from the same events, and there's always discrepancies between two historical accounts, especially if one's written by a loser of a battle and the other's written by a winner. I think that's a fair thing.
I have two points against this. The first is I feel really weird about the historical examples that you've been giving. First off, it seems like the Troy thing. I'm not going to really touch on the Troy thing, but it seems a little bit unclear if that was really ever a myth. But I will touch on the Atlantis thing, which you brought up. That's been a myth from the beginning. We actually know where that originated from. That was Plato. That was in the Republic.
Right? Where did he find that from?
No. He made it up. It was and not just he made it up. It's like it was written down as an allegory of like a failed nation. And he's like, what? Like imagine a world, right? It's not like he's claiming that it's a myth.
No, he gets it from Solon. That's not true. He gets it from Solon.
Solon primary sources don't mention it though. He says it's from Solon, but the primary sources we have from Solon never mention this. The first time it's ever mentioned in the primary sources is Plato. Hunter is absolutely right about that.
Once again, I think let's just say it doesn't exist at all. That's fine.
I'm gonna say the second thing that I have to say, which is it feels very interesting that the two Christians on the panel have very different ideas of what Christianity is, and I think that that's kind of the weird thing about Christianity is it seems like everyone has this like they're like no, the Bible it's this truth of God and everyone can stem from it, but it is interesting that everyone has their different flavors, and I want to point to something which is Gibbs is saying, look, there's subjective narratives, and of course they're going to have discrepancies between each other. But I think Uncle Doug would say, and correct me if I'm wrong, Uncle Doug would say something like, it is infallible, that there is truth to this, and that truth is the word of God. It's not just that it's from corroborators of a story, but those corroborators are being filtered through what God wants us to know. Is that correct?
Give or take, close enough.
Okay, so it feels weird when you're saying these are the objective standards. This all comes from the mouth of God, and there would still be discrepancies. I get Gibbs' point, which is like these are different. Sure, you're going to mix up midday when specifically Jesus died. I get that, I guess. Maybe. I don't even know if I can see that point. But to Uncle Doug, how could there be discrepancies if it is the word of God?
Because people.
Okay.
You look, a court case last month may have come to the judgment that the guy was guilty. But that doesn't mean all the eyewitnesses were perfectly in agreement on every detail.
So do you think
that it exactly represented how guilty he was or what was in his mind when he did it?
Sure.
And that's just that's not ancient history transcribed over and over from lots of sources or whatever. Like it or not, God has to work through with us, and we're the ones that describe for us the mind of Christ. And my argument, mind of God, my argument is we are ants in an ant farm looking at a giant face looking in, telling everybody we know what he had for lunch. And that's stupid, and that's religion.
Why
be so dogmatic about it?
That's exactly it. Yeah.
But there's also thousands and thousands of Hindu gods. There's all kinds of Buddhists. There's all kinds of whatever, because there's all kind of people that are full of pride and think they know best and that their opinion trumps everything and everybody. And that's just the human condition.
So why wouldn't you agree that it's at least a possibility that when the Catholic Church had like sole possession over the Bible, that they would be able to rewrite it?
That never happened. There was Ethiopian Orthodox, the Eastern Orthodox.
They're part of the same church, though.
Lots of people had canons. Lots of people had scripture.
Sure, but there was no ability ever to rewrite
it.
The
Gnostics. There's another one.
What ability to rewrite what?
Rewrite the Bible. No. If you acknowledge that people are infallible and that God has to work through us, why then treat the Bible as infallible when it's been handled by humans for 6,000 years?
Well, for one, we have corroborating evidence. We have the Dead Sea Scrolls, and for a long time we thought that
those also have discrepancies.
We thought
thousands of discrepancies.
I don't get it. Like, I genuinely don't get it.
There are texts like the Book of Enoch in the Ethiopian Orthodox canon that everybody thought was twisted and made up, and it wasn't right. And then we find it in the Dead Sea Scrolls, accurately depicting what's in the Ethiopian Orthodox canon.
That's not what happened. That's not what the church says about Enoch. They actually cite the Book of Jude cites Enoch and quotes it word for word. It's in the New Testament. They just thought that the authorship was dubious and it was a Hellenistic text, so they didn't include it in canon. They still the Enoch was still passed around in Greek sources and was still preserved in different versions.
And in the Dead Sea Scrolls, we have confirmation that the one in the Ethiopian Orthodox was accurate. There are others that are doctored up. There were others that were fiddled with.
So
we have so many different early fragments that we can compare and see, okay, that was added later. That doesn't belong.
Right.
Or whatever.
Sure, but wait, okay.
More than any other history events.
I think you're maybe dodging my question, and maybe I can reframe it just to make sure that I'm really honing in on it.
The Bible is
why couldn't I say
wanted it to be?
No. Right. You keep saying that, and that feels confusing because you also acknowledge that humans are infallible and they're passing through their hands. So here's my question. I'm going to frame my question specifically like this. Couldn't I make the argument that God spoke to Moses and Moses actually misunderstood because he's a fallible human, and God was trying to tell a metaphorical story about how the world came to be, and Moses, like an idiot, because he's a dumb human, he wrote, "Oh, got it. So it was made in a week," right? And he wrote it down like an idiot, even though God explained it to him. Why couldn't that?
Totally could.
That happen? Okay.
And
so it
God
feels
would have known that that's how Moses was going to take it, and God would have known that that's how Moses would have.
So why does God allow the discrepancies in the Bible in the New the New Testament, for example?
So you have a
when
reason
we have
to give him
competing
the finger.
Sorry. Say
So
that
you
again.
have a reason to give him the finger.
What?
This is so motivated. It's so like
look,
you
sorry.
start at your conclusion.
There's
It's so ad hoc.
I don't know. You can go through the text, go through the Bible. There's lots of places where he says, "I'm not going to give them ears to hear."
I agree.
I'm going to say it in riddles so that they will disagree. He sends prophets that are funny looking, that you want to cut in half, that wear leather,
bald.
whatever, that call people to repent, and it's easy to dismiss them.
So why
There's
wouldn't
churches look?
We've met a few of them this week.
There's churches I can't go to because I have a ponytail.
Let me ask you a question, Hunter, because you
have a beard.
Okay.
You brought up the bald thing.
Denominations of Christians.
I did bring.
Look, I just want to ask you a question, Hunter.
Story when I read the
yeah, it's a good story. I like the Ehud story personally. You know,
that one's great. The left-handed fucking.
Yeah, I think it's a good one. But like,
yeah,
it's a good story, right? Like, yeah, if you don't know that story, I
favorites.
highly recommend it. It's a good one. But like, so the bald one, right? Like, okay, let's just say hypothetically, I'm bald, right? And I'm bald, and you make fun of me, and then like the next week, all of a sudden, you get killed by some bears. Mm-hmm. Now, like, would you say that if I'm like, the religious leader of my thing, in my community, and I happen to be bald, and then you got eaten by a bear in the wilderness, or your kids did or whatever, that I would probably attribute that in the fucking ancient days to like, of course, God made it. Okay, so then you would argue it's not unrealistic for the idea back when they were like had way more wild animals. We know there were lions in Europe, for example, but there are no lions now. That the lions ate people in Europe back in the day.
I want to pause. I want to pause you real quick. I want to make clear my stance. Maybe Gnostic disagrees with me on this. I do believe that almost all of the authors of the Bible were earnest, that they genuinely believed that Jesus was God, when we're talking specifically about the New Testament, or that the prophet really did this, or that the prophet really did that. I do believe that there are, for the most part, I'm really looking, and I really know the New Testament more than the Old Testament. I do believe they're earnest. I also think they're wrong. So like,
let me just add to that, because the New Testament is trying to tie itself to the Old Testament for the prophets, for example, the suffering servant, Isaac carrying his cross, carrying his wood to his own sacrifice. They're trying to use motifs from the Old Testament to apply to Jesus. So there has to be some creative level going on here.
Absolutely. The means justify the ends. A really good example is the flee to Egypt, that like Matthew invokes this Moses parallel to Jesus, even though Luke has a completely different story. It seems like they're motivated into claiming that they're definitely motivated writers.
So it's beyond just historical. This is what happened.
Yes, they believe God, Jesus is God. So I'm going to essentially flub some details a little bit,
okay, I agree
just to
that.
ensure that those.
So you don't believe the Romans crucified people?
No, of course I do.
And Psalm 22. Where it says, "My bones are out of joint. They pierced my hands. They cast lots for my clothes."
I believe that Jesus was crucified.
Hold on. Do you know what? You want to know why? You know what that psalm's about? King Josiah was pierced and killed by a war that between the Hittites, the Egyptians were surrounding him like lions, like a pack of animals. Israel was surrounded, and
so it's prophecy.
Josiah was pierced and killed. This was written in the Psalms, and Isaiah wrote about it. Now this gets applied to Jesus later, but the original context was about King Josiah, who was an anointed king.
So it's prophecy.
Messiah. That's that they're writing about. They're not writing about prophecy at that point. That psalm is about Josiah. It becomes a prophetic text later by the process of what do they call it when when they rewrite the stories into prophecy. You know what I'm talking about, right?
So it didn't apply to Jesus.
Not first, not the original author.
So what's the difference? But God can multitask and say one thing and mean two things, and somehow
you can just say it's God then. But I'm telling you, the author had an original purpose to write about King Josiah being pierced and killed during a time when Israel was surrounded by their enemies.
And David wrote a bunch of the Psalms that sounded like what he was praying and what he was going through that also applied a lot to Jesus.
No, there's actually
he didn't know he was prophesying. He's just writing a lament about what he's going through. But
then we don't have free will. Then we don't have free will. This is all just a simulation. It's all planned from day one. That's basically what you're saying.
Not really, but we don't have a word big enough.
That's a big debate in of itself, right there. Free will versus like predestination. But I don't think that's what we're talking about today.
We agree that there are people that think the moon landing was fake.
Yes.
We agree that there's people that think the Earth is flat.
Yes.
Even if they were a majority of people, that wouldn't make them right.
Correct.
So an appeal to how many people or how many scientists or how many whatever
Stop.
doesn't win a point just because they believe something. Charles Darwin said, if my theory is right, we're going to find lots and lots of fossils of in between cats and dogs or whales and people. And we don't find those. They should be disproportionately way more than the 6 ones we find now.
Hold on.
I actually brought that up. A little bit ago. We didn't really dive into it, so that's a good example. Like I believe evolution is probably like a fundamentally sound theory, right? We see examples of microevolution over time, readily, right? And we don't see the macro, or we haven't at least found the large macroevolution to the extent that people. Okay, can you get give me an example of we see it over time. I think the micro, we know that whales were originally land animals, right? And we see the evolution from the original animal, but we don't see I don't know, fucking the rat from that list that used to live in the Cretaceous turning into a monkey. We don't see that. And I'm sure
we have a pretty strong.
Hold on, let me finish. Well, hold on, let me just finish. And the reason for that is probably because the way fossilization works is you have to meet a very certain criteria for it to fossilize, and it's very unlikely that every single one of these large step kind of fucking evolution things met the criteria or was in a place where they could get fossilized, whether it be a tar pit, whether it be fat frost or freezing, hold on. No, I'm not wrong. I mean, I'm actually arguing on your side on this point. But my point is there criteria you have to meet for something to fossilize, right? You have to either be in a region, you have to be flash frozen, and so a lot of these cases, since they didn't meet this criteria, we're not going to find it. However, I don't think that disproves evolution as a whole, right? I also don't think that makes me not a Christian, because I believe that evolution works because God works in mysterious ways. If you had the power to make a self-sustaining environment, then evolution is probably by His hand, right? And I don't see that is against my Christian beliefs, in any former way. And I think that this is kind of when you say what is literal, and we talk about what is real history. I think that you have to once again look at what this is overall. And whenever I can point to multiple examples from the Bible, and then we find historical evidence of something similar or something almost identical, or yada yada yada, then it just proves that the Bible does exist in a historical capacity. How many times we looked up someplace and we gone and dug there, and they find evidence of archaeological evidence of people living there and being there in this time period over and over and over again. I don't know. Are you disputing that?
I think that you're equivocating here on what specifically we mean when we say that Bible is true. And like I've said, I would concede a fair bit of historicity when it comes to the Bible. Not a fair bit, but certainly a meaningful percentage. I would definitely say that Jesus was a figure. He was crucified. I would definitely say that there was likely a regional flood in the region. I would probably agree with your assertion that Sodom and Gomorrah, probably that those were real cities and they probably got destroyed. whether it was a fucking avalanche or whatever. I don't know. But like, I agree with all of these points, but that is not the conversation we are having today. That is a reasonable, fair interpretation of the Bible, but that is not the conversation we're having. We're saying, is it historical? All of the claims, including like that Jesus rose from the dead. That's a big one. That's one that I thought we were going to be focusing on today. That Methuselah was 950 years old. Whatever. I could go down the list of all of the different historical claims. And I think, Gibbs, you would probably say that those are metaphorical, which again, sounds like you're just a Christian who's on our side. And sorry that this actually is end up being a 4v1.
No, that just means that you're on my side because I am just like an intelligent.
But you're not with Uncle Doug.
All right, let me do a little bit of housekeeping. I see your thing backstage, Gnostic. I'm going to bring that up in a second. We're going to wrap this up in about 5 minutes. So try to get to the end of this talking point. We're not going to start any more new points. And then we will do closing thoughts. And then, of course, we will open up the panel for Q&A. If you are interested in joining the open panel, keep an eye out on the live chat. I will be dropping that link into the live chat for you to click and head backstage. Okay, Gnostic, go ahead to here.
So real quick, I just wanted to, this is just a quick little, to go back to what you said about evolution, there are actual peer review articles. I mean, talking about evolution 101 here, showing transitional fossils. They do exist. That's this idea that there's no transitional fossils is just not true. But I wanted to, the thing I really wanted to talk about real quick is this idea of people writing prophecy about Jesus and not knowing this. I mean, so one of the major ones is about this anointed that will be cut down. Coming from Daniel. But when you a lot of times people take the quote out of context, say, oh, and an anointed will be cut down. It's about Jesus because Jesus is anointed. He's the Messiah. But if you actually read what's going on here, it talks about a ruler comes, there will be 7 sevens and 62 sevens. It will be rebuilt, streets in a trench. In the times of trouble, the anointed will be put to death and will have nothing. The people of the ruler who will come to destroy the city and the sanctuary. The end will come like a flood. War will come, and the desolations have been decreed. He will confirm a covenant for many. Middle of the 7. He will put an end to sacrifice and offering. Like Jesus didn't do any of this stuff. This is about Antiochus the IV and around 163 or 170 BC, something like that. And there's clear context. You can keep going to the next chapter where it actually describes the abomination of desolation happening here. So there's clear context being written in these sources. We know what they're actually about, and Jesus does not match up to what the author is actually saying. There's only a few lines that people later took and apply it to Jesus because he's because they call him an anointed one. So here's the one that says right here about the abomination of desolation. Where is it? Am I in the right spot? Anyways, yeah, you get my point. You get my point.
Jesus caused the sacrifices to cease.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. The sacrifice kept going until 70 AD.
It was never received. In the Jewish temple.
What?
Listen to me. On Yom Kippur, they picked 2 rams. They cast lots. One is the Azazel, is the sins of the nation are imputed to him and is sent off into the wilderness to die. The other one, the blood is sprinkled in the Holy of Holies. The priests take a white cord that's dyed red. They tie it around the Azazel and lead it off into the wilderness. If that cord, that piece that they left in the temple, turns white, then God accepted the sacrifice. The Jewish rabbinical text says after the curtain was torn and the death of Jesus, that's not true at all. Cord never turned white again.
You're full of shit, dude. That's not true at all. Show me your primary source.
Jewish writings.
That's not true at all. Did you show me the Talmud? That's not true. No, I've never heard that in my entire life. You're the first person to ever say that. That's bullshit. Show me a source. That's not true.
Quote the rabbinical text because that does feel very insane. That the Jewish rabbinical text would confirm the idea that Jesus was the Messiah.
And he said, "I'm going to tear this temple down, And in 70, he caused the
You are delusional. Sorry, this is delusional. That is not true. The sacrifices continued all the way till 70, and then only stopped because the Romans sacked them and destroyed their temple. It had nothing to do with Jesus. The Gospels were all written after this.
What the text says, the ruler's going to come and destroy it.
I'd love to see a source on that because that feels very surprising to me.
It's not. It doesn't exist. Can you pull it up?
Let me fucking.
Yeah.
Just let me give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
I don't even believe it.
Pull it up. But but anyways, Daniel even describes who this is going to be that's going to take away the sacrifices. He mentions him coming from the third kingdom, which is the Greeks. So he gives us so much context about why it's Antiochus IV, and then he says that this ruler will be he gives all the details. He'll set up an abomination inside the temple. The Romans never did that. Did Titus Caesar go in the temple and set up an abomination? No, that's what Antiochus IV did. So there's all these details in Daniel that have nothing to do with what happened in Jesus' time. And also another thing is like it says that the anointed will be cut down during the time when this is going on, not 70, 60 years, whatever, 40 years later after Jesus dies. There's no 40 years in there. So what happens is Christians are going, the authors of the gospel, maybe even after this, are going through the Old Testament and they're kind of cherry picking verses and applying it to Jesus. And it doesn't match. It never fits perfectly. It's always something really cherry picked. Anyways, did you find that verse?
Yeah, he posted it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's in the private chat.
Okay.
So what? From the Babylonian Talmud, what passage? Just says from the Babylonian Talmud. 40 years before the destruction of the temple, the lot for the Lord did not come up to the right hand. The scarlet thread did not turn white. The western lamp did not stay lit, and the doors of the temple opened up by themselves. So you're saying this is the end of the sacrifice? Where is the sacrifice ending?
God stopped accepting it.
That's not true. The sacrifice kept going till 70 AD.
What's the point if God's not accepting it?
How do you know God's not accepting it?
Because the cord didn't change. Because that's the evidence that he accepts it. The crimson cord turns white. Supernaturally, over and over, it turned white. Over and over and over, it turned white.
Where does it say this? Where does it say this?
Right there in the thing. It said it stopped turning white. Before that, it was turning white.
First of all, no, it doesn't say that. You didn't even give me a passage.
I'm looking. I'm looking.
And it says the lot for the Lord did not come up in the right hand. The scarlet thread did not turn white. The western lamp did not stay lit, and the doors of the temple opened up by themselves.
Did you take all that time just to type into the side what you had just said? Only put from the Talmud.
I'm trying to find out. You just wrote Babylonian Talmud, and then this is what it says. I don't know what passage this is, and
I'm looking it up.
Okay.
AI Overview just says this passage is a direct quote from the Talmud, specifically in the tractates Yoma 39b and Rosh Hashanah 31b. It describes a series of ominous events that reportedly occurred for 40 years leading up to the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 CE. Maybe that's something
for the record. The AI Overview just quoted where to find it, by the way, if you read that part again. But that's not a huge thing.
So we're talking Yoma 6:8 Mishnah describes the ritual. Yoma 39b. Which one is it? Yoma 39? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
All right, let's look this up.
While we're waiting, since I know that Hunter wanted to argue this is not a new argument, but this kind of goes to my my whole point about history being interpreted a certain way. I'm going to tell you all a little case. Now, this isn't going to be a one-to-one example of Jesus because this man wasn't crucified, but Clarvarius Narcisse was a Haitian man pronounced dead in 1962 by a bunch of American doctors. And then he came back in 1980. They came back to life, allegedly, and he was apparently caught by some voodoo priestess that made him into a zombie. And they brought him back, and he came back. And then what we found out was later. Hold on. What we found out later was potentially, they're not 100% sure about how this happened, but I think maybe it has something to do with pufferfish poison that like made him go to sleep and everybody think he was dead and he came back to life. And my point is, once again, Osiris is a good example of this. Dionysus is another good example. These are archetypes or types of pre-Jesus characters that rose from the dead and then interceded on behalf of their people for the underworld. And we see this over and over and over again. So it's not a crazy stretch to me for somebody to think, oh, Jesus actually came back to life, because there's potentially ways that we can see mythological examples. And we even have a modern example. And I specifically chose a modern example from the 60s to 80s where we have someone that was confirmed dead by American doctors and still came back. I mean, so what y'all are saying, it could be historically true that he came back to life. We don't have the scientific explanation for why they think he was dead and he came back. Maybe the Romans didn't do a good enough job. Maybe he somehow healed in this 3 days because he was basically a Super Saiyan. I don't know, but the point is that things seem to be like a recurring theme where hey, we point to history, we point to myth, and then we can find historical examples of where this seems to occur. And y'all really haven't disputed that. Y'all just said, oh, everything in the Bible is not 100% true, then it's all bad, which is, I think, ludicrous and ridiculous.
I think that's
the big problem is that the case that you're laying out would also apply to any good fiction written. So a good fiction is going to have things that the reader can associate with being as true and that they're able to identify with in order to make the book feel good and be popular, be captivating.
Yeah.
So what you're saying, and the problem is a lot of the missing pieces are the main fucking pieces. It's the other things this city's mentioned and they found this city. That's all fine and dandy. That's something that any author would do.
Before we forget about what was just said, because that was a huge claim, the Talmud is not saying that this doesn't even mention sacrifices. It's saying that they had omens that the end of their temple was coming. It does say 40 years prior. That's an interesting point. I'll concede that. We're talking right around this time. But it doesn't say anything about sacrifices no longer being accepted. It doesn't even mention sacrifices. It doesn't say Jesus is the reason why sacrifices ended.
Did you have this back? You want me to bring this up, Gnostic?
What?
Your backstage?
Oh, yeah. I'll just show in the actual passage. The sages taught during the time of God, it occurred occasionally. During the 40 years prior to the destruction, a lot for God did not raise. The high priest, so occasionally they would get these omens, and the western lamp of the candle did not burn continually. And they explain it. They say that this is a prophecy concerning the temple. Where is it? Just as the forest of Lebanon, just as the forest blooms, the temple blooms. When Solomon built the temple, he planted it in all kinds of sweet fruit. So they're talking about the temple, the doom of the temple. This is probably nonsense too. But
sure, it's still obviously ideologically motivated.
Exactly. You got a bunch of Jewish priests saying, we knew that the temple was going to just be destroyed. We got all these omens.
We got the omens for sure. Yeah.
So what's your explanation for how a crimson cord turns white sometimes?
I don't think that actually happened.
I think it's ideologically motivated.
Yeah. And you weren't an eyewitness, so we can't listen to you.
Neither were you. So neither were you. That's a stupid argument.
I didn't claim to be. I claim to know Jesus personally.
Okay.
You know, and the difference between Christians, the Bible says that on primary things, Christ and him crucified, we have unity. On everything else, we show grace. I don't have to agree with Gibbs for Christianity to be right. We can disagree on whatever, broccoli or the moon landing or whatever. That doesn't change Christ and him crucified. And my faith is not in the Bible. The Bible didn't die on a cross for me. My faith is who I know, who is my Lord, who is a man of color that I'm a bondservant to and serve every day.
Interesting.
So
that's a
but
good
the
note.
debate was about the Bible. And
that's a good note to end on. Thank you, Uncle Doug. Let's actually maneuver into our closing statements. I'm going to let's see, Gibbs, you ended on the last round, so we'll start with Gibbs, then Doug, then Hunter, Ben, and then Gnostic. You'll have the final word, okay? Mr. Gibbs, if you could, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think my point here is that the Bible is a historical. The Bible is a historical document that we can use to prove history in multiple aspects. I would argue that once again, history is written by the victors, whether that's the victors through other way, military, whether it's the victors through culture, whether that's the victors through numerous other ways. And so I would like to say, like, once again, we can go look at all these historical sources, and we find similar sources in places like the New World, where they didn't have a way to contact these people over here in the Middle East or whatever, and they have the same biblical stories like the flood, and they're very similar. They have overlapping themes. Maybe not every one of them is the exact same. Some are very similar, though. We have similar names from like societies that have different phonetic productions. Like we have like all sorts of examples where these stories overlap. We have examples like in China where it's similar. We have all these different things, and then we look at history. We do archaeological digs. We find these places over and over and over and over and over again. I would argue that this is based in history. Would I argue that maybe it's metaphorical, maybe it's allegorical, maybe it's all these different things? That's really not the point. The point is that it is based in history. All religion and really spirituality and even science is just the human trying to understand what they don't understand, right? This is history. This is kind of a key thing. And so when y'all are sitting here dismissing these out of hand, you go, oh, dumb Christians, 6,000 years. Sure, some people are fundamentalists. We got fundamentalists of every religion. I'm not one of those people. I believe in Christianity. I believe Jesus saved me and died for sins, all that good jazz. But at the same time, I think there's plenty of evidence to point to lots of historical figures. We have Herod the Great. We have Herod the guy, well, I can't think of the last name, with an A. We have all these other people that we can point to that existed in the Bible. The Hittites, they were argued not even be an existing thing for a while, and then they find the archaeological evidence of them. Same with Troy. Troy was argued not to exist. We can argue about whether or not that's a real thing, but over and over and over and over, we find examples of hit cities and other places that happened, right? Like where these things are over and over told, and then nobody believed them, and then we find the archaeological evidence for it. And then, like I said, we brought up Gobekli Tepe, and once again, I think this goes back to my overall kind of creation. It's amazing how these these people on the other side have pointed to these things to say this disproves something, then use it as the same example when I've already used this, going, okay, this proves a creation myth, a flood myth. Gobekli Tepe talks about a flood myth potentially. That's one of the things they argue might be a thing, right, as well. So like we're seeing all these examples of unexplained history that can only be explained by going back and looking at the mythology of these societies, whether that's Christian, whether that's Norse, whether that's Muslim, whether that's Chinese, all these different things. And I think this is important because I think not every religion, maybe not the Jedi and the Sith, I don't know, like in Australia, but I think the rest of the religion, most religions have some sort of basis in reality. And I think to argue that it's not historic history is ridiculous and really just unfounded, and like it's just kind of like a bash on Christians as a whole, which is a problem.
Thank you, Gibbs. Uncle Doug, to you, please.
None of this is new. There are all kinds of reasons why. I read a story. I'm working on details out of memory here, and my hard drive isn't as fast as it used to be. But there were a team of archaeologists that found a city. All the non-Christians were interested in it. The one Christian guy said, "This is Jericho. There's 30-foot walls that fell outward. The Bible says they ran up into the city. This is exactly where Jericho should be." The non-Christian says, no, Jericho doesn't exist. It can't be Jericho. Crucified him, ran him completely out, questioned his credentials, ran him completely out of the science. Until later, turns out, yeah, you know what, it was Jericho. There's all kinds of reasons why people don't want to believe God, don't want to believe, want to find any possible reason. And I think it comes down to wanting to run your own life instead of let somebody else run it. Odin isn't telling you what to do. Jesus is. If you're really going to believe in Jesus, then you're going to do what he says to do. And a lot of people just don't want to, especially in America. Most of the people say they're Christians aren't. They look just like everybody else. And so my basis for faith in the Bible isn't the archaeology or the agreement of all the names. It's because it's true to me. Because God has shown himself to me over and over and over, more than I can tell you, more supernatural stuff. I've called strangers by name. I've seen people instantly healed. The Bible is true because God is true. And like I said, because, demons don't run when I invoke Thor or Odin or somebody else, Krishna. Anyway, so I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Have you ever tried?
Oh, hold on.
Yeah,
It's closing.
Yeah, I tried. I pray, Sarah, that God would bless your show. And I pray that everybody watching would find truth, the real capital T truth, not just whatever's true to you. everybody has their own truth, but there is a big capital T truth in the universe.
Perfect. Thank you, Uncle Doug. I appreciate that. Hunter, to you, please.
Hi. So I wrote something up. I'm fine with people like Gibbs's compatibilist approaches to Christianity. I have nothing against religious folks. My entire family's religious, and a lot of them have these ideas about how the mythologies aren't true literally, but they clearly speak to something true about the human condition. I make my peace with those Christians for sure. But one of the most interesting things about one of the most interesting things about fundamentalists like Doug, however, is that they seem to assert that they have to know that the Bible is true because God wouldn't let it be ruined. And how do we know that God exists? Well, it says so in the Bible. This is all still bypassing the whole issue, which is that the Bible has never asserted once that the Bible itself is infallible. Look, Uncle Doug, I'm not trying to stomp on your religion, but I think it's rather telling that you agree that there are discrepancies in the Bible, but they are only there to give people a reason not to believe it. Man, that is some motivated thinking if I've ever seen any. I'm Hunter Kozak. I make videos and do debates mostly on TikTok, but also I mostly talk about philosophy and linguistics and math and politics, not too much about religion. So if you're interested, give me a follow. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Hunter. Mr. Balderson, to you, please.
I think that I would have not gone as far as Neil, but I actually don't study in this area near as much as Neil. I actually enjoyed very much his take that the Old Testament is completely made up, and I would say obviously the New Testament was made up in order to quell the very savage Christians in Rome that were tearing apart his empire. And so one of the features of that's very drawing, and part of why it's proliferated so much, is the feature that you can be an awful person and still get the Willy Wonka pass as long as you're on Team Jesus, which takes in no personal accountability or any decency. Where Odinism, my actions on earth decide where my afterlife. So I can definitely see why weak people pick it, and there's a whole lot of weak people out there. And so the story caught on. It's a good story. Lots of good stories out there. Little Japanese kids know about the Marvel universe. Big deal. Good debate, guys.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Balderson. And Gnostic, final words from you, sir, and then we'll move into super chats and open panel.
Yeah, I'll keep it quick. I just thought it was interesting. Doug said, I pray this audience and panel finds truth, capital T. And then all in the same sentence says, I don't believe in the Bible because of archaeology and evidence. I believe in the Bible because God is true. So it's like, well, God is true because the Bible is true, and the Bible isn't true because of evidence. So I just thought that was interesting. I care about evidence. I care about what the facts on the ground, the data on the ground that we can touch, we can see, we can corroborate primary sources, that type of thing. And we didn't really get into the Exodus, for example, like millions of people leaving Egypt, all this culture leaving Egypt and going into the desert and leaving no trace behind, stuff like that. The flood happening only a couple of thousand years ago, and the whole world restarting, but somehow there's all these gigantic city-states in that time period, millions of people. Those are the things I'm concerned about, and I agree that some people wanted to make it's all symbolism. It's all just symbolism. It's all just allegory. But if that's the case, then is the New Testament also just allegory? Did Jesus die on the cross for a bunch of mythology and allegory? And is he also an allegory? So like, it's either true or it's not. And if it's not true, then why should I follow
it? All right, perfect. I've got an echo coming back from somewhere. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm officially dropping the StreamYard link into the live chat. If you would like to come up for Q&A, please feel free to start heading backstage now. We are going to read the super chats in the meantime and respond to them kindly. And then we'll bring you all up here in just a second. Gentlemen, because there are quite a few on here, I do ask for more concise and fairly short responses to them so that we can move through quite quickly. If you want to have a little back and forth with them, go for it. I'm all for it, but we still want to keep the timing limited. All right. Constellation says with the big 20 over on Gnostic Side says Noah's flood didn't happen. Ringwoodite in the mantle can only be released through volcanic means, resulting in the heat problem. People in a wooden barge could not survive this. Too much geological activity in a short period. This is shots fired over at the Christian team. Did anyone want to respond to that?
It was covered in pitch.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, once again, I would point to the fact that there is floodness worldwide from cultures that couldn't meet each other, and they have very similar overlapping. I mean, honestly, you know what? I'm going to say something crazy. The Aztecs were right. Quetzalcoatl was Cortez. He was predicted. And you know what? I just at this point, I don't know. Every myth is retold. History is cyclical.
Okay. Anyone else have a quick response to that?
I agree with you, Consolation.
All right. All right. Testicle Johnson, I love your name. And with the big 5 says, if Jesus is so great, then why is he dead? Checkmate, Theus.
I think that yeah, exactly. Like, Christians don't believe he's dead. I don't know if you don't know this about Christians. He's kind of famously still living.
Fair enough. That's a perfectly good answer. I'll leave it at that. Constellation says, and with the big 50, along the science front, Jews and Christians share a fatal flaw. Mankind is dome 6,000 years old. Some 6,000 years old. Here in Texas, we have human activity way older and all over the planet. There's no way all of our dates are in gross error. 6,000 years is childish. Shots fired again over at the Christians. If anybody wants to go ahead.
I'm going to really recommend, Sarah, that you get Kent Hovind on here. He would love to have this conversation, and I'm sure Gnostic would love to tear him into little pieces.
Hell yeah.
And I just had him on my channel last week, and we had a good talk. And I know that he does this and would be thrilled to come and share his arguments about why the Earth is young.
Oh, all right. Somebody.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that. So that's not all Christians. Well,
it's debate, right? I mean, you want opinions, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's really a one-on-one. That would be less of a panel, where this is the Seriously Saturday panel show. That would be a one-on-one with Neil.
Whatever works.
I'll be down for that.
No, you don't got to worry about me, Papa. Jesus got my back.
Somebody in the chat that knows me, send me a DM to remind me to hit up Kent for that one, please. Thank you. Smill Still, I like that name. That's funny. With the big 5, this is why we need folks like Neil, because of all the, is that lying Christians? Lying?
Lying, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe it's leaning.
Leaning.
What a waste of $5. I'm sorry, man.
I wouldn't mind some lean.
No one even knows what you're talking about.
Lean with it, rock with it. Constellation with the big 5 says the University of Iowa just debunked the latest claim of Noah's Ark. I feel sorry for people getting sucked into this nonsense. How dare you believe anything that has been debunked? Any thoughts to this?
I mean, show me the evidence, I guess.
What was their agenda? It always is, who's it coming through? Why?
What if they didn't have an agenda? What if they actually wanted to do an analysis?
Then that would be part of finding out who they are, right?
Sure. University of Iowa. No, you don't have to accept it.
It wasn't the University of Iowa.
That's what he says.
The university didn't do a study. Somebody at the university.
That's what I'm saying.
Did a study and put the university's name on it.
That's what he's saying. He's saying University of Iowa.
Anybody.
Well, probably a professor with a PhD.
You can't test evidence unless you know who's behind it and what their point is. If they have an agenda or not. Maybe they don't.
Science doesn't care about your agenda. Well, either you can produce results or you can't.
Oh, science doesn't have an agenda.
That seems like a little bit of a broad stroke. I don't agree with that.
Take more COVID pills, buddy.
You can have an agenda. You produce or you don't.
No. But you could reproduce false, like some pretty falsifying evidence. That famously scientists and oil companies produced a paper that said, like, I agree with you. This is why we look at the consensus of scientists and we don't just look at individual papers.
Sure.
Well, oil companies never did anything wrong with their science. Don't lie.
That's what I just said.
If I selectively ask only women about men's problems, there's definitely an agenda there. Dragon Fist with a big 5 says Gibbs is talking about the Durupiner formation. He didn't make it up. You didn't make shit up, Gibbs.
I know, and like once again, I'll point out another example that we all thought was bullshit. This is from 1525. Francisco de Orellana. Whenever he traveled down the Amazon, he pointed out there was tons of cities with huge populations, and now and everybody thought he was crazy because nobody could find him. And now they've used LiDAR, and they found many of these cities actually did exist in the Amazon, and we think that there's able to hold a larger population of several million. Wait, are you disagreeing with the LiDAR in the Amazon finds? Okay. Okay.
The scholars are laughing at that stuff right now.
Yeah.
Okay. None of it's
Dragon Fist is actually backstage, so he'll be able to come back up his claims here on the super chat. Lithia says, "Good on you, Gnostic Informant. This is good practice for you to learn restraint and patience."
I failed.
Yeah, that must have happened at the beginning of the debate.
Yeah, I did not pass that test.
We'll work through it, Gnostic. Yeah. We'll work through it. It's okay. We got plenty more. It sounds like we got another debate coming up for you.
Those are fruits of the spirit in the Bible.
Ooh. Gypsy says, "For putting on an amazing debate, man. Charging you $10 for allowing me to listen to that man and making me dumber. This is all your fault."
Who's he talking about?
Gnostic. It must be Gnostic.
Yeah.
Well, this one came in over on your side, Gnostic. So he's blaming you for making him have to listen to supposedly dumb people. Constellation says, "Hearing this debate makes me feel good. I'm a man of physics and follow the data. The Christians here are suffering cognitive dissonance. I haven't even brought up the flat earth and dome cosmology. The Bible fails." Constellation has a lot to say. You can say it over on my side too.
Neither one of those are in the Bible.
The
flat earth and dome. That's people see what they want.
The firmament is the dome, and the flat earth is the earth with clay with as seal stamped into clay.
Yeah, it sets us hell up by pillars in some passages.
Ezekiel, I have a picture of Ezekiel's vision from the 1500s, and it's absolutely a flat disc held up on pillars with a dome, and it's actually polar rather than solar because God sits in the top. And the Polaris is there, and the other stars move around him, and the sun and moon are inside of that.
And there's plenty of other verses that don't describe it that way.
Mm-hmm.
People pick and choose. They're flat earthers. If they're flat
I agree. There are discrepancies and people pick and choose the things that they want from the Bible. I 100%.
Well, hold on. We had an example that right here just happened. I brought up the LiDAR studies in South America. I just posted 3 articles, one from Science, one from the Smithsonian, and one from NASA. That's their actual original study. All of them confirming that LiDAR is confirmed. All sorts of fucking cities in South America. And these are actual serious people. And they're still denying it. So even when you provide evidence.
Hold on.
LiDAR does not go underground.
Said that LiDAR produced results in the Giza pyramids. And then the actual
those are different things. It's not LiDAR.
Openings that they went to go verify those results, they were wrong.
You say there's all right, Balderson. So I see that Gnostics that say that. Are you saying that for the Francisco de Orellana, when he just said the story, that it was all a myth, and he just wrote it down in earnest, saying he saw these cities, and then when he do LiDAR study, the Institute of Ecuador, NASA, and Science Magazine does all these different things, and they go and do it. You're saying that none of this is true, and it's all fake news, and we have three sources for it.
They put out sensational.
What about you, Hunter? Do you agree with it?
Wait, hold on. You guys are. Stop. I wanted to hear Ben. He was responding.
I'm saying they absolutely put out sensational news in order to draw attention to things to get funding. And then oftentimes those things aren't true. That my friend Jeffrey Drum, who's also we're trying to figure out a prompt for him, lives and just does nothing but study the pyramids in Giza and lives there. And absolutely the LiDAR in that they think things that they were saying underneath the pyramids, what could be verified was wrong. So why would we believe the things that can't be verified then?
They're fighting the literal cities in South America. I don't know why this is even really. I can't believe this is even a debate.
I feel like I'm being gaslit by both sides right now.
That's what I'm saying.
Wait, hold on. Is all Gibbs saying that one time there was a guy who went down a river and said, "Oh shit, there's cities there," and then
everybody said it was bullshit?
and then someone went down later, went, oh wait, shit, he was actually right the whole time. Of course that could have happened. Why is that so crazy that could have happened? To extrapolate that into the Bible being real feels like a crazy stretch. But of course, some mythologies can be confirmed. That's not a crazy leap to make.
But I'll tell you what the bullshit is. The bullshit is the scans aren't showing gigantic cities. It's showing like little structures here and there.
Okay, maybe.
People are extrapolating all this data that's not actually there.
Okay.
All right. Jim sends the big five. The ChatGPT bullies have met their match. Shame on you. Andy says, Gibbs, why do the similarities in flood stories prove that they are rooted in truth rather than prove that a story simply spread around the world?
Well, yeah, I kind of touched on this. A lot of these stories are like hundreds of years apart. They're also like different locations, thousands of miles. This is why I kept bringing up the New World. I brought up Hawaii. There's Polynesian similar myths. We have all these different examples over and over and over. What's that show? Everybody's seen it now, and I know I'm going to say it. People are laughing. That Graham Norton's bullshit. He posted ancient history. A lot of that shit is bullshit. Like he obviously spun it a way that it would be like exciting for Netflix. I agree with that. However, when I go, hey, let's go look at all these different examples, and then I point to examples like the Spanish from the 1500s, and now where they wrote this down. And the Spanish had one goal. It was to conquer the New World, get gold and shit. There's no reason for this guy to lie. In fact, he was arguing we should go back to these cities later and conquer them and get shit out of them. And when they couldn't find him, they're like, this guy was full of shit. And so when we're now discovering maybe he wasn't full of shit via LiDAR and archaeological evidence from different multiple independent sources like Ecuador, like NASA, like all these things, I think it helps prove the Bible whenever you sit here and see, oh, there's some sort of like flood event that happened worldwide that all these different people have, and y'all are going, nah, dismissed. Like, and I think that's a little bit ridiculous. And like, especially if you're going to say that the world is older than 6,000 and older than 10,000, and then point to Göbekli Tepe and some of these other examples where we have these historical examples that we don't have evidence for why. I think the age of humans building structures is going further and further back. I don't know why that's going to be the speed.
Real quick, the LiDAR scans are showing structures that are from 600 CE and 300 BC. It's not going back to the pre-flood times. So your LiDAR scans that you're citing,
hold on, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying these are two comparable things.
Okay, my bad. I thought you were saying the same thing.
No, I was using the Spanish example.
Stop. Literally, you're all talking at once. Ben,
I didn't say anything.
Except for you, Hunter. You've been such a dull and little gem all night. Ben, I heard you say something. Gnostic, I heard you say something. Gibbs, I heard you say something. Doug, I don't know. Did you say anything? Okay. All right. Let's start with Ben, Gnostic, and Gibbs. You finish it out, and then we'll move forward.
You keep mixing up floods worldwide with a worldwide flood. The worldwide flood, again, would include everything, including the highest mountaintop, and only the people on the ark surviving it. And then you make it into this entirely different thing, which nobody's arguing that there's floods everywhere in the world.
Gnostic?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that the scans thing, like, I'm not saying there's no truth to, there's no usage of these scans, and I know they're still being like you don't understand them that much as a new technology, but like from what I've gathered from experts I've talked to, it can only do so much. It can only like look at from the top bird's eye view. It can't really tell us what's below. And there is truth. There is some truth to the idea that they did discover structures in South America, but these structures were like from like 300 AD and 300 BC region. So
I actually don't dispute that. The flood myth is a different point than the myth, the point that I'm making here. The point that I'm making now is there's a conquistador that went down the Amazon and he saw a bunch of cities, right? And Doug brought up, why did he do this? Well, they obviously wanted to conquer shit. And so when he came back and they couldn't find the cities, they called him crazy for 100 years. Now 500 years later, we're using LiDAR to discover, oh, this guy actually told the truth.
Of course that happened.
And so what I'm saying is this is a similar thing that happens throughout history is people will tell something, and then they'll say like either in earnest or in myth, and then all of a sudden everybody's like, that's bullshit. And then we go back and we use modern technology to prove it. And this is a different point than all these different societies having the flood myth. I feel like maybe that got confused in what I was saying there.
All right, last thought to Doug, then I'm moving to the next one.
I'd like to respond to Ben. Your argument that the flood had to be higher than Everest, and then your argument that there's oysters the size of your head on Everest because of tectonic shift. If the flood caused tectonic shift, then it could have been flatter before the flood, and created those mountains, not had to have been higher than those mountains to begin with.
The flood created tectonic shifts?
Absolutely would have.
Where do you think the tectonic plates are? They're below the ocean.
Let's put a pin in that. We'll save it for open panel. I'm 100% sure that's going to come up.
Not if the ocean was over your head.
Constellation says, Doug, I need Constellation to be a friend of mine too over here on this side of the Mater house. Doug didn't bring up the fact that the scientific community does not support human tracks in the Paluxy River. Cretaceous limestone also argues against. Plus, the museum there believes in a solid crystal dome cosmology. Completely ridiculous. All right, who's got the first thought?
Do I get any of that $50?
I know. I wish. I wish it was on my side.
YouTube didn't half of it. So there's only 25. There's only 25 left over from you after YouTube.
Yeah, Gnostic's getting all
Ain't
the
no
love
kidding
tonight.
about that. He ain't lying.
Yeah, they hit us pretty hard.
That's really all of them are bad like that. They take like huge percentage, and it's listen. That's what we need to get regulated, guys. We need to get the government to come in and regulate us streamers getting more money.
We're like little slaves, huh? We're little content slaves. All right, I want to hand it out to each one of you if you have something to add in on this. Let's start with Ben. Any thoughts?
No, that was pretty well stated. And I do. This guy must be on the Ken Ham thing with the dinosaurs on the ark and all that. That shit's hilarious.
Fair enough. Gnostic, any thoughts to you so far on this one?
I think Constellation's bringing fire tonight, dude. Couldn't agree more.
Should have had Constellation on the panel. Gibbs to you.
I don't know anything about that, so I can't speak to something I don't know about. So sure.
All right, Uncle Doug.
A Gnostic would probably say that what the reality matters and what people believe about a dome doesn't make any difference as to what's actually in the limestone. So you got to separate the beliefs of the museum from what's actually in the rock and really look at the actual facts, not people's opinion about the facts.
Sure.
Okay.
I do want to throw out that I think it's interesting how interested Doug is in motivated reasoning for historical evidence, but not maybe for biblical writers.
Okay.
That's all.
All right. Solar Knight says history does not exist other than a stubbornly persistent illusion. We all live with within a fast-moving time continuum within an ever-expanding universe. Why did he put a question mark at the end of that? Interesting. All right. Little Wing says, give a source from before the Brits arrived in Hawaii in the 1700s that Polynesian people in Hawaii had those stories. Also, the Polynesians could have picked up flood stories before leaving Southeast Asia. Gibbs, I'm going to let you answer this. We'll move forward.
Yeah, I mean, just look up the whole lost continent of Mu, and that's your Polynesian flood myth right there. And I think that there's probably plenty of evidence that there was some sort of flood in this region, whether or not it's what y'all want to call a biblical flood or not. I think that there's at least evidence of worldwide flooding where we have certain lost continents per se. And when I say lost continent, I don't necessarily mean Atlantis that had nukes, but I do think there were probably societies in these areas that had to flee due to flooding and whether it's tectonic change, whether it's the Younger Dryas. I think there's just too many stories that have overlap with similarities where these people had to leave. And there's plenty of evidence the Polynesians having similar stories to this that are pre-European contact. And also one other issue, Little Wing, that I can't really have, is you're going to hate this answer, is oral tradition is one of the biggest issues when we go and record Native Americans and some Polynesian, is because they use oral tradition passed down. And as we all know, it's like a game of telephone. Things, some change. But when you only have oral tradition, it's hard to actually go and prove this because they're, oral. They're not written down. And that's a major issue going forward. And so I know that's a cop-out up to some extent, but it is an issue that archaeologists and historians deal with on a regular basis.
Gibbs has issues with oral.
Let me tell you, that is not a problem.
I'm going to kind of run through these fives just for time consumption, and then we'll respond to the other ones. Dragon Fist says Gibbs is citing archaeological evidence, and you just keep saying he's not citing evidence because you are not familiar with it. Shots fired. Little Wing says ancient world trade does not prove the Abrahamic religions and the Yahweh God is true and real. Jim says myth is only seen as history to the civilizations that use them, but not from the outside. A Little Wing says, I agree with Richard Carrier and Adam Green. Jesus is myth created by Paul. I think we have someone who thinks Paul was not an apostle. That would be an interesting debate to kick into. J-Doc says Jesus is a complete literary construct from OT scripture and prophecies. Be sure to pick up a copy of the Jesus Deception. Ooh. Dragonfist says, Doug, you are holding your own for sure. Great job. I will be there for open panel, and I'm bringing evidence. Yes, he's sitting backstage. He's wet. He's ready. Little Wing says, Troy existing or Atlantis is a far cry from Jesus being God or the Abrahamic myth of Yahweh being true and real. Jim says, it's in Timaeus. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, Timaeus.
Okay.
Timaeus. It's the Plato. This was a conversation about where specifically Atlantis was found.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
it's a Platonic dialogue.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. It's in Timaeus, which reads as a follow-up to the Republic. Thank you so kindly. Constellation says, last thought. No, it's not your last thought, Constellation. You still have plenty more. The creator of the universe can't have books written without contradictions and didn't allow the originals to survive. Plus, the later editions like Mark 16, 9 through 20, not trustworthy. Any thoughts? Gnostic smiling. What you got?
So what he's pointing to is, so Mark is the first gospel ever written, according to most scholars. There are some that think Matthew might be the first, but the consensus is majority is that Mark is the original. For a number of reasons, it seems like Matthew and Luke are borrowing from Mark in certain spots. Yeah. Anyways, 16, 9 through 20 isn't present in any of the earliest manuscripts all the way up until like 400 AD, like the 5th century. So when you start getting the later, the part, and what is 9 through 20? 9 through 20 is literally Jesus' physical resurrection. So Mark ends abruptly with an angel at the tomb telling the women that he does say he is resurrected, but they don't actually see him. You don't actually know where he is. They say, go to this place and you'll find him. And it ends abruptly. So a lot of people have pointed out, that's interesting that the first time the gospel is ever told, they don't have a physical resurrection of Jesus. It's just they're just told that he resurrected. I think that's a really strong point.
Awesome. Any other thoughts to that? All right. Dragon Fist with Big 10 says 90% of discrepancies in the Dead Sea Scrolls are one-letter differences or a different word for and or a. Most of these discrepancies can't even be translated.
What about those
fired.
Other 10%? That's all I have to say.
And that's not what Kip Davis says, and he has a Nobel Prize for translating the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah. No, but I'm sure that you can, through certain translations, if you try to match them, it's like, oh, this one said and, because they're different translations, of course. But
he says they're polytheistic.
The 10% discrepancies are pretty key and critical to our conversation.
All
yeah,
right.
some of the discrepancies. Yeah, Kip Davis would say there's like thousands of discrepancies. Some of them are more major than others. Most of them, I admit, are just minor little spelling differences. Most of them.
Right.
Okay. All right. Well, Andrew is backstage, or Dragon Fist, so he'll come talk about it. I'm sure some more. And Reap and whatever it is, Andre says, question to Doug. Doug, shots to you. Is the Bible literally 100% true with no exception, not even a slightest flaw? Quick answer.
Which Bible? You know, the original texts are what God wanted written down and what he provided for us. And there's reasons for all of that. I got issues with the King James. I got issues with the NIV, the whatever, stuff like that. I'm not willing to point to any one of the English translations and say that's literally perfect.
Can I
That's
respond
a way
to
to think
that?
about things.
Yeah.
Why would God allow the King James version, which is the most proliferated version, the translation? Why would he allow that to be such a mistranslation? Why would he allow that to be slightly inaccurate? Because you have disagreements with it. Why would?
Well, my disagreements with King James. The King James is almost exactly the Geneva Bible, without the subnotes and footnotes the Geneva Bible put in there about how kings and popes ought not to reign. The King James hated it, and he went back, had his scholars redo it all, which was almost exactly the Geneva Bible, except he made changes himself, like Titus 3:1, where it says, "Be ready to obey, teach them to obey, and be ready for every good work." And he put, "Teach them to obey magistrates and be ready for every good work."
Right, but that couldn't happen before we have record of it occurring.
It's not in any fragment anywhere the word magistrates there, and other places where he inserted his focus was to get people to obey kings, like Romans 13. It's not about civil governments. He put he said obey civil governments.
I'm just trying to point out that I think it's interesting that you agree that there are people who have motivated changed the Bible, but those people are just not the authors of the Bible. But God, because God wouldn't allow the authors to have miswrite some of the historical evidence, but he would allow a mistranslation. Like, what is the meaningful difference between us?
Here's the fundamental difference between me and all of you guys. Okay. I'm not focused on the dirt, on what's written, on human history, on what people said. I'm focused on the supernatural.
But you are, because you claim that the earth is 6,000 years old. That's a claim to the Bible. That's a claim to the word that says, here's when, you know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't seem like you're interested in the supernatural. It seems like Gibbs is interested in the supernatural. He's like, well, some of this could be metaphor. I don't know. I just know God's real.
The metaphor is not supernatural. Metaphor is linguistic, literal, literary, whatever.
Okay.
I'm not talking about
if
that.
you're going to just call it an occult book, fine.
I'm not calling it that either. What the fuck? I'm saying that God is supernatural. What he does is supernatural. We are not supernatural, and it's really, really hard for us to understand it, and we don't even have language to describe. I don't believe in free will or predestination.
So then why be dogmatic about Christianity at all? If we're just ants, we can't understand what's going on in this universe, then why even have a strong opinion on it,
Did you turn your volume up? You came in like really high on that one.
I don't know why. It's weird.
It was like woo hot.
Oh, I just leaned in.
We're not going to stop having ant brains. We're going to have ant brains, and we're going to understand what ants understand. And we're going to do the very best we can to get our head around things that are bigger than ourselves. As he reveals them to us. And the Bible is part of that, but he can talk to you personally and explain things to you personally. And I know that I'm wrong about a bunch of stuff. And whether I'm right or wrong doesn't change him.
Okay.
Oh, and Ben hurt my feelings.
Oh, Ben, you big meanie.
And I'd like to correct him.
You should definitely not have picked that fight with all the times you brought up Odin. I was going to be like real, just
I don't
scholastic about it, but you brought it up too many times.
I don't get to hurt your
boy,
feelings.
when the gauntlet comes out, oh, it's going to hurt.
It'll be fine.
Okay.
All right, let's move forward. Everybody's happy, everybody's healthy, everybody's alive, and we're all here to share our opinions. Coriolis says, good talk, everyone. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so kindly to all the gentlemen who are here and the panelists backstage waiting to come on and shake it up a little. Constellation, I told you it wasn't your last one. Homework assignment, GW170817, creation of heavy elements like gold. There's your homework assignment. Everyone go look that up, whatever it may be. Ben, I think did this come in on your side, Ben?
I don't think
so.
Yeah.
Nice.
The big 200. Man, everybody's getting some love tonight. I love to see this. Keep them rolling, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so very much.
Tat says the Bible was written in code by using stories, metaphors, and parables. All spiritual texts are maps to the truth spoken in different ways. The problem is we focus on the stories and not the teachings. Ooh, that's really good. I like that. Uncle Doug, I think this actually speaks directly to you and kind of your arena. Do you want to elaborate on this one?
I'm not a big fan of all roads lead to the same place, but I understand that almost all of our life is spent here talking to each other, talking about, psychology and sociology and science and all this stuff. And when we have conversations about spiritual things, it's very difficult for us to get our head around. And the main way is by parable. And that's Jesus mostly told stories. The kingdom of God is like this. It's like a coin that a woman lost. It's like a pearl in a field. It's like to try to connect us to something bigger. So I get it. And that's my point too, is that our focus should be on what does this, everybody, I don't have a pet to show. I'm sorry. It's a competition now. Anyway, I think the point should be on what is it we're supposed to learn, and how are we supposed to be different? How are we supposed to be to one another? Oh, here we go. How are we supposed to be to one another? And how fat can we get our animals?
I agree.
He had to get his testicles cut off because he was too high testosterone, and we didn't want more puppies, which was the only thing that was going to stop him and make him pee again. And he couldn't pee, so we had to do it. And then he got super fat. And I'm absolutely accepting of what's being said with this. Mm-hmm. If you're saying it's an occult book, it's teaching something, again, life lessons, things like that. But don't then also say it's historical, that Adam and Eve were the first humans, that a flood wiped out the entire earth. If those things are metaphors for you to learn from, I'm down. Fine. But
so is it truth or not?
For them to have actually mapped onto reality, which is what the debate prompt was, absolutely not.
Look, I like a lot of, I'm going to throw something out. I like a lot of Jesus's teachings. I think the Sermon on the Mount is fucking beautiful. I think it's great. And I genuinely, I can't deny, I grew up in a Christian household, or I don't know if you consider Mormons Christians, but I grew up in a Christian household true. I grew up in a household that was very clearly influenced by the Bible. And I think that a lot of my moral systems came from that. And there's a reason why I don't hate religious people. I definitely have a lot of solid feelings about a lot of the teachings that are taught in the Bible. I do draw onus though when we start treating it like it's historical fact. I start feel like I'm losing my mind when people say that the earth is 6,000 years old. And you're like, it's actually not 4,000. Like you said, I consider it 6,000. It's like, dude, we have to live on the same reality. And if you just want to have something that you believe in and you're like, look, I think that it's really important to get on my knees every time before I go to bed and pray to something and meditate, all power to you. Genuinely, I really mean no disrespect, but we do have to live in the same reality. And it feels like it's driving our cultures completely apart when we can't even agree on, basic facts. Anyway, continue. That's all.
Real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Take your time on this one.
I don't even blame you if you are really getting visions or whatever. Jesus is visiting you in your dreams and you're having these subjective experiences that are real, then I would be probably the same as you. I don't even know how to combat when people say I had visions of Jesus, the Mother Mary came to me, all this stuff. I just go, I'm not going to say you're lying. I'm just like, that happened to you. Then I get why you're like this. I get why you're fighting this fight. So with that being said, the last thing I wanted to say was I actually do enjoy a lot of the character of Jesus. I don't know if that's really how the historical Jesus was. I think a lot of the stuff is added or attributed to him, but I do like his cynical nature, how he's a no bullshit kind of guy. I love that about Jesus.
It's hard to listen to you when you wave a knife at me.
That's a good point. Sorry.
That's not a knife. This is a knife. I'm sorry.
Ben was sharpening shears the other night while we're sitting here on the gauntlet, and it was like, what are you doing? What is going on? Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
I got my hunting knife right over here too.
I'm a homesteader and it's shearing season, so
Something to do while you're on panel. Makes sense. Little Wing says, what do ancient cities in South America have to do with the Abrahamic God being real? And I believe that was towards just in terms of comparative stories across the world and how they were being brought down.
Well, just within 500 years, they told this guy was myth because they couldn't find him. And then it only took us 500 years. We found it. That's a small time period compared to like the time periods we're talking about with the Bible.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Oops. And then Little Wing says Polynesians came from Southeast Asia. If they didn't get story from Christians, they could have learned the story before leaving. Doesn't mean all of the Bible claims are true. Quick thought to this one.
I've heard this before, that a lot of the Polynesians got there after like 1200 AD or something late. So that could be a possibility by that time, if that's true. There could have been myths from the Eastern world that were adopted from the Persians or something that eventually got back to Judea, something like that. It's a possibility. Like nothing's impossible at this point.
Well, that's interesting. I would also argue, though, that we look at this right. We used to have. I just had it at the tip of my tongue. There was a site here in America that we're like nobody was here before 1400 years ago, right? And now they found a site older in South America. Well, if the land bridge theory is true, then how did they get to the site in South America? So, like, I would argue there's probably waves of people that got on boats and probably showed up. I like that's kind of, and this is why I brought up the Moo thing. I know this is going to be a controversial thing too, but like I think we found a subcontinent there that arguably could be Moo. And when I say that, I mean it was just a low-lying area that got flooded during after one of the ice ages. And if there were people living there, well, they had to go somewhere or die. You know, and like so, like I feel like that's kind of where I'm going with that. Like so, I don't know that I would talk about those people be getting it from Christians. Now, anybody after 1200, you know, yeah, I would say they could have had some taint. You know, would be my argument then.
The young Earth argument, since I'm completely outnumbered. The young Earth argument is that there was a water canopy over the whole planet that diffused gamma, X-rays, UV rays, so everything could live longer. That we were in a hyper-oxygenated environment, so everything got bigger. Everything was a vegetarian until the ark, when God said to take the animals for meat. Before that, everybody was just eating the abundance of everything and getting bigger and bigger. Some people talk about Noah being 12, 16 feet tall. Living hundreds of years, whatever, having babies through the whole span of however long, 600-year-old wife. Anyway, the Bible says the water came up from the deep and that came down from above. So if there was a water canopy, so cloud cover so thick you couldn't see the sun, it said that the earth was watered by the mist from the ground, not by rain. God said when it rained, everybody made fun of Noah. They didn't even know what that was. God gave him the rainbow as a confirmation. That was the first time he'd seen it. All you need is direct sunlight and water vapor to see a rainbow. But if you're under a canopy, you don't see rainbows. Okay, so if the water came up from the deep, it was under the tectonic plates, and the water canopy collapsed, then that meant that the earth before the ground was more continuous and there would have been land bridges all over the place. And that it's that the water above and the water comes up from beneath, it's going to move things and make mountains and everything else. That's part of the young earth argument, that why everything lives so much longer, because in a barometric chamber in a hyperoxygenated environment, cancer can't survive. If water is insulating you from UV rays and all the stuff that kills us now, everything lives longer. Reptiles never stop growing through their whole life cycle. We don't know what a 600-year-old iguana would look like, or a horned toad. So that's some of the young earth arguments. So there would have been migration easier all over the place pre-flood.
Can I ask you a question? Because just out of curiosity, because I know I'm tentatively on your side on me. Okay, whatever. I got a question of why do canine teeth exist if everything was a vegetarian?
I don't know. Why were there saber-toothed tigers? I don't know. Either they adapted later, or God knew we were going to eat meat eventually. I don't know.
Okay, one more question then. Just out of curiosity, why did God get mad at Cain for being a farmer versus Abel being a rancher, right, and providing a blood sacrifice? Why was that a big issue if killing things wasn't a thing?
Good question.
It's not that killing things wasn't a thing. The Bible says life is in the blood. In the Old Testament, there are grain sacrifices and there are animal sacrifices. I'm not clear what the point was, except that God knows the heart. And the likely answer is that there was something wrong with Cain's heart, that it wasn't it wasn't sacrificial. It wasn't. He didn't really mean it. It was out of obligation. There was something wrong there.
There's always a way, isn't there?
I don't think it had to do with the actual sacrifice.
It actually says in the text that he rejected him because he didn't give his.
Well, that's not literal, Gnostic. Don't you know?
Right. Yeah, don't be quoting Bible now.
A fun.
No, wait, what? I'm not on your side.
Dun, dun, dun.
Fun fact. Some of the one of the Gnostic sects that showed up around the 100 AD to 200 AD region actually thought that because Cain was a tiller of the ground and didn't use animal sacrifice, that he was the good one. So they actually called themselves Cainites, not Canaanites. Cainites, C-A-I-N-ites, Cainites. And they were literally these people who were like Gnostic Christians who believed the Old Testament God was evil because of what he did to Cain. So it's a huge heresy. I'm not saying this is a real.
Well, check this out. You really like this thing. I don't know if you know about parallel universes and all that good jazz, but apparently Command and Conquer is a parallel universe in Cain, and the Cainites are a real thing, and they still believe that, and that's actually the Brotherhood of Nod today. That's a joke if anybody watches plays Command and Conquer.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Last one I'll read for now. I know there's still a few that came in after we took a pause, but I'll get to those later. Jim says, thank you for hosting this. You are most certainly welcome. And I look forward to having all of these guests back again. It is time to meet our panel, folks. If anybody does need to get up and step away for a second, please feel free to do so at this time. And we have plenty of room to go around.
Coming, Doug.
We got reinforcements coming for all of you. I'm seeing everyone backstage, and I know how this is going to go. So, gentlemen, are you ready to meet your panelists? Here we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know my camera is stalling out again. I do apologize if I have any visual lag, but I believe my voice is coming through crisp and clear. That means all of you can hear my voice. So if you hear my voice talking, that means you should stop. The reason why I played this game of if Sarah talks, nobody else does is because the only time I typically talk is to get order on the panel and to try to get one at a time so that we can hear the rest of you. Otherwise, I will stay out of the fight. All right, this is open panel Q&A portion, which means we are going to play a little game of round robin and go one at a time. And that means everybody else on the bottom row, except for Hunter, sorry, you're down there, will mute up. You will not be talking while I go one at a time. To the panelists who just joined, you get the opportunity to ask any one of the men up top a question, have a little back and forth, and then we'll move on to the next person. Please don't anyone else interrupt on their time. All right, Andrew, I'm going to hand it to you first. Your question, everybody else on the bottom row, except for Hunter, will be muting up. Thank you. Go ahead, Andrew.
Hey, how's it going? Gnostic Informant, my question is for you. And I do appreciate you being here. I'm a fan of your channel. I've been watching it for a long time, so I'm not trying to be hostile here. Myth Vision as well. I watch both of those channels, your channel and his regularly, so I'm a fan. I did send that super chat. I did have a question about what you said about the Dead Sea Scrolls, because you kind of made it a point to say, like, there's thousands of errors. And then I asked, it seems like you agreed with me that most of those errors, I'm not saying there's not thousands. I'm saying that most of them are small textual errors that can't even be translated. You do agree with that, right?
Yeah, also, yeah, there are some major, I made a post about this recently. There are some major theological changes not anything that's going to really like change Jewish theology or anything like that. But it's not like some sort of miraculous, perfect, copying going on. There's a lot of changes, is what I'm saying.
No, okay, and that was my next question: is can you point to any change that like actually makes a specific difference to the doctrine, particularly Christianity in the New Covenant?
Yeah,
what would change that?
Hold on, I made a post about this recently, so let me just go to my if you give me a second, I can look up my post.
Sure.
Isaiah, hold on, it'll take me 2 seconds, literally.
No problem.
Here we go. So Isaiah, let's see, where is it? I think this is it right here. Isaiah scroll. Let me do Isaiah's scroll. So, okay, so for example, the Isaiah 14:4 in the Great Isaiah Scroll says, this is the one from the Dead Sea Scrolls, how has the oppressor seized, the insolent raging one seized? And then the Leningrad Codex, which is the 1000 CE, the oldest one before we found it, says, how has the oppressor seized, the golden city seized? So there's like there's the passage being changed from a golden city to insolent people being one seized. So the major significant change is the city and the people. Another one is in the Leningrad Codex, it says, this is Isaiah 45:2, I will go before you and make the crooked places straight. And then in the Great Isaiah Scroll, it says, I will go before you and level the mountains. So now all of a sudden, we're not even talking about crooked people anymore. We're talking about a geographical place being leveled. So those are pretty major. And like I said, this isn't something that's going to change Judaism or anything. But like that is not the same text anymore. That is a different passage that is relaying two different things happening there.
Yeah. So again, that's my point, is that these aren't, you may take it that way. To me, it seems minor. And that's the impression, honestly, that I get most of the time when you make your case on your channel, when you go on Myth Vision, is like, I get what you're saying and what you're saying might be true. But for me, it's like, I don't see why that disproves.
It's not, I'm not saying it disproves. Well, that alone doesn't disprove the Bible. My reasons for disproving Isaiah would go way beyond that. It would go beyond like the textual criticism, just about the text itself, not about the two variants of the text. But it's fair. What you're saying is fair. It's not major. Like it's not like the only thing that's changing is in one text it's about people, and another text is about land, and another text is about a city, and another text is about insolent people. So it just changes the subject of the text. It's not major. I'm not saying it's major. I never said that either.
But when you first made the claim, you're like, oh, there's thousands. So you were being a little bit, I know it's a debate tactic, but you were implying by saying there's thousands of discrepancies that this is like a major deal. And I think you kind of did the same thing to Gibbs when you were like just dismissing all his, he was bringing up flood myths from all over the world, some of which are in the stuff that you cited. I believe there's flood myths in the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Enuma Elish.
Yes, that's
so I don't know why you're pretending like there isn't when you're arguing with him.
No. The Epic of Gilgamesh is in Mesopotamia. It's in the same general region, same cultural, even same linguistic family. It's an Akkadian. Hebrew is also a Semitic language, so is Akkadian. They're from a common tradition. You're gonna have like the ancient Greek stories have a lot of overlap with what you find in Minoan myths and Mycenaean myths. It's the same thing you find with Mesopotamia and in the Hebrew Bible.
No,
so I'm not denying that Epic of Gilgamesh with the dove and the raven being let off. Yes, there's a literary dependence from the Epic of Gilgamesh to the Hebrew Bible.
Okay, I just thought it was a little bit ironic that it was in your own sources that you were citing while you were arguing with him that that there was no connection, there was no dove. So I was waiting to.
No. I said there's no dove and raven in the ones that are in like North America and stuff like that aren't before modern time.
Fair enough. I'll let everyone else go, and then I brought some evidence, so I hope we have a chance to go over that evidence.
Let's do it.
Sure. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that. Santa, I'm so glad you made it. Thank you, Neil. I'm so glad you made it to the show. I was really anticipating you getting on this panel. Your question, please.
Why does the Bible have to be precise when the prompt says, and I will quote, The Bible is fabricated history that does not map onto reality, unquote. Now, if I look at this semantically, is another word you've brought up in this conversation so far, that does not leave room outside. All of the Bible is fabricated history, and none of it maps onto reality.
That's not what I said.
Right, I agree. But when other people were talking, that's the standard that they had to overcome. Like, for example, you have these different areas within the Canaanite regions. You have these different mythos. You have these different stories that are going around. But when Uncle Doug was bringing up different citations from different areas with spelling errors, with other illusions, you were unwilling to consider that. Now the prompt.
Which example are you talking?
What's that, Gnostic?
Can you give me an example? Not to cut you off, but I just want to be on the same page as you. What do you mean by that?
Well, no. My memory got distracted by Gosling's jumping out. I apologize.
He did bring up like the thing that turned white, and then
there's a spelling in Nebuchadnezzar.
Yeah.
When you said spelling of Nebuchadnezzar, I said that's a fair point. I never denied the spelling of Nebuchadnezzar is a big deal.
Well, we didn't stick to. We never really. I think we all agreed the actual statement that he's quoting of the show, which was an absolute, nobody disproved, because if none of it tracks reality and all of it's fabricated, none of us made that point. So
is the entire Bible all fabricated history? No, I don't think so at all. Maybe the title is misleading in that sense, but I do think the majority of it is, and I think the authorship is later than the proposed authorship. I think I'm talking centuries later, later.
I watched your channel with Andrew apparently for years, and Myth Vision and all that. I follow you guys a lot, but it just strikes me that the prompt here, the Bible is fabricated history, that doesn't leave out, or that doesn't leave room, for the statement you just made.
Which one is that? That some of it does map on?
Yeah.
No, that's fair. I think most of it is. Yeah, that's fair.
But
yeah, for example, I even opened up at this to make sure. I wanted to be clear when I opened up. The Kingdom of Israel is a real place. It's not a myth. It's not like Narnia, right? It's not a real. It's a real place. It has real kings. There is some real history. Some people debate about David. There is an inscription that says House of David, so that maybe he did exist. And then the kings after him, Omri, Hezekiah, Josiah. There's very good evidence for all those kings, all of them. Very good evidence. Before that, it gets a little hairy when you start talking about the Torah, talking about Moses, Abraham. It gets a little hairy.
Yeah. And then I just had a second point. I'm sorry, I have to go help Goslings, but I want to get going here. I heard someone refer to stolen myths, and I would like to say horse pucky. If there's anything that humans do, it's that they borrow myths. They hey, that's pretty good story right there. And so I think we need to step away from this. Any group or any age owning a myth or any historicity of any stories that they have, because when they're beheld by a particular group, they can be special, but they can be special to someone else, and they might have real value. Time out for now. We're saving Goslings.
That's a fair point, though. I just want to second that, because there is even some scholarship now pointing out that the Homer's Iliad might even be a mimesis of another Hittite myth that from the Bronze Age. This is what people do. They take stories, they retell them, they personalize them, they pass them down. So there's the idea that this is a stolen plagiarism thing. I don't use those terms in my channel ever. You'd never see me use those terms. They borrow it, they repurpose it. That's what I say.
Like Star Wars.
Yeah. Star Wars and Dune. Good example. Star Wars and Dune.
And the Lord of the Rings.
Yep.
Ah, come on.
That's all I had.
Star Wars and Dune.
Yeah.
Virgin Birth.
Anakin's better than the other fucking
this
one.
This stolen and borrowed concept is like last debate where we're talking about in the Hebrew Bible of if you're allowed to strike or beat a slave. This is it doesn't come from there.
I thought it was
went through that
getting
one
them
last
stoned.
night.
I thought it was getting them stoned.
That was last night. Yeah, remember?
Uh-huh.
No, it was you're allowed to beat your slave or strike your slave. You're allowed to hit the slave. The point is getting into the, his claim is fabricated, and fabricated means unoriginal, means created from another source other than a direct experience. That's the argument. Correct, Gnostic, or no?
Say that one more time.
The claim is that the Bible is fabricated, and fabricated means it is copied from another source. It means not an original. For example, if someone wrote a story and said this guy Moses saw a burning bush, or Paul saw Jesus, that's a fabrication. But Peter, let's say that his text is original, then he was there.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of examples of where the history is fabricated by using a retelling of another myth or some sort of mimesis.
Yeah, 100%. That's all we have proof. I stand with that. That's all we actually have proof for, gentlemen. Unfortunately, that's the only proof we have.
I think you are really, really overgeneralizing the Bible to be historical facts about historical people and leaving off letters of advice, poetry, hymn, parable, lots of other stuff that isn't historic, doesn't refer to set people, and is telling the story of the bigger story, teaching. And we can't get
I agree with you. The poetry, the message. Again, anything I'm saying tonight has nothing to do with not thinking that Jesus was a great prophet. I don't believe in human saviors, but if I did, he'd be right up there with Zarathustra. But the point, the debate, from what I understand, is the Bible fabricated? And whether we're talking about the New Testament, the Old Testament, I just don't see there's an argument against it. I mean, Uncle Doug, no disrespect to your belief or your faith, but you're talking about Noah's flood. The only one question I have regarding Noah's flood is how do you re-separate or reconstitute in its wholeness salt and water? How do you explain that one?
I didn't understand you. It bleeped.
If Noah's flood, as you describe it, is historically accurate, there's a great flood and then all of a sudden everything's separated and everything that exists was put onto this magical boat, then how do you separate the waters of fresh water and the animals that live in fresh water and then the animals that live in salt water? How did it reconstitute in what we see today?
Everything was fresh water. Everything was fresh water until after the flood, and we know that the oceans are getting more and more saline.
Well, there we go. I guess
do it.
So did the whales die?
No, they adapt. The whales didn't need to be on the ark. The whales were in the water.
No, but it's fresh water, right?
What about the saltwater ones?
I think you would say it was salt water. It would have to be salt water, Uncle Doug. It wouldn't have to be, couldn't be fresh water. It would have to be salt water that eventually became fresh water through rivers. Right. I think that's what you're trying to, right? That's what you're saying?
What comes out of the sky is fresh water.
Wait, so then how did the whales live?
So how were there?
They're like bull sharks. They evolved to be able to do both. And then
so then all the saltwater animals that we saw at the time of the dinosaurs, that's
I got you, Hunter.
Satan's trick. That's Satan's trick, Admiral Gibbs.
We'll
put that in with the dinosaurs, right?
Hey, listen, maybe maybe the dinosaurs had cell phones. We don't know.
Though it says that the waters, that it rained and water came up from the deep. We don't know the water that's coming up from the deep, how much mineral content it has.
You're right. We don't. That's true. But what we do, so we do know that we have a Hebrew Bible. We do know we have a New Testament. We do know we have a Dead Sea Scroll. Do you accept the Dead Sea Scrolls, or do you think it's some other fabrication? You accept that? Put any weight in that?
They definitely exist.
Okay. And are you familiar with the Ugaritic text?
No.
Okay. Well, in the Ugaritic text, I mean, they're carbon dated between 1200 and 1500 BC. Ugaritic is another Semitic language, as Gnostic was referring to, in the modern day Syria. And if you go and look at that, two things happen. One thing is that it corroborates a lot of the Old Testament stories, especially Genesis. Especially
the Leviathan stories in there.
Which puts it into question.
That could be a myth that it justifies, but specifically about Elohim in the form of 70 Elohim for 70 peoples and 70 pieces of land, right? For example. So it does corroborate that. But it also goes against a lot of the other narrative, for example, of the concept of Yahweh being the one God and the Elohim being some sort of subordinate thing similar to God and angels. They were all Elohim, and there were various Elohims equally worshipped. And specifically, there were Elohim for different parcels of areas, Baal being the main Elohim of the land that we call Israel today, and Dagon being in Tyre. So if you take all of these in historical, and again, this is, I love all this stuff, but if you take the Old Testament, then you take the Masoretic version, we can throw out the Masoretic, because that's what Jesus was. If anyone here likes Jesus, you can't accept the Masoretic text, because those rabbis that he was preaching against and battling against is the shit we see today, right? The rabbinical interpretation is why you have 10,000 pages in a Talmud, right? So let's leave out the Masoretic text. Let's go traditional Hebrew Bible. You have very, very serious differences in there. So Yahweh was considered a lesser Elohim, an Elohim that was given to peoples without a land. That's what the Ugaritic texts say. And it's carbon dated to the time of which Moses was said to have existed, which is 500 years before David, which we have no records of, because no one wrote about this guy. I mean, Gnostic has hours on this. I'm just going on a quick overview here. Balderson, is on the same thing, and I feel like we have a lot of
appears in 300 BC in history out of nowhere. Boom.
Well, here's the best part about Moses. This is what bothers me. And by the way, Shabbat Shalom, everybody. What bothers me is Shabbat Shalom. What bothers me is when something is like a manipulation. For example, that's what bothers me. Like, for example, Moses was freed. He didn't know he was Hebrew. He didn't speak Hebrew. He was raised by the Egyptians. He killed the one guard. He fled. He met his future wife. The father was a priest. And by the way, this is a great place, and it's very serious, powerful. They're in Moab, right? Or Midian, sorry. Midian is modern day Jordan. So if you go to Jordan, there's Wadi Ram, which means Valley of High Places. The name for God is El. They all worshipped one God called El, right? So El was the supreme creator. El is what you think Yahweh is, or Jesus. And then there was a break in the firmament, and the El Elyon opened the firmament, and the Elohim came through. That's why all the Elohim have different names. And the archangels have Mikael, Uriel. They're El, which is the eternal, with an aspect attached to it, right? And these Elohim dispersed and had different beings. Now, whether they created each different being or just managed or ruled over them, like the Anunnaki, is the same thing. But what we do know is that you have the Wadi Ram, Valley of High Places, and the Wadi Musa, which is in Midian, what Gnostic mentioned. And there he went up. I think the priest said, "Here, drink this. Go up to the mountain. See you in the morning, pup." And sent him up, and he had a vision about a burning bush. In Arabic, another Semitic language, there's a terminology called the jinn. And the jinn is a being of smoke or fire. That's where the word genie comes from. So when you understand the tale of the genie and the lamp telling you things, now you understand every single one of these prophets and messengers in the Arabian desert, seeing spirits coming out of mountains, talking in fires. I mean, personally, for me, I've drank ayahuasca 6 different times in the Wadi Musa, the Valley of Moses, and I saw I understand how you can see some shit. It's phenomenal. And I've been in ayahuasca for 12 years. I went there for 6 days by myself, and I'm telling you, I understand. I saw Hebrews forming out of the light as the sun rose upon the lands. So I get the idea, but I'm not going to say that I saw God in the bush or anything else. But if it was my first experience, perhaps I think if I'm Paul walking through and I see I take some stuff because I guess I'm rambling off here unless someone wants to interrupt. But the point is that I don't understand why, for example, let me break it down. One last sentence. When Abraham spoke to, when it's Avram, and he spoke to, in Genesis 12:3, Genesis 12:3, when Avram speaks to El Shaddai and becomes Abraham, right? And Abraham means the father of nations. God says, "I will bless those who bless you and curse those who curse you, and your seeds, you will be the father of great nations through your seeds," right? And that's where the patriarchal lineage comes through, right? But then later Moses, who doesn't know anything about Hebrew, doesn't know anything about Semitic lands or Israel promises or Abraham, none of that shit. He goes from Egypt, he flees, then all of a sudden he sees a spirit emerge from the bush. He says, I am the father, I am the God of your forefather Abraham. Moses would say, who the fuck is Abraham? And what language are you talking to Moses in, right? But let's leave that alone for a second. Let's say it was explained and he understood. And he says, I told Abraham and all those Hebrew people who probably don't even speak the language still because they've been enslaved allegedly for 400 years. I told them that my name is El Shaddai, including the patriarch of the whole thing. But I didn't actually tell them the truth. In fact, my name now is Yahweh. And when you look at the Ugaritic text, you see both of these Elohims existed. So they're two different Elohim.
My turn.
Yeah, go ahead. We'll wrap this thought up with Shaman, and then we'll move on.
No. I'm just, and I hope you understand, guys. I in no way, please. I'm not in any way hating on your faith or Jesus or Muhammad I'm talking about the betas.
You're pointing out the synchronicity happening at some point around the late Bronze Age. Is that what you're saying? For Yahweh?
I'm saying we need to look at all the text and all the information and then form our own educated opinions. That's all.
You're either opening the door to the reality of the supernatural or just encouraging drug use. I'm not sure which or both. But for the record,
supernatural, my friend.
Okay.
Supernatural.
That's different than the conversation we had with everybody before. For the record, whatever experiences I've had, I was dead, cold, sober, never done a drug in my life. But personally, I deal with a lot of folks. I've never met anybody that did meth that didn't believe demons were real.
I believe demons are real.
Yeah. And I think demons are what was called jinns in the day.
Socrates and a lot of the Greek philosophers that studied the mystery schools, they would light two candles to the left and right of them, and they would stare up at the ceiling and speak to the daimon, which is also a jinn, which are good jinn and bad jinn. There are good angels and bad angels. The angels that fell from heaven are still angels.
Okay, now I get that. And Baal, Molech, all of them angels that were asking people to throw their babies into the fire and have fertility rituals and all this other stuff are not the good guys.
Agreed.
And you mentioned earlier on about a people without a land, and they certainly were. And he had them wander around and get tougher and tougher until he gave them a land. But
no, they wandered around by their own faults. They wandered around because of their lack of faith and trust in God. That's why Israel means those who struggle with God.
I know that. They weren't lost in the desert. He was leading them because they chickened out on the 9th of Av.
And then the question is, where are the bones of 2 million people that lived in the desert and had to die in the desert? The first generation had to die, including Moses, because he struck he got pissed off because they're like, Moses, day after day after day. Imagine 600,000 Jewish people up your ass every fucking minute, right? Yeah. And he goes, must I do everything? And he struck right, as opposed to we. And then he wasn't allowed to enter the promised land. So he had 40 years to sit there and write it all out.
Yeah, because prophetically, Yeshua had to take him into the promised land. It had to be Joshua. So God lifted his hand.
Joshua or Yeshua and Jesus, you mean? Isa.
Joshua is Yeshua.
Okay. Okay. That I understand your theology. I got it.
Just like in Ezra, it refers to the high priest Yeshua. Anyway, a different Joshua. But that's.
Can you tell me where? Can you tell me where in the Old Testament any variation of it the word Messiah comes from? Where did Moses write Messiah anywhere? Just curious.
I don't know.
It's not there. Well, the answer is it's not there.
What's the difference?
What's the difference of there's being no Messiah written by Moses?
Okay,
it's a very big. You're saying that's not important?
No. How about?
Or is it just new?
Where did Jeremiah talk about Messiah? Where you can't just pick a Bible character and say because he didn't talk about Messiah, then Messiah is not real.
Well, Jesus does claim that Moses wrote about him. He does say that throughout the
text. But my point is no. Okay, Messiah can come later by different prophets. Got it. But my point is that if Moses is the patriarch, and Moses had a direct connection with God, Moses was led out in Exodus, and he was guided the whole way. Correct? Moses was one of the few people that everyone says did not have an angel speaking. He had no arbitrator between. He spoke direct to God. Correct?
Okay, seems to be that way.
That's what we're told, right? So let's grant that. So he had 40 years, and in those 40 years where he wasn't allowed to enter, he wrote 5 books, 3 of which are law with 613 mitzvot, and 2 books of everything else. And nowhere in there did he talk about a future savior. So God didn't reveal that to him?
Okay. Well, A, I think Abraham's the patriarch, and B, God spoke directly to Abraham.
No, Abraham's the patriarch of many things. Abraham had Ishmael, then he had Isaac, and then allegedly he had a third wife, which Keturah, and had 6 other sons. So all of them are his seeds equally, in my viewpoint. I don't think that anyone's not his seed just because everyone likes to grab one of them. Okay. So what I'm saying is that the concept, if we're going literal, the concept of Messiah, of which the prophets that talked about Messiah pointed to only one verse, Genesis 49:10, talking about the scepter shall not depart from Judah until the ruler's staff will be between his feet until Shiloh comes. And all you need to know is a little bit of history of where the first temple and second temple were. And all that's talking about is the return of the first temple to the first location, from between northern and southern, from Israel and Judea. Had nothing to do with the Savior. And that verse is where the later prophets, which were trying to kiss David's ass and trying to become special Pharisees, the higher priests, started to talk about that.
Well, I think all of the Old Testament speaks about Jesus in some way or another. Some of it so deep we can't understand. There, the names of the first 7 people in the genealogy of Adam talk about that one's coming to take on the sins of the world and die.
That's been debunked, by the way.
You said Chuck Norris? Chuck Norris?
Yeah,
Chuck Missler had this theory that the names of all the first people in the Genesis are pointing to Jesus, and then other scholars have come around and said, no, they don't actually mean that.
Well, you should have said Chuck Norris. That's a strong argument. Because he's in heaven now. Hey, Chuck Norris is in heaven now. No, because he was a real Christian. And he was a proper guy. Anyway,
until he breaks out.
Uncle Doug, the thing is that what you just said actually it pans out if you actually accept all the actual prophets, because 7 down from Adam is Enoch. And Enoch took the sins of the world, according to the book of Enoch, when he faced the Watchers. Did he not? He took the sins of the world and he faced the Watchers, according to the book of Enoch.
He took the sins of the Elohim. It wasn't the sins of the world, it was the sins of the fallen angels.
Did he or did he not defeat the Elohim and then rise unmolested without death to go to the throne of God, according to the book of Enoch?
To the right hand of God.
To the right hand.
It says he was taken up. I don't know about defeating the Elohim. They just, no,
not Elohim. The fallen, the Watchers, the fallen Elohim, not all Elohim.
Fight.
You're getting too deep, Sarah.
Well, I wanted to at least give True God his opportunity at his question, and then we will go ahead and move into open floor. And I do have a bunch more people hanging out backstage that do want to have their opportunity to make their way up here. The only way they can do that is when we move to open floor, and if people get booted or people leave.
I'm sorry. I thought this was open. I'm so sorry. I really thought that was. I just got on right now. I thought.
No, that was your turn. You used a lot of time, but I wasn't gonna I didn't want to shut it down completely because it was a good banter, right? And it was a healthy one. But I do also want to give True God his turn. So True God, your question to any of the panelists.
Hi guys.
Hi.
I am the God, the Godfather, the Son, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. It's the fact. I am the God. But I answer the
Amazing. Nice to meet you, sir.
Okay. I am human like you, and I am the God. Not more, not less. I am the human.
Prove it. Do a miracle.
How dare you, Gnostic? That's blasphemy.
Yes. I'm
do you have a question built into other than claiming that you're God?
Question. Okay, the question. The Bible is fabricated history that does not map it on the reality. I agree. The Bible is a fantasy book. God, I am not in the Bible. The God is not the Bible.
God is not in the Bible?
No.
What?
Jesus would be on
No,
our
because
side.
he's not in the Bible.
It's a long story. But I'm not the Bible. When I was Jesus, I am a slayer, and I Egypt. I'm not is Jews, Judeo. I'm Brazil. I'm from Brazil. I don't speak English fluently, but I can speak English fluent. Okay, if I don't, when I say Judeu, somewhere, I'm not Judeu in Portuguese. I'm not. I am Jesus, but I am Slayer. When I hear, actually, I'm not powers. I am like you. I am human. I don't.
I want to ask it one more time. What is the question to the panel? Aside from you claiming that you are God, what is the question to the panel?
What's the question? I don't.
God doesn't have questions.
Because I don't.
I'm going to call it Steve Rogers. I listen. There's a lot of gods in this world, and I know they don't.
Can I ask God, Sarah?
Well,
can I ask God a question?
Here's why I say this, Mr. True God. I have 4 other people backstage who actually have legitimate questions, and they're not going to troll, and they actually want to be a part of this discussion.
But they're not trolling, Sarah.
I get that, but what I'm
He's
saying
not trolling.
is, ask the fucking question, please. You've already said you're God 10 times. We get it. Get to the question.
Damn.
The question, yes, the question is: the Bible is fabricated history that not mapped on the reality. Yes, I agree. I agree with this question.
Okay,
the Bible is an illusion.
We win. You got God's approval. We win.
We won. Who won? Yeah. Oh, we won. Yeah, we won. Or you won.
Captain America is not approved. Captain America
I just
is
have a
not
question,
approved.
True God. And when you were speaking to Hosea and you made it real clear that God is not a man, were you lying to him, or you were just telling him at the real time, at the moment, you were not speaking as a man? And I'm really curious about the burning bush. Why did you choose a bush?
Why Jesus?
Yeah, and yes, but the bush.
You
that wasn't you.
No, not me. I'm not.
So Hosea 11:9 is bullshit. He just told you, Uncle Pop.
I like to say the truth. Satan writes the Bible. Jehovah is the Satan. I'm not Jehovah. I'm the God, but I'm not the Bible. It's the truth.
I have an argument to support what True God just said. Quite frankly, it's called history.
All right. We're officially opening the floor, full mic, full everything. I do have waiting backstage. I've got God's favorite aunt, Clay. Effigy was back there. I don't know where he went. And Natural Selectionist, welcome back there. As soon as somebody either leaves the panel or gets booted, our chat knows the drill. They can send $10 in to boot anyone off the panel except for our original panelists. So Hunter, Uncle Doug, Gibbs. Oh, somebody. Oh, Santa, how'd you get back there? I don't know how that happened. Hunter, Gibbs, Doug, Gnostic, and Ben are all off limits, but anyone else, you can feel free to boot them backstage. I am going to read a few more super chats just out of respect to those who sent them in. I'm going to start with this one. This came over on your side, Ben. Fourth Wiseman with a big hundo says, here's a positional reference to work from. The words, perceptions, and meanings are interlaid, overlaid, and to guide yourself through it all, schedule yourself into a time period era in mind and feel it. I will reveal what you seek. Any thoughts to that?
Yeah, he's talking about it more of an occult book type where there should be 3 layers of message in any like a good occult book.
Mm-hmm.
You've got you got the exoteric, which is what people build their religions on, and then the hidden meanings that are inside that. But that only comes from studying and putting yourself in certain mindsets.
The Rosicrucian is called like the great work. It's like the inner work. In Islam, that's what a jihad actually means. And by the way, my Christian friends, just to let you know, like everything I'm saying tonight doesn't mean that Jesus is not a Messiah or a Christ, right? Doesn't mean he's not anointed, and nothing has to do with Jesus on this, what I'm talking about. You can believe in Jesus completely and follow my train of thought.
Okay. If you are watching over on the Raging Tomato side, I'm going to shut down that side and send you all over to the Gauntlet. If you already know where you're going, head on over. Otherwise, catch the raid. We'll catch you over there. Thank you. Okay. So, hold on. Button's getting in my way. Wing of Shu says Zoroastrianism was the religion of Persia when Cyrus the Great, when Persia defeated Babylon, which had one head god by another name and had aspect of good versus evil. For sure, early Judaism was influenced. Any thoughts?
Yeah. Zoroastrianism had one main god, Ahura Mazda, which is in the language of Avesta, which is pre-Persian, which means the uncreated one. One, not the uncreated one meaning being, the uncreated one, similar to the Ma'at in Al-Kemet. Zarathustra is said to have lived about 500 to 600 years before Abraham, according to Persian traditions. But according to the Roman ones, it was 500 years after, which doesn't matter what they said after. But that's Zoroastrianism, and it was the major religion of Zarathustra. Was born in a place called Balkh, Afghanistan. At just the same exact birthplace as Rumi thousands and thousands of years later. But unfortunately, if we read everything through British anthropology and English language, he's Persian. So there's it's Indo-Persian. But this guy was from Afghanistan, like me.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Noah.
Here comes the racism.
What? Why you gotta be
not
like
from
that?
you, not you. It's coming now from the back panel. They're not here now. Don't worry, you'll see.
What did I do?
Nothing. I want to have Thanksgiving with you. Don't worry.
Noah.
Ben's not here.
To train in Salem. Not Noah. Abraham sent his sons to train under great-great-grandpa Seth, who was the king of Melchizedek, according to some sources, Jubilees and some other stuff. But Salem later became Jerusalem, but the one God stuff didn't start with Abraham. It would have gone all the way back to Noah and everything that he learned from, he would have known. He almost overlapped with Adam. So, whatever.
The problem there, Salem is not a place. Salem. So what you're talking about, Melchizedek, which is Malki Sadek, right?
King of righteousness. He doesn't exist as a person. It's actually Phoenician gods, by the way. There's a Phoenician god named like Siddiq, and he's also the king. So he's also called. There's literally texts that literally say Melech Siddiq right next to each other.
Malki Sadek.
Yeah.
So who did Abraham give tithes to that wasn't a real person?
So no. It was so here's the thing. Let's say it was a real person. Let's say it was when Abraham was walking and he saw this man on the side. It's a double entendre, because when everyone else was looking at him, they see this old beggar sitting on the side of the street. But when Abraham saw him, which he didn't see first, Melchizedek saw him first and said, "Oh, look at you, who you have seen the one true God," etc., and gave him a blessing. And after that, Abraham won the war against great odds. And after that, Abraham blessed Melchizedek, the king of Salem, or the king of peace, really the king of righteousness. Today, after around like 800, around 1,000, let's just say the year 1,000, Sadiq is a title given to someone who's righteous. So in Judaism today, a Sadiq is the highest form of pious. You would say a pious person. But in those times,
the Sadducees are named after Zadok.
Exactly. Well, yeah, that's super high level Judaism. Yes,
But it says that he sent his sons to the school of God to train under Melchizedek.
Yes, and Melchizedek is think of a Buddha. Think of the king of peace or the king of Salem, king of righteousness. So he gave him the blessing and said they saw the same God, which is the one God, who Abraham knew only as El Shaddai, the Almighty.
But there's not, you guys know, there's not a single primary source, piece of archaeology, inscription anywhere that mentions a king of Salem named Melchizedek.
There was no historical records of a place, Salem, anywhere.
It's like a late Persian, early Hellenistic period.
You're referring to Shiloh. You're referring to Shiloh, which is what I talked about in Genesis 49:10. Shiloh was where the
Salem.
Original. Huh?
The text says that he sent him to Salem.
Yeah, but you're already reading King James in English.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. You gotta go. The problem is, and I don't mean that in any rude way. The problem is everyone look. It's basic Hegelian dialectic. If you can take one group of followers of Christ and split them up in two, then you can rule over easier. And when they become strong, you split them. It's Hegelian dialectic. And that's what you guys have been facing the whole time. Case in point today, Christian Zionism, right? When you see Christian Zionism with which we did a whole debate on that. I said Zionism is an anti-religious satanic death cult, right? And I gave the entire, right? We have 3 hours on that, okay?
Yep.
And it was uncontested. Well, hold on, God, what did you say? You don't agree?
The history of the two bears who killed 4 children of the prophet Eliseo. Do you agree with the history? It's normal in Hebraic, in English, whatever. The history is the same.
So you agree? So who's okay?
Yes. Do you agree with the history? The two bears killed 42 children. The Old Testament.
So the biggest Catholics on the earth, I would say, are in Central and South America, and Brazil's a close second. And the biggest Christians on the earth is certainly America. But Uncle Doug, just to finish the last thought, when you look at Genesis 12:3 and you read it in Hebrew to English, you can see that Abraham was being blessed by God direct and his seeds, right? That's how he became Abraham, the father of nations, right? And every promise to whether it's the angel of God, the Lord visiting Ishmael on his way out, or visiting his mother before he was born, right? Or Jacob or Isaac or any of them later, right? The problem is that when you see Christian Zionism and you have the Schofield Bible, their word changes to Israel. The problem you have is that Israel is the name of Jacob, who is Abraham's grandson, who is not alive in Genesis 12:3. So God blesses anyone who bless Israel and curse those who curse Israel. We have 56 million people in our country who call themselves Zionist Christians, who believe that everything they need to do is based off of what Israel today says to fulfill the prophet of the second coming. That is a distinct and a manipulation that we can find when it happened. We know when Zionism was created, and we know when Schofield created his reference Bible. We have historical proof,
which I don't believe, by the way.
No, I don't doubt your faith at all. I'm saying the manipulation of your Christian brothers and sisters and our American people. Andrew, you disagree?
I posed the same point I posted to Gnostic Informant, which is like I don't get why that's counter.
There's deception all over. There's 1,000 different deceptions.
But that doesn't mean we should accept it, gentlemen.
No, I'm not arguing for accepting deceptions. I'm saying
I'm
lots of them.
I'm not a Christian, but
new translation. It's just a commentary on the Bible. They're not changing the Bible.
Well, it was a reference Bible first, which was also the best-selling book between 1907, when it was first created, to 1930, and then it became integrated after World War II, after the Holocaust. It became integrated in it through America, and it flooded the Southern Baptist, the entire Bible Belt.
Yeah, the commentary is what you're getting at. You're right. It is very pro-Zionist.
No, it became integrated after World War II. After World War II, pull up, find Bibles.
They don't change
Find
that.
PDFs.
Yeah, but nobody made the claim. Nobody on this panel made the claim that the Bible is 100% accurate. Nobody made that claim. So you guys keep arguing this point.
But I thought that was the point of the entire debate.
No, that it's
No,
completely
the point was it was
fabricated.
100% not true.
Yeah.
I never said it was 100% not true.
No one's going to say
made that
that.
claim. No one made that claim.
That was the way that
That would be stupid.
We already covered it. We already covered it.
That's why she let me go first, because I wanted to make it clear in my opening statement. I'm not saying the entire Bible is fabricated. I'm saying this, and this, and I made my points.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Gnostics never said that. I've watched 80 hours of his videos.
I didn't say he
never
said it. I
it's
said
all
that
bullshit.
was the framing of the debate, but nobody agreed with it. But it was a
It's a good thinking type of prompt, like to make such a bold claim, but then also to recognize there are caveats built in. And I like that because you lean in the heavy and then you find mediation in the middle along the way. But I do want to point this out. Shout out to Fourth Wiseman for dropping the big 200 to make up for the chat slacking over here the last 4 hours. I was so disturbed that my chat just like dropped the ball on that one. But don't worry, Fourth Wiseman made it up to you. So to my chat, you owe Fourth Wiseman nothing but tomatoes in the chat for at least the next 5 minutes because he is carrying the flag for you. Pick up for 4 hours of grunting through, Sarah. Continue. We shall. And let me get through some more super chats that came in earlier that I had to hold on. Andre says, follow-up question to Doug. If the Bible is allowed to be false as a way of Yahweh to test beliefs, how distinguish where is the Bible false as a test and where is it genuinely false? Sometimes I feel really tarted reading these.
I understand what he's saying if you want me to.
Yeah.
So this goes back to the conversation that we were having because I was like, okay, well then what about this distinguishment? And you're like, sometimes like it was the death of Jesus because I forget who says it. Like someone says that it happened at 9 a.m. The other person said that he was alive well past midday. And you're like, that was just hold on, just wait, this isn't about you. This isn't about you. This is about me and Uncle Doug. Just
sure.
Yeah.
The Bible was written for Satan.
Thank you.
The Bible was written for Satan.
Go ahead, Hunter. Finish your thought, please.
You essentially said, look, the Bible is going to be inerrant because God wouldn't allow that to happen. However, some discrepancies exist as a way to flummox people, as a way for people so you said to throw a middle finger to them. His question is, how can you determine which one is to throw a middle finger to God and which one is inerrant?
Okay, well, for example,
I think it's a good question.
The prosperity preachers that are like, God wants you rich, probably always healthy, and probably white. They find verses that say God wants to bless you, God will give you the desires of your heart.
Sure.
And then take that verse and use it counter to all the other verses, like that your heart is deceptively wicked and that you should humble yourself, that you need to serve other people, that you need to set yourself last.
This isn't a question about interpretations. This is a question about the Bible itself. There are inerrancies. There are errancies in the Bible itself that you acknowledged existed, but were just a way to test your faith. How do you interpret? How do you know when those are just used to test your faith and when it is not false?
The right response when uncertainty comes into our lives, whether from the Bible or from everything we're going through, is to hit our knees and ask the Lord what to do next and seek truth from him and him only. And ask him, okay, there's a lot of stuff in the Bible I've learned in my gray years I don't have to have an opinion about. I don't have to settle every argument. I don't have to have all the answers. It's enough to just obey and do the things that I know that I'm supposed to do. And when I use the Bible to justify things that are against the Bible, like Hitler did or Luther or other people did or whatever, then you're not being honest. You're being a hypocrite and you're inconsistent.
Sure.
This is his beef with the Pharisees. That you're overdoing stuff and you're not caring for the poor.
I have a question.
Sodom wasn't destroyed for homosexuality. Twice it says Sodom was destroyed for the for the abundance of bread and not caring for the poor. Well, I mean, that fits America pretty good too. And so we need to look at what were we supposed to learn, and how should we be different?
I think that that's a super fair response, but I guess that it sometimes feels a little incompatible when you say, the Earth is 6,000 years old.
I don't know that it is. I don't know that it is. I lean that direction right now. I didn't my whole life.
Okay.
I can see good reasons why it can't be older, or doesn't seem to be able to be older, and I'm perfectly okay that I'm going to be.
Can
wrong.
you tell us one? Can we hear a reason? I love one.
Of what? Why?
One reason why the Earth would be only 6,000 years old.
God's all powerful. He can make things with age. There you go.
Population.
Gibbs.
Population growth is a big argument.
Yeah, go ahead, True God.
Population growth is a big argument, for one. The other thing is, most of the stuff, like the Grand Canyon, that we're saying took millions and millions of years, we're seeing changes in the last 200-300 years we've been here, that if they were going at that rate, the Grand Canyon should be like 1,000 miles high.
Have you ever seen? There's a lot of like aerial views of the coastlines of China and etc. and in the rainforest, and they see pyramids that are deep in the water, showing that perhaps the Great Flood is in fact true, that there was civilization before it flooded, and now we are standing on top of the previous flood, right? And so we're seeing lots and lots, but that's way older than 6,000 years. So it proves both. The Earth is older than 6,000 years, but at the same time does prove. But I'm sure Gnostic touched on the Epic of Gilgamesh.
That was my point right there. You made my point for me.
Yeah, I'm sure that the Epic of Gilgamesh. I think there's been several floods, by the way. There's been at least 2.
I don't trust carbon dating, for one. I think the Bible says everything is breaking down and rusting and decaying. In the garden, everything lived forever because God was powering the whole system. When God
Uncle Doug.
his hand, then entropy comes into the system, and everything starts breaking down more and more and more. At the Tower of Babel, entropy came into language. At leaving the garden, entropy came in spiritually, and more breaking down and breaking down. At the flood, entropy came into the environment, and solar radiations, gamma radiations, everything breaking down, and then the years of man are 70. If they're strong, maybe 80. So my understanding, okay, I'm perfectly okay being wrong.
We can accept that. No, we can accept everything.
When we recorded the speed of light 300 years ago, it was faster than what we record the speed of light to be now.
Even the speed of light's bullshit.
I agree. The way they did it then, it's slowing down. And if you go back, if you track back 6,000 years, the speed of light was instant.
If you grant what you say, if you grant what you said, forget about this before what you the speed of light. If you grant what you said, the thing is, if I agree with you about everything you said, that would mean though that after that flood that you just described, that those civilizations existed before the flood. So if the flood happened 6,000 years ago, clearly those pyramids were created before that. You understand?
Okay, I have no problem with pyramids before the flood. I have no problem with pyramids before the flood.
Let's
I have problems with pyramids before Adam.
Let's let another voice jump in.
The speed of light is a number for mathematical equations. It's not a descriptor of the actual speed of light.
It's a theory.
True God, let's hand it to you, and then Santa.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Uncle Doug. Are you Christian?
Yes.
Yes. So do you believe on God kills children on the Old Testament, and Jesus says with a hell on the New Testament? Do you agree?
I didn't understand your question.
I neither.
God.
I can tell you
why God killed children.
I can tell you over the years.
Children, okay?
Hold on, everybody's.
The question is, are you Christian? Yes.
I'm a follower of Jesus.
Yes. Do you believe in Jesus?
Yes.
Jesus in New Testament says, "Who doesn't believe in me will be in hell." Okay.
So who doesn't believe in me will be in hell. That's what Jesus says in the New Testament. Okay.
Yes. Do you agree with this versicle? Do you agree?
Yes.
Yes. So nice. It's a good example. So it's just this question, sir.
Okay. Well, let me explain then farther, because somebody's going to ask this. If we didn't tell somebody in the Amazon about Jesus, are they going to hell? No. The Bible says that we all have an opportunity to see him and hear him. I know people never knew it was Jesus in their head talking to them, but they always obeyed really, really good.
That's Paul. Paul said that.
Well, you're better off not hearing the word then. You're better off just being.
Yeah.
It says no man has an excuse, that we can see him in the stars and creation and the face of our kid, that he's available and visible to everybody, and we're all going to be judged on the light that we have, even if you don't have.
But when you say
light.
Who's him? You talking about Jesus or God?
Which one?
Jesus.
Who's him?
God.
I am God.
Jesus.
Well, they're one and the same.
They're
They're
one
the
and the
Trinity,
same.
you know.
Yeah,
I was setting up true God. I was setting up true God.
All right, random guy says, do any of you think there are any good arguments for the Gospels being written before 70 AD? I'll go around the panel, just a yes or no. That's all I want from you. Ben. All right, Neil.
No.
Gibbs.
Oh. Maybe.
All right, Uncle Doug.
I think the earliest of them could have been right around 70,
Yes
but
or no?
probably.
Yes or no? It's $5. Yes or no?
It's $5. You only get the $5 if I agree to something, really?
No, what I'm saying is
It doesn't matter that much. That's what she's saying.
That's what I'm saying.
No, it doesn't.
They're asking the whole panel for an answer, but it's only with $5. So I'm not. If it's $50,
Let's not take 10 minutes on it.
I think
So yes or
you
no?
could make an argument that some or pieces of the gospel were written before that.
Andrew, yes or no? You're muted, doll.
I also have to give a small caveat. I would say no, there's no arguments for it, but that's the same as any other biography from that time period. They're all
Shaman, yes or no?
Straw man? No. Steel man is the earliest is 65. So yeah, and that's Mark.
All right.
One possible.
Hunter, I think stepped away.
No,
True
I'm still
God.
here. My camera's malfunctioning.
okay.
I don't know what's going on. Sorry. Not as far as I'm aware.
Okay. True God, yes or no?
No, Sarah.
Okay, thank you. True God even gets it, and there's a language barrier. Santa, yes or no?
No.
All right, thank you. We were asked and we answered. Constellation says another last one. Jews believe in Satan and not a devil. If the devil was real, wouldn't you think God would let the Jews know he exists? Does somebody have an answer to this question?
Of course.
Lots of people
Anyone?
believe lots of stupid stuff.
That's fair.
The Jews would say that God revealed himself to Adam and Abraham and to the Hebrew people through Moses, etc., etc., etc. But again, like God of the panel said, there is if you say that Satan was the ruler of earth, then if they're worshiping that, then that's what God. Yes, God. And by the way, I believe in you because I can see you. They don't though. Everyone else here doesn't. I do. I'm watching you.
I like to say in this question, Satan is a human too, like me. Satan is a human. It's not a spirit. It's a human.
God, let me ask you a question. In Genesis 11:7, why did you decide to change all of the languages, but then only reincarnate now with one of them, to 1.5?
Dude, we gotta find this human Satan and then get you in like a fighting ring with him.
Ooh.
Me?
No, the true God.
I like that idea.
Let's get the true God and the human Satan together, and they'll fight it out, and then whoever wins, I don't know what happens after that, but we'll figure it out.
Maybe we get
I feel like we could monetize that.
No, we
100%.
could. We could.
Hunter, he's
Why
almost
hasn't anyone
right.
ever done that? People who claim that they're Jesus versus people who claim that they're devil incarnate or the Antichrist.
Yeah.
You just have them fight each other.
No,
And
and
whoever wins,
get the Muslims, and get all the people that claim to be the Imam Mahdi, put them in a ring and give like draws of random weapons, like biblical weapons, and let them figure out who the real Imam Mahdi is.
We actually did do this, by the way, two times. South Park did it. South Park did it, and if you really want to, it happened in Waco. What's his name? Koresh said that the American government was Satan, and they had a gun battle, and we all know what happened there. Just saying.
Yeah, this is even for Uncle Doug. We could get the TV evangelist with the super churches to go against like the lesser demons at first, and that to do the build up on the way up there.
I got dibs on Olstein. Fuck that bitch.
But by the way, the Satan human thing is like the whole Lucifer thing, which there's no such Lucifer, like we talked about before, is just a mistranslation of Hillel in Isaiah 14:12, when Isaiah is talking to the king of Babylon, and he said, "Oh, look at you shining bright in the night sky, only to have your flame diminish with the inevitable rise of the sun." Hillel is the word for morning star, which is Venus in Hebrew, which becomes Lucifer in Latin, which becomes a character in the 4th century. Who wrote that? Augustine or whatever the guy's name was?
Jerome's Bible translated as Lucifer.
Yeah, so it became Saint Augustine wrote a whole book about it.
But it wasn't. But it wasn't even about Satan. It's about the king of Babylon. Yeah, Lucifer is the king of Babylon.
Originally, Isaiah is talking to the king of Babylon, and he's talking to him, and he's kind of mocking him in Isaiah 14:12.
Talking to the king of Babylon, where you were like Lucifer, now you have fallen.
Yeah, Hillel. Hillel means morning star. And then what I'm saying is that when Jesus became God, guys, Jesus, God in the flesh, needed his Skeletor, He-Man and Skeletor. So they created in the 350s, Saint Augustine, some guy wrote the whole story and made Lucifer a being to counteract the human God in Jesus. It's fucking made up by a Roman.
Yeah, it's true. It's
all right. Fourth wise man says the water canopy did collapse. Yes. Instant world inundation. The earth shook everywhere, and the buoyant positive ion suspension of the vapor fell due to solar flare strike. The whole world surged. I think this is a follow-up maybe on this one. The understanding and undertaking of the writings expressed in the Bible are not and never were to be taken in a literal sense. It's majority.
That's not a word.
Majority formed in metaphors.
Thank you.
Yeah, major.
And if my opinion, if you're a Christian, meaning a follower of Jesus, not a Christian meaning organized Roman religion of Paul, if you're a follower of Jesus, then you must read the Gospel of Thomas. And then I think that you have a really good picture of what Jesus most likely was.
Mm-hmm. And then any comments on the canopy as well?
I've been trying to for 20 minutes, but Omar keeps talking.
Well, that is Omar's style. He is a mic hog. He knows it. He'll own it. But yes, you gotta elbows in with him.
I will apologize. I'm not intentionally doing it. And when no one has a response,
is Omar.
I've never heard anyone use He-Man and Skeletor for a biblical argument before, but it happened. Now, going back to the canopy, exactly what the fourth wise man said. I was just trying to say forever, we tend to look at these flood things as something outside of our experience without looking at the modern day video of the icebergs falling apart on the poles. And then when you have a solar flare strike or a meteorite or any of these things, to those local people, those waters would have been converted to gaseous sediments flying up over them, railing from the sky, doing all sorts of crazy stuff. And the things that were falling to the earth would have been floods that would have risen very, very quickly. They didn't have our modern day science, but what would they think it is? Oh, surely this is a curse from God.
Well, actually, that's actually something I kind of brought up. And listen, once again, I'm going to use Randall Carlson. I don't agree with a lot of what he says. I do think that sometimes people get an idea and they get too far. And I think that's kind of what's gone with Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson here. But I think that there is starting to become a lot of evidence towards this idea that there might have been a comet strike up in the northern part of North America during the glacial period. And if a comet was to strike into a glacier, you would have had the gaseous things. You would have had these kind of teardrop kind of little things that are produced. And we're seeing seen kind of some geological evidence that this may have occurred, which could lead to a flood, which kind of was what Shauna was talking about, what I've been talking about, where we see examples of pyramids like off the coast and East Asia. We see other examples of places, and I think this is kind of important because I'm saying that this might be repurposed stories in some aspect. But it's kind of like if you're a Christian, you believe these are like God making himself known as
take all the spaces out of the words that you were saying and just continue them and use them as a really deep thing. But yes, and more supported scientifically of late, shock goes to a flare or another type of burst, maybe even an event from the sun, as what the fourth wise man also said. There's more supporting evidence for a flare type energy type of situation than the meteoric. I follow them as well, and they did kind of go off.
Go to Jordan, go to Petra, and look at the mountains. You can see perfectly sea level balance from the very top of the mountains. You see striations through the entire valleys of Jordan, kind of all of from the very top to the bottom, and you see that these Nabateans cut out holes perfectly into the mountain, so it had to have taken a long. There clearly was a flood. Go to Jordan, go to Petra, and just look at the mountains. Anywhere you drive in any direction, you can clearly see there was water levels from the top to the very bottom.
There's been more than a flood.
Yeah,
I agree. I think there have been major. Yeah.
When the water shot up from the depths, or when it was impacted by a meteorite or whatever, the water went up so high, frozen, came down. Then we see woolly mammoths frozen, standing up with food still in their stomach, with their baby holding their tail and stuff like that, because they were flash frozen. There's no other way.
Were they on the ark?
Decayed. Huh?
Were they on the ark?
That's funny. Not that particular woolly mammoth.
Wouldn't you see the entire population doing that at the same time instead of just one random one in Siberia somewhere?
Yeah, we find lots of animals fleeing, climbing up hills, running from water that was pooling up, flash frozen.
We don't see that.
Constellation, and I am skipping some super chats right now. I'm going to come back to them
in the house.
I'm trying to get to the big ones because that's, it's out of respect. Constellation says, speaking of World War II, in 1944, there were book protests and book burning because the Revised Standard Version New Testament put Mark 26, 9 through 20. It ends at verse 8 and the others in the footnotes.
Really?
Amazing how upset people in the United States got upset learning the truth. Dun, dun,
that's right. I just as soon as I read the last part, I remember hearing there was scholarly versions of the Bible that were trying to stick with the oldest manuscripts. So they had this like NASB version that was leaving out the long ending of Mark. People were pissed about it. They were like, no, of course Jesus physically resurrected. So of course there was some beefing over that. Yeah, that's a true story.
Okay. But why does it mean that if that's not in there, that Jesus didn't resurrect? If that's the early, so
it's just.
But didn't they change?
Then
the point here. Let me give you the steel man. The steel man is this: Mark is the oldest gospel, and the oldest manuscripts of Mark don't have a physical resurrection of Jesus. It only says he resurrected.
Yes.
So if you take the angel's word for it, the angel doesn't lie. The angel is the word of God. He resurrected. But some critics will say, "Well, we never see it. It just ends abruptly."
Until Paul.
To be super clear,
can I respond to that?
Could I
So
add on to
would
that?
it make sense that if it were true, and maybe Mark being the earliest didn't have that in there because he was the earliest, maybe he didn't have those accounts, but the story was true, and then he gets them after, should it not be added in if the story is true?
So wait, sorry. Could I
why is
add
that
on?
a problem?
Hold on.
Because usually the
He
argument
said it says he resurrected in Mark. He didn't say he didn't. He said he
the
did.
earliest, and he didn't have all the information. But information came out later, and the story's true. What's the problem?
So here, let me just say that sometimes
I don't understand any of these arguments.
Let me hear.
Well, he was supposed to be there. What do you mean didn't have the information?
Critical.
I don't understand how this disproves anything.
No one's saying it disproves it. It's a textual critical argument saying that the oldest version of Mark did not include a physical resurrection. That's a fact.
Yes.
Nor witnesses of the resurrection.
Wait. You're ending it there. Hold on. There is more to this argument than that.
It doesn't exist angels, doesn't
Stop. Hunter, go ahead, please. One at a time, guys.
So very often what some people lobby as a criticism of the Gospels is that first off, Mark was written at like 60 AD, then Matthew, then Luke, then John. What's interesting about that progression is that Jesus doesn't really claim to be God, and there's not really resurrection in the earlier versions of the Gospels. But as you move later in time, it seems like there's a lot more of a theological motivation as it continues. John is the most. That's why he's not considered one of the Synoptic Gospels, because it's kind of weird. It's very different from the earlier three.
Literally
it's very motivated. It's very like Jesus is God, and here is what happened.
Beloved.
And
There's
he's
no messianic secret. That's true.
yes. He brings in a lot of these like theological arguments as to why Jesus is God. So a lot of people say, isn't it weird that only later in the Gospels, later in time, like 100 years later, or sorry, 60 years later after Jesus dies, does it suddenly become the case that Jesus is God? Wouldn't we see those in the earlier text? That's
we
the,
do.
that's
30 years out of 380.
Hold on, everybody's going. I heard Gnostic, I heard Gibbs. Was there anyone else that was trying to jump in on that one? And Andrew. So go Gnostic, Gibbs, and Andrew. Go Gnostic, Gibbs, then Andrew, then Shaman. Go ahead.
Scholars of textual criticism, like the Bart Ehrmans and all those guys, have pointed out, as we just heard from what he was just saying, there's a higher Christology going into the later Gospels, Luke and John. John has the highest Christology. On top of that, the oldest manuscripts of Mark do not have that physical resurrection. And on top of that, you're right, Mark does not use language to make it obvious that Jesus is equal to God. It gives him he makes him divine. Yes, he's the Son of God. He's divine. He's not just a human mortal. He is divine. But John is like, he is in there in the beginning. He's the Logos incarnate. So yes, that's the steel man here.
Which that really changes the Arian controversy.
I just want to go back to kind of what the dates thing. I mean, I know this is maybe being ticky-tack, but like I think it's generally agreed upon that Jesus died either like AD 30 or AD 33. So we're gonna say, so we're gonna say that they were written 60 years. That's not entirely true. If the earliest one is 70, let's just take that at face value.
Hold on, but no, I was saying John, which was written in the hundreds.
Yeah.
Okay, sure, John maybe, okay, but like let's just take the earliest ones. That's like 40 years. If it's in the hundreds, that's a little bit different. But like 100. Yeah. Also, for the record, John makes it very clear that he's the most beloved. And I think that it's important to know that if you're the most beloved, you're just going to know more than other people. It's just that simple. It's really,
I just want to be clear. I want to be clear that my argument mostly, and maybe I did say 100 years afterward, and I'm getting confused because it's 100 AD. Fair enough, but it was 70 years after.
Yeah,
which I think.
Yeah, you were right. It was you said it right. You said about 100 AD, and you said 60 to 70 years after.
Right.
You said
okay,
right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Accurate. There are a few scholars who will say John is almost in 120 AD. They're not the majority, but there are a few that are
far.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna step away.
And also not written by John.
I'm going to step away for just a second. Ben's going to be in charge. I just need to step away for about 5 minutes. And don't forget, if you would like to boot anyone from the bottom of the panel, except for Hunter, he's safe. You can boot anyone. Backstage, we've got Ant, Clay, and Natural Selectionists who are waiting patiently for their turn to come up here and join, but they can't unless somebody leaves or somebody gets booted. That is not pressure for anyone on panel to leave, by the way. All right, I'll be right back. Ben is in charge. Please continue accordingly. You know the rules. You're doing great. Thank you so much. I'll be right back.
Hail Odin.
Hail, the All Father.
Hail the All
I agree
Father.
with what Gnostic said. It's a progressive theology that gets developed as the time progresses with each gospel. But what the concept of the resurrection, I think it was like kind of hinted. You could say it was hinted in the previous ones, but the concept of the resurrection and hundreds of witnesses comes from Paul. But Paul wasn't in any Paul. You got this. Paul didn't see Jesus, so he didn't see the resurrection, nor did he witness 400 people witnessing the resurrection. So that's the problem. And Paul was a Merkabah mystic Jew, Pharisee, Roman citizen.
And think about this. Which gospel has the doubting Thomas scene where he literally has to touch Jesus to see it's John, the last one. Yeah. So that's the idea that Jesus has to be in physical incarnate.
It's almost
later.
It's
Which,
almost
by the way,
it's
isn't
response
it
to criticism? Like people are like, does this
Exactly.
happen? And then he's like, no, Thomas fucking saw his. Yeah, it's very,
isn't it weird how
very
everyone
interesting.
isn't it how and when you mention Thomas, someone goes, "Is that doubting Thomas?" You're like, "Hold on, dude. If you saw the king of the if you see the king of the Jews, who you think is the Messiah Savior, just get killed and then resurrect in the flesh, are you not going to want to touch this? I mean, the idea that he's some heretic because he doubted seeing Jesus in the flesh is completely crazy. And I realize it's because they don't want you to read the Gospel of Thomas.
No,
That
they're trying to prove the
No,
story.
it's a way to guard
John
against.
is the response to Thomas.
Yeah,
That's what a
It's
lot of scholars think.
It's a way to guard against like meaningful criticism, and it's a way to bolster faith. It's like that's what you're learning from this is like
He's right.
like
Guys,
believe
I
in
like
terms of
to
faith.
say-
Don't.
A lot of the Docetists, a lot of the heretics, the early heretics were called Docetists because they thought Jesus was so divine. He didn't even have a physical body. He was like a ghost. He looked like he was a human, but he wasn't. And their central gospel was Thomas. Thomas was their central gospel. They only cared about the sayings and wisdom stuff. So John's gospel is a response and their critique to the Docetists that are like, no, you guys, he was a phantom. No. He was physical. He had flesh. Yeah. We touched it. That's what it is. That's why they really use Thomas as
That's a very good perspective. Yeah. That's
middle finger to the Thomas gospel. It's
That's even more to the point of what I was saying, but that's super concrete.
Yeah.
But I just don't have a problem with John being the most.
There's no spiritual word. There's only the physical word, only the humans. There's no angels. There's no demons. There's no ETs.
God
I agree. I agree with him.
God says.
I agree.
Gnostic, can I provide you with some evidence here, and we can see what you say about it?
Can I be your prophet
all night for evidence?
Huh?
I say, Andrew, repeat. I don't think he heard you, Andrew.
I was asking Gnostic if I could provide him some evidence and kind of get his take on it, since he's been saying all night he wants the evidence.
Let's go.
Evidence, the spiritual word. There is no evidence, Andrew.
Let's go, Andrew. Let's hear you got. Moody, everybody, but Andrew. You there, everybody.
Okay, awesome. So let me get through the whole thing, because usually I would use like logic and Thomas Aquinas to try to prove God. So this time, they've kind of been getting on me about that. So I'm going to provide, and you've been asking for evidence, so I'm going to provide evidence. And so let me get through the whole
Andrew,
thing.
real quick, are you saying Gnostic believes or doesn't believe in a God supreme creator? Like in its totality, not Christian God, but a God.
Yeah, I'm not an atheist.
Yeah, me too. Okay.
Well, my evidence is going to be specifically about Jesus, which I don't think he's going to agree with. And that's why I'm saying, let me get through the whole thing, and then you can critique the whole thing. So I don't know if you're familiar with, you asked for earlier sources, Thales. It's not directly quoting Jesus, but what he does quote is the events, and this is sourced in other places as well, that took place on that day. This is a non-Christian source. It was around like 53 AD. Yeah, and he cites the earthquake and the eclipse that happened.
Yeah.
And this is cited in other places around the world, not just there.
He doesn't mention Jesus. He doesn't mention the crucifixion.
No, let me get through the whole thing. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So I'm just going to say I don't.
No, it's just this is just the first part of the. I need to get through the whole chain of evidence. So then the next thing that I would point to when we're pointing to sources like that, very close sources, is King Akbar. So I know what you're going to say is we don't have the original letter from King Akbar, but what we do have is the Veronica, which was transported there, which the Orthodox had for a long time, which was most likely the folded up shroud in that thing that then, let me get through it. I would like to know how it's possible that the shroud, the Siderium, and the Veronica all match in size, all have the same, excluding the Veronica, the shroud and the Siderium have the same wound marks, the same blood type, all these things, and survive through history. I would like to know how that's possible. I think it's funny that we bring up that there's no body there, and we do have the shroud and the face wrapping. We have both, and the Veronica. Yes.
I don't think it's
and
real.
If the Veronica went to King Akbar, that means that the letter is also true, that he wrote to Jesus right at the time of the crucifixion.
Dude, there's not a single.
One more piece of evidence, and then you can refute it all. Then, if you fast forward to now, we're still seeing it. I would like to know how you explain something like Padre Pio that bled for 50 years out of his hand. Documented medical fact. You can read the doctor's letters. They wrapped it and they observed him for 2 weeks, sure that it was going to close. And when they unwrapped it, they didn't. You can go on and read the medical reports right now. I could pull them up. And the doctors who are skeptical of it then after had to say there was no trauma. He wasn't doing it to himself. You cannot bleed for 50 years without getting sepsis and dying. But he did. If you chat GPT it will say unexplained. And that's not the only one. I'm going to cite one more, which is Our Lady of Guadalupe. Somebody, I believe it was the guy next to me, Mr. Omar over here, cited South America being such a Catholic place. Why is that? It's because of Our Lady of Guadalupe, which is an image that appeared on a cloth that in front of people and converted the whole country of Mexico. People witnessed it. They still have it today. And with modern technology, they've zoomed in on the eyeballs and they can see the reflection in her pupils of the people standing there in period clothing. So it's evidence after evidence after evidence that supports the claims to me of the Roman Catholic Church. I'd like to hear your refutation.
Yeah. First of all, the shroud of Akbar writing letters to Jesus and getting a shroud is in the first time it's ever mentioned is in Eusebius, 4th century. So
we're going to say we don't have the letter.
That's what I'm saying. We're already 300.
They did have the Veronica before that. And he did get sick. He did have a terminal illness.
How do you mean they had it? What do you mean? How do you know they had it? It's not mentioned by anyone until after Eusebius at the 325 AD.
The Veronica's never mentioned?
No.
There was a church there. It was called St. John the Unburnt or something, or because they threw him into a thing of oil and he wasn't burnt. And they've had the Veronica. It's like the first church ever created.
I'm telling you, all this stuff is in Eusebius's history.
It is.
Yeah, he's the first person to write, and there's other events in Eusebius that we know are just fabricated. Like he says that Philo knew Peter, and they were hanging out in Alexandria. There's no evidence of that. Philo did not meet Peter because Philo lived till 50 AD. So that he tried to squeeze that in there. That's a big claim, but
it's just part of it.
Eusebius
is the problem with the shroud is in 88. They carbon dated. It was on Time magazine. And well, hold on. Here's the thing, because the new carbon
they carbon dated. I don't know why people keep bringing this up.
Because it was carbon dated. I'll tell you why. It's because it was carbon dated. It was carbon dated to the 13th century, and it's the exact time period that. Hold on. Let me finish one more sentence. Where a man named Jacques de Molay, who was the last Grand Prior of the Knights Templar, was tortured and crucified and then burnt, just like the same situation with Jesus. And that shroud that he was wrapped in and his body disappeared is that same shroud that the Templars have been praying to since then.
I don't know. Maybe
that image get on there.
The point is,
look into it.
Wait. No, we can't skip over this. How'd the image get on there?
Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's how the image got
from blood.
No, but there's a photo image caused by energy.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know.
That's not true.
I've heard from scholars that it was done using a certain type of glass and the sun.
It's a negative. I heard it was a negative. I heard it was a negative of an X-ray.
I don't really know what the hell how it made. I'm not considering to tell you how I know how it was made.
All I'm saying is in 1988, Time magazine, it was on the cover, and they thought it was Jesus, and then it was carbon dated by a university in Oxford, and it was carbon dated to the fucking 13th century.
That was a repair that they carbon dated. That's
convenient. That's convenient answer.
That's true. Look it up. It's not even debated.
The only carbon dating that's ever been done is 13th century, which is a time when in Italy and in Germany and France, there was shrouds everywhere. It was the time of shrouds. Now this one happens to be the most significant one because of how
it was Jacques de Molay's shroud that he was fucking. And by the way, Jacques de Molay is
one of history has those wounds. The crown of
thorns. Jacques de Molay. Go look at they have a historical record of how he was tortured. He wouldn't confess. Then he cursed the king of France and the Pope, and they both died the same year. That's why they get Friday the 13th.
You're not refuting it. He asked for evidence. Evidence that he's not refuting. He's saying, I don't know how it happened.
No.
The negative picture?
Evidence.
No one knows.
That is evidence. That's tangible physical evidence.
Just of something that was carbon dated to the 13th century. Yes.
Just
it's
because
the most studied artifact of all time is not evidence.
Can't reproduce something doesn't mean that makes it true what they claim is. Those are two different things. On one side, you have, can you reproduce this thing? The answer could be yes or no. Some people claim they can, some people claim they can't. The other question is, when was it produced? What does the evidence say?
So how does it match the Sudarium? How does it match the Sudarium in blood type that survived history separately?
Because
that wound pattern.
Well known. That source is well known from Eusebius. So if you're going to make a forgery, you're going to copy that source.
You know what blood type was?
Hey, but I also simultaneously I agree with what you're saying about Our Lady of Guadalupe.
They don't know what blood type Jesus was. What are you talking about?
We know what blood type is on the shroud and the Sudarium, and they're the same.
But that doesn't mean we know what blood type Jesus was. But this takes us to give some ground. I believe in what you were saying about Our Lady of Guadalupe and these types of miracles that we see, because I believe in miracles.
I'm waiting for some of the evidence to be refuted.
Oh, it's been refuted. Can I repeat it for the fourth time?
Scholars have come across and written articles about how stupid this is. What I would literally want to recommend to the crowd, and I don't know why this guy makes so many copies of his own videos, but History Valley, go to this channel right here. Let me share my screen. Dr. Nicholas Peter Legge Allen. I'm telling you, watch this video, and this guy is the most thorough scholar I've ever seen in my entire life. He knows everything about the shroud, about the history of the shroud, about what the evidence is, all the tests that have been done on it. He gives you everything from the time it's first mentioned in the sources to now. He can lay it down, every single thing that's happening here. He's not biased, and I'm telling you, he fucking shreds it apart.
But you're not refuting any of the evidence. Like
I already did. I said it 3 times already.
I wanted to refute.
But I go by the evidence, though. I go by
and I'm giving you evidence. What about Padre Pio and the medical documents?
But there's no evidence that this was around in the first century, or this was like a shroud that was taken.
I told you where it was in the first century. There is evidence.
No, it's 4th century. There's a mention of a shroud in Eusebius in the 4th century.
It was folded up. It was the Veronica. So they were only showing the face. And now you could track it to the 1st century.
But now you have a whole body shroud. Isn't that a problem?
They unfolded it.
Right, but that's the source is only a face.
Right, because it was folded and in the box that you could still look at from the church.
That's not what the source says. It doesn't say anything about folded. It says there's only a face in the 4th century source. Then in the 13th century, now we have a whole body shroud.
It was folded. And I'm asking about if any of the evidence can be refuted. You're telling me we don't have earlier sources. I'm giving you
carbon dating. There's all this stuff that says it's the 13th century. Even
you have to address. I said 5 times that was a patch that they dated.
That's what people say. That's what people just say that.
Yeah, that's a new thing over the last 2 years.
People say it because they don't like that. That the carbon dating came back 13th century.
I don't think it's even refuted.
No, everyone agrees this is a 13th century. I'm sorry. The overwhelming consensus is that this is a 13th century shroud.
In 1988, it was like on Time magazine. It was a big. It was fucking huge.
Is that a forgery as well?
Because the carbon dating pissed a lot of these Christian scholars off, they decided that it must have been that they must have tested the wrong part.
Was it repaired? Was it repaired? Was there patchwork?
I don't know if it was repaired.
Was it in a fire in France?
Andrew, do we have the links? Do we have the spirit of Jesus?
Here. He asked for evidence. So what about the Sudarium then?
What do you mean?
I'm saying, is the Sudarium also false? Because they have that as well, which is just the face cloth that wrapped.
Yeah, but all we have is a source that mentions it. We don't know anything about it.
But we have it still, and it matches the shroud. So you're asking for evidence.
No. We just have a source that mentions that.
We have the Sudarium in a church in Italy.
Yeah, but that's not. Are you talking about the Shroud of Turin or another?
I'm saying they match when you line them up.
So now there's 2 shrouds. That doesn't make any sense.
He's saying there's a cloth and a shroud. 2 different things.
Right. Sudarium is the face cloth, and the Shroud of Turin is the full body cloth. And when you line them up, what do you know? They match up perfectly, and they survived history separately, and they're the same blood type, and they have all the same wound patterns. So that's why I'm asking, what is the refutation of that?
To me, dude. It sounds like
nonsense. Well, he'd never heard of it before, Andrew. I know what you're talking about.
You can't just laugh it off. Ask for evidence all night and then just laugh it off.
Let me put a hold. Let me put a
Guadalupe.
I'm sorry. Let me put a little hold.
Shroud and
Pardon me for just a moment. Is my mic coming
What kind of
through?
evidence do you want then?
Can everybody hear me? Everybody can hear me. So that just means that everybody's talking over me, even though I know my vocals are coming through, my mic's coming in. Okay,
Once again,
thank you.
I wasn't talking over you, Sarah.
Except for Hunter, the darling
Thank
Hunter.
you.
Uncle Doug, are you trying to make an exit, sir?
I gotta go. I was up at 6:30 this morning, and you guys are having fun without me.
Yeah, I wanted to let you give any kind of final thoughts, plug your channel, tell everyone where they can find you, and say anything you want to say.
Sure. We're in Kansas City area. If you're coming through, stop, give us a hug. We have homeless shelter and food pantry, and just trying to change and be the church. My website is fellowshipofthemartyrs.com. If you get a chance, I've got a couple hundred original songs on there, and that get me banned from churches all over town. And anyway, I just sure appreciate it. And blessings to all of you guys.
Can I say I really hope that you're not offended. I
Not at
disagree
all.
with almost everything you're saying, but you seem like a good guy, like genuine.
Yeah, Doug, respect, Doug.
Like,
Yeah,
and
respect.
it takes it did
That's
seem like a
fine.
4v1, and I appreciate you coming out to tango.
Yeah, man.
Now, I know what I say is way out there, not
Sure.
as far as the true God, but fairly far out there.
Who cares?
And,
all
had a
fun,
great blessing.
Uncle Doug, I love you so much.
I have met probably 100 people that thought they were one of the two witnesses in the book of Revelation and the third eagle of the apocalypse, and a bunch of other people, several of the 10 kings people. So now I can add the true God to the list of folks.
Maybe you can get a blessing from him before you leave.
I've met. Yeah, I'm not sure. I need that.
Also remember that he said we won the debate.
Yeah. God bless you guys, and I hope we all find what we're looking for.
Thank you, Uncle Doug. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
Andrew, do you believe in the lance that pierced Jesus, correct? As historical, correct?
I would like some of the evidence refuted. Thales.
We've already.
Hold on. Thales does not even mention Jesus or at all. You're talking about a God.
Catastrophic event, the day turning to night. I think that's pretty significant.
You can't just take a source that mentions a fucking eclipse and say that's
pretty significant right at the same time.
Read the source then. Let's tell us all what the source says. Read it. Do you have it in front of you?
I do not have it in front of me.
Okay, so
I know that you knew what it was. Are you denying that it said that?
Scholars
obviously he's denying it.
While we're moving into
Say
sources,
anything about Jesus?
I didn't say that. I never made that claim. Didn't I start with?
Why would you just assume there's a source that mentions an eclipse that has to be about Jesus?
Didn't I start with this? I know this source doesn't mention him directly.
Fuck it then. Who cares about it then?
Because I'm trying to bring you into the next part.
Hold on.
2,000 years old is longer than one
Oh my
sentence.
God.
I would like to like maybe expound upon what Andrew's saying here. This is kind of what I was going with the like flood myth thing. What he's maybe doing is not necessarily saying, "Oh, this definitively proves Jesus in and of itself," right? But what he is doing is the Bible says eclipse, earthquake happened, right? Maybe Thales doesn't mention the zombies. I'm not super familiar with Thales, but like maybe sure. But hold on, if they put a date, most people say Jesus has died like Friday, either like they said the 30th or the 33rd. That's from what I've always seen, like it's Passover Friday, right? And so if that's what we're going with, and
But
we can
Matthew says
trade,
it's before Passover, by the way.
sure, right. Sure. But let's just say that's
Another discrepancy.
generally agreed upon. Hold on. If we can
Sorry,
date,
John says it's before the Passover.
Sure, okay, that's fine.
hold on,
Whatever.
just let Gibbs fucking
Yeah.
finish it. For
Yeah,
fuck's
my point is we can generally agree upon a time period where we think within a couple weeks, couple days of like when Jesus died, right? That's like an agreed upon, even by a couple years though, right? Okay, whatever. The point is that I think that Andrew's trying to make is if we have a geological event and like an astrological event that are both documented to have happened at this exact same period, it does point to some evidence, which is my point, that the Bible does have historical accuracy to it and is at least a useful tool when we go look at history. And this is why you got to say it's not all untrue history, because we can find other count sources that like apply to these examples. Like
I'd like to respond.
Go ahead, Hunter.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I think I agree with you maybe a little bit more than Gnostic does, and I'm the one who is like a full-blown atheist. I fully recognize that there are definitely some historical events that are probably tied. It is actually probably I could probably concede. Yeah, maybe an eclipse happened when Jesus died. Okay, and then a lot of his followers went, "Holy shit, he is God." And then we look back at it, we're like, oh yeah, an eclipse did happen right around this time. That all feels plausible. I don't think that shows. I don't think that shows that it's historically accurate or that Jesus is God. I still think that is like a further step to take. But I think that sometimes we're equivocating what we mean when we're saying historicity. But
yeah, but that's reductive. I gave a whole list of evidence. You're just pointing to the one and saying that doesn't point to God.
Gibbs. Do you believe in the sphere that pierced Jesus? Correct. The sphere.
Omar, hold on, Omar. I don't think you could hear. I don't think you could hear Gnostic. Go ahead, Gnostic.
Thales is preserved in a 9th century Byzantine historian. It's a fragment, so we don't even know how this is really said this. It's a 9th century fragment, and he doesn't say anything about Jesus or the crucifixion. He just says, at this time, there was an eclipse.
Right. I'm pointing to evidence. You asked for evidence. It's not gonna be evidence that says, yes, Jesus rose on this exact second. How do you refute the rest of the evidence?
Oh my God!
The entire country of Mexico being converted by one event that we still have it. We have that.
Andrew, it's possible that happened. My brother, you're tracking too many things together that don't correlate. The Guadalupe could happen. One could happen, which I believe in those miracles, but that doesn't mean the shroud. You're piecing too many things together.
I'm giving
you made the argument of 4 different things that correlate to one thing. It doesn't, because Gnostic has already refuted one. I refuted the other and agreed on one. That's 50%. I said in 1988, Oxford University did it. I said in 1988.
Stop.
Not a refutation.
We're not talking over each other. All right, I'm going to take it back.
We haven't.
You keep interrupting each other, I'll talk money. Fourth Wiseman, he said this about an hour ago. I did have to kind of skip through and do things differently tonight, only because we're tied into so many different channels and everybody's getting so much love. And I love that, but I had to kind of delay on things. But he says, the shaman, this is correct. There is much more that aligns with what you state. This was earlier, by the way. I don't remember what it was referring to.
It's been 20 minutes. We've been talking about the same thing. He won't stop.
It's been, it's been over an hour. But Fourth Wiseman also says, Clay, no water fighting today will serve you well. Clay is waiting backstage. He's next up. Then I have Natural Selectionist and Husky. If you want to see either of them upstage, you know what to do. Fourth Wiseman says, you owe yourselves a good, decent education. You owe myself nothing. I get more from your easement and stability, more than I can ever give a loan return. You are all. Santa, you got your thumbs up for that. Did you want to elaborate on it a little bit? You're muted or something.
Yeah. The education will allow you to see things from different perspectives. So, for example, if you learn what some of Gnostic is saying, these ancient historical writings, or you learn some of the geography that Gibbs has been bringing up, you bring up other things that Andrew's been bringing up, you bring up historical things that Omar's been bringing up, I think they allow you to see a clearer picture of what's really going on. Because I don't think anyone here believes that the specific words that we have in the scriptures called the Bible today are the original words, are the specific words written by lightning or whatever else. And that doesn't need to put anyone's faith down. And at the same time, there can be an appreciation for, just because some others may not believe in the Bible, they've entertained other ideas, so they can entertain the Bible as another set of ideas, another myth that has value. Thank you.
Fair enough. Andrew, you got the boot. I'm sending you backstage for a little bit.
Oh.
I was enjoying that, man.
Sarah, can I have 12 seconds to make peace with that last argument? Because I think everyone was talking past each other.
No, I don't care.
No?
Hold on. I'm going to get through the super chats because they paid money. They paid money to say something, and I want to give them the opportunity, but I haven't been able to because I've been allowing the conversation to flow. Andrew's backstage, and who did I brought Clay up. Clay, you're here for the record. Let's see. What else do we have? We have the Fourth Wiseman says, Omar, the lion figure Gilgamesh holds in his left arm, I know very, very well. It's not a lion. It does look quite disfigured to be a lion. Its name is Ormical, not to be confused with Oracle. Ormical is an extremely swift entity. Yes, I know all, and it's never been defeated
by man alone. It looks at you similar to a puppy with a cute llama-looking face, then draws out all you know. For reference, to comprehend how I came to meet Ormical, it began from a bet with a friend and who can stay awake the longest without inducements. Day 7, I met Ormical. Omar, do you have any thoughts to that?
You can share my screen.
I think on my left arm is the. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'll show you. I think what he's referring to is when he's talking about my left arm. He is saying, "This is the goddess Inanna, which is the precursor to the other goddesses like the Egyptian goddess, the Persian Ishtar, and all the other goddesses. So Inanna is one of the oldest figures we have of any gods or goddesses. It's from the Sumerians. So I think this is what he thought that was, and that's different. Or this one he's talking about. But yes, he's telling me that he met a Sumerian deity, and I would love to hear more about from the Fourth Wiseman. I wish he would come on and tell us all about it. I'd be all.
I know. I've been wanting to get Fourth Wiseman on here forever.
He drops the bombs.
And then I think, Ben, you had this one pulled up earlier. Did they respond to it already? No. All right. Let me just bring Andrew up for just a second, just to respond to the super chat.
Yeah.
Andrew, these are not writings from the doctor. These are third-party intervention depictions, descriptions published. Andrew, your thoughts to that?
Why would we not have the doctor's writing? This was recent. His most recent masses are on YouTube. This is not old. This recently happened. This is modern day. No one is denying, not even ChatGPT, that he bled for 50 years. They just say unexplained.
Oh, that's bullshit.
No, these are 4 different arguments, dude. He's blowing my mind. He's making 4 claims and then switching between them, and he's switching claims.
What?
The Shroud of Turin, the bleeding, the Mexico.
That was my whole point. Do you think I'm supposed to be able to prove God in one sentence? Is that what
okay, hold on, Sarah. Can I have 12 seconds, please? Justice, because he wants 12 seconds. That's all I need. I need 12 seconds. Okay. When we mentioned, I said I agree with when you're talking about certain miracles, because I believe the strongest thing we have is faith combined with the human will. I am not in any way taking away from any miracles at all. Okay,
so you believe supernatural. What are we talking about?
I believe in supernatural. I'm talking about the Shroud of Turin. You said refute it. I said that it was on Time magazine in 1988. Then it was sent to Oxford University. They studied it. It came from the 13th century. And then you switched back to talking about miracles. And then you brought up a different one to Gnostic. And then switched back to the Shroud of Turin and said, no one's arguing your point. And I just have one thing, Andrew. I'm not even trying to argue. One more sentence. You believe in the spear that pierced Jesus as historical, correct? As I do, correct? The spear that pierced the body of Jesus, no? Or yes? Yes?
Sure.
Okay. Sure. Well, then if you believe in the shroud, you have to believe in the spear, because the spear is on the shroud according to the shroud.
I don't know what you're talking about. You already granted.
I'm trying to tell you in one sentence.
You already granted the supernatural.
No, you're not. I'm not done. One more sentence, sir. Thank you. The spear has been presented, not by someone in a little village. In 1098, the Holy Lance of Antioch. In the 10th century, the Holy Lance of Vienna. And the Vatican Holy Lance in 1492. And the Holy Lance is something in the 13th. 4 different Vatican lances have all said that's the spear that pierced Jesus. Now, if all 4 were bullshit, that doesn't mean that the spear didn't pierce Jesus. It means that no one spear, all in Vatican's possession, are the one. So you can't say, we have the spear. Which one?
Yeah, there's relics that have been faked. They made money off relics. No one made that claim.
The Vatican has 4 spears.
What you're doing is a reductive interpretation of my claim. I said that you have to look at.
You have one shroud that's been carved dated to the 13th century.
Them one at a time, but you haven't refuted the shroud. You gave a rebuttal.
I have. I'm the only one who has evidence.
Oxford University carbonated rebuttal, and I also asked how it lines up with the Sudarium perfectly, which you have no answer for.
Which can also be from the same thing. Yes, can be Jacques de Molay. Yes.
You have no answer for. So evidence, no response.
Hold on. Our evidence
supernatural.
My evidence is. No, I don't know if you're processing with a complete brain, because you and I have the same evidence about the supernatural and miracles. So
Right,
what
but
are
if
you
grant it,
arguing?
then everything you're saying is possible because you already granted
No,
supernatural.
except the shroud has been carbon dated to the 13th century.
It's
You understand?
supernatural, but it's supernatural from your worldview.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand. So the shroud that wrapped Jesus around 33 AD was transported supernaturally to the 13th century.
You granted supernatural.
You named 4 different miracle
And I
claims,
already
man.
told you where the shroud went. It went to
I
King
agree.
Akbar.
King Akbar, and then Gnostic said that's from the 9th century. And then Gnostic said that writing is from the 9th century.
Dinosaurs called dinosaurs before the word dinosaur. Like, yeah, we have references of it. We have references of the shroud at the end of the New Testament, of the folded up cloth, and then we have references of it going to King Akbar. Like,
nope.
The letter doesn't survive anymore, as Informant pointed out, and I'll even grant
You need
that.
to
But I would love
refute
to hear
Oxford University study
the
where they
rest of the
carbon dated the
argument.
study. Okay, you have to refute my response to your claim. I said Oxford University studied carbon dated 1988. It's in Time magazine. Refute Oxford University.
I did. It was in a fire in France. The nuns repaired it. This is all documented. And they took a piece of that repair from exactly that time, and they
Show me the evidence.
it. What do
That's
you know?
what-
The scientists,
sounds good. Sounds good. Show me the evidence.
Just like
Show us
today,
the
they
evidence.
didn't want to believe God was
Show
true.
us the evidence.
It's
Show
not
us the
worth it.
evidence. Is there a nun testimony? Do we have the testimony? Do we have the evidence?
There's new testing that's been done on it that
No,
found
that's the
pollen from
miracle.
Jerusalem
That's the miracle.
on it. That there's been X-ray image scattering that's been done that dates it back exactly to the 1st century AD Jerusalem. They zoomed in on the eyeballs. It has Pontius Pilate coins on it. So I don't know how that happened.
No, that's all. Yeah, I don't believe that.
Yes,
I don't
they
believe
did
it.
that.
Show me
Yes,
the
they did
evidence.
that. The guy has a broken nose. The guy has dirt on his knees from Jerusalem. Pollen that
And,
only
and
formed
all
in
of that
Jerusalem.
happened to Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Prior of the Gnostic Templars in the 13th century.
And you
by
can't
the Pope,
recreate it with
by
modern
the Pope.
technology.
Dude. Okay.
And
I
it matches
granted
the Sumerium. So where's your reputation?
No, because show me why the Oxford study is wrong.
Because it tested a patch. I already told you that 100
Show
times.
me where that's true. You're saying it, but show me where that's true.
Informant knows it.
What
It's
other
true. I'm not
university?
making it up. I
Show me
have to
where
prove
it's true.
things to you that have already been tested and proven.
Show us it's been tested and proven. I told you, Time Magazine, 1988. It's on the cover, and Oxford University
Really,
study,
this was
1988. It's
after that.
proven.
This
Unless
was
you think I'm
recently.
lying.
Really, this was after the original testing, right? If they're refuting the
No, the
original
story.
testing,
No, the
that's
story
after.
came up later. No, the story because they're making a revival of Catholic Church. It's a revival. So now all of a sudden, only the piece. So you're telling me if I have this and this part's been ripped and sewn back, you're telling me scientists don't realize that's a different piece? They go,
Pretty
oh, let's
fucking
just take this
stupid,
piece.
right? Pretty
Right, they're so
stupid, right?
They're so
But that
dumb.
is what they did, sir. Look up
Oh, they're
where
so
they took the
stupid.
patch from. That's all you have to
There
do.
you go.
Look up where they.
Yeah.
Why are we arguing? Look up where they took the sample from, and then where it was patched. That's it.
Show us where it was patched. Show us the
Yeah,
end of
you
the
can
X-ray
look
where it's
that
patched.
up.
Hey, I have an
Sure.
answer. Show us
It was
the X-ray
actually
and where it was
outside,
patched.
on
Yeah,
the
pull the
outside
picture.
of it, which is exactly where they took the sample from.
Let's see that. Show us. That's a good
Look,
claim.
I'm not stopping you. I'm not making this up. I'm not
You
inventing
just made
it.
another. You just made another. No, I know the claim. I don't believe it because there's no evidence. It's claims everywhere.
Hey, but that's the claim. You want to
I've heard this
refute
claim.
You can
I already
refute it if
have.
you want. I gave you a whole list of evidence.
Prove the claim.
When you make a claim, you got to prove it.
If someone else take over,
right.
I
My
tried.
claim has to do with my claim has multiple layers of
Hold on.
evidence.
It's time to
I'm
stop.
saying, how does it
It's
match the
time to stop,
Sidarium?
and it's time to stop.
Doesn't
All right,
matter.
Andrew, I have to. I brought you up to answer the question. I let you do the speed date, but I do have to respect the boot, so I'm going to send you back. And True God got booted because I literally said backstage to shut the fuck up in my back chat. Everybody here, maybe he didn't understand when I wasn't responding to his other random messages that obviously I don't want a bunch of random messages in my fucking private chat because it is logistics only back there. And I said to shut the fuck up and I'll boot you if you don't. And so there you go. Lesson learned. Gnostic, you were excused because you were not understanding what was going on.
Okay.
All right.
I was trying to get out there a little bit, you know what I mean? Because there's a lot of
being said.
Yeah, there's a lot, but that's how we run the speed dates, though, is like we're gonna let those two have at it so that nobody is interfering with it and they can have that conversation. But when you get back up, of course, you could say otherwise. And no fucking way, Josh Stacy, if you can send me another name, because you tried to boot Hunter and I wanted to get the new name because you can't boot Hunter. And then Dragon Fist, of course, that booted me just in time to save Informant. No refutation. I have a feeling that refutation is going to come here shortly from Gnostic. And then Fourth Wiseman says an image of left arm means in context from the heart. Right arm means to be compelled. I hope this helps when pursuing. I'm guessing it was pursuing. Perusing. Oh, perusing. Deciphering, observing what old ancient images portray in their message meanings. And then he also says, surely you've seen all the images of the hidden hand embraced upon the chest behind cloak, same left arm of the heart.
Yeah, again, Fourth Wiseman is right. I'm assuming he's talking about he's right again. The left side is the feminine side. So, and the right side is masculine, right? So left side is where you absorb energy through, and the right side is where you put energy out. Just like it's opposite with the brain. So the right side of the brain is the feminine. The left side of the brain is the masculine. That's why at night, when the full moon rises, the high tides rise, and you get more creative because the feminine side of the brain is creative, and the right side is analytical, masculine. So yes, on the left side, I've got it tatted up with very points. And the right side, I usually wear like Cobra or something else. In this case, I'm wearing a watch too, but whatever. Fourth Wiseman is correct.
And then also, Argarist Alex says, send the flat earthers in Shroud of Turin believers to the front line when the draft hits.
Same shit, dude.
Fair enough.
We're both that dumb, I think.
All right, Gnostic, it is to you, sir. Go ahead. I know you wanted to refute a lot of what Andrew was saying.
One of the things that I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I just heard that, is the idea that there was Pontius Pilate coins found on the Shroud of Turin. That's completely nonsense. That's completely just made up. There's no evidence of this. It's literally just people deciding that they want this to be true, because there's zero evidence. There's a Pontius Pilate's coins on Jesus's eyes. Another thing he was doing, he's talking about a shroud that's mentioned in a 4th century source by King Agbar, and it's by Eusebius, saying that King Agbar had a shroud with Jesus' face on it. Now, this is the origin of the whole shroud mystery. What happens is later on in the medieval period, people hear about this source and they want to say they have it because they don't know. They know this is a big deal. So who knows if there's a real shroud or not?
Just like the
spear. Hold on. I want to add to what Gnostic's saying. There's like just a little support thing.
Hold on.
You, everyone, talking right now. I'm not talking.
Well, not only that, Gibbs, your mic just came in really loud. I don't know if you moved it or something.
I've been waiting long enough to talk about this. I'm waiting long enough to talk about this. Please wait, let me finish. So there's a source in Eusebius, which is 4th century. 4th century. It says there's a guy named Agbar who had a shroud, and it only says there's a face on it. It doesn't say there's a whole body. It says there's only a face on it. There's even paintings, and there's even mosaics, and there's even pictures and depictions of it, and it's only a face. So I don't know how the whole body thing came. Anyways, later on in the medieval period, people start, churches, Catholics, churches, people, wealthy people, they start putting together these shrouds, and we have documentation of hundreds of fake shrouds. And it turns out that when we carbon date the Shroud of Turin, it pinpoints it to exactly the same time when there's hundreds of shrouds all coming out at the same time. And so what's his name is saying is that there's 2 shrouds now. I never heard this before. This is a new thing to me. Now there's 2 shrouds. Now there's another one that he's talking about that has the face, and another one that has the face and the body.
Yeah. When's the face cloth? When's the first face cloth he's saying?
This has been the scientific community has ubiquitously and unanimously across the board has been trying to debunk this shit. But more and more fucking grifters have been coming out and duping people. Like, think about how stupid this is. The idea that a shroud, has you ever heard of a shroud before? Your uncle got buried, your mother died last week. Is there a shroud with her face on it for burying her? Shrouds don't exist. It's made up.
The idea that there's a photograph that comes onto a shroud from a person, that you lay a person to death, and there's a photograph there all of a sudden. It's fucking nonsense.
Well, I mean, just to add to what you said, I guess the argument, just real quick, this will take 10 seconds. Like, just the argument would be, I guess it was like a flashlight and it like imprinted on it because nuclear. But like, that's regardless. Hold on. Just regard, because this is actually going to kind of go to your point, actually. Why would Jesus have coins on his eyes? He's Jewish, and that's a pagan Roman, like not even really a fully Roman thing. And like also on top of that, why would he have Pontius Pilate ones? I'm not even sure Pilate would have had coins with his info on it because he would just been a governor or a satrap or whatever. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe I'm wrong on that one, but like, there's a couple of questions. I got questions right there about why he would have coins at all. And then like,
that was a great point you just made, dude.
Yeah, I've got questions. I'm just saying. I'm not really a shroud guy personally. I don't know. So,
and would they have specifically picked the same Roman that supposedly sentenced him to death to have those coins on his eyes?
Of course it would. Of course they would. Why wouldn't they?
No, but you guys, if you look at the story of Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Prior of the Knights Templar, and because of their great wealth, he was sentenced to death and betrayed by the King of France and the Pope of Rome, and he was imaged just like Jesus. So he was given the same beatings, the same thorn, everything.
One thing I forgot to mention is the pollen thing. So there's a lot of these grifters mentioning that they tested the pollen that's on the shroud, and they said it tested for Jerusalem. Well, that they didn't. They actually lied to you. The pollen that is tested positive on this shroud is actually all over Europe, all over the Mediterranean. It could be from anywhere. And one of the places that it happens that could have been is Jerusalem. Out of all these fucking places, fucking France, Italy, Spain, Germany, it could have been anywhere. It could have been anywhere in that whole region.
Yeah,
the pollen,
as if climates don't change in 2,000 years. But again,
could it have been from the same part of France as the shroud was supposedly from? In
no, but this is what I'm trying to tell you. So what happened was after the King of France, who owed a great amount of money to the Templars, he betrayed the Templars, called them heretics and Satan worshippers. They were tortured into confessions. Jacques de Molay was the last one. He was given the same. He was beaten, tortured, crown of thorns, all this stuff, then burned alive. Cursed both of them. That's where Friday the 13th comes from. This was in like 1314, 1320, something like this. Here's the point, though. As that shroud that they got and the Templars went off and opened up the global banking system, that shroud existed. And what they like to see, the mystery of the last Grand Prior evolved into him being the incarnation of Hiram Abiff. And Hiram Abiff is like God to the Masons, which is a copy from the King of Tyre, from the King Solomon. So if you track the history, you'll understand why the shroud of the last Templar Grand Prior was lifted to being the Messiah. It tracks.
So I actually did look this up.
If that may be too much. You should look it up because I
No.
Go ahead, Ant.
In 1988, textile experts Franco Testore and Gabriel Vial and others present at the 1988 sampling chose a corner strip from the main body of the shroud explicitly away from patches, charred areas, or obvious repairs. The sample was taken under supervision. The official report stated it was from a original fabric. This is confirmed in a 2026 study from the Heritage Science. They did analysis on the remaining fragments, and it supports the sample was from the main cloth, with no clear evidence of repair and records. So,
I want to just add to that real quick. I did a little Google search on myself. Pontius Pilate allegedly, this is what I'm reading from a couple places, but I'm not feeling a really good source. But they're saying that he did issue coins called widows, that colloquially called widows' rights, but they featured Roman symbols. But like even then, I still don't know why Jesus would have had Roman coins on his eyes when that's like a Greek Roman underworld tradition, not a Jew.
Yeah, they wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Yeah, but
so what you're saying? Who just said that before that? Who was talking before this?
That was me. Yeah.
You're saying that there's a 2026 peer-reviewed article saying that the study shroud was actually not even from the repaired side; it's from the original side.
Correct.
I don't know how people even think about this anymore. This is the dumbest thing. It's like
because not Gnostic, because it's apologetics, man. It's like You have to create an entire fucking narrative to piece together, suffering servant. You know, you have to make it make sense so everyone can apologize, you know, be an apologist for it. So of course it has to have a great story of the piece wasn't the original. Otherwise, the story's fucked.
Can I share my screen really quick?
Yeah, of course.
Just really quick. If anyone's watching this, you can even see I like this video. Please watch this video. It's from History Valley called The Shroud Fraud. How the Shroud, and what's his name? What's the guy you kicked out? What's his name again?
Dragonfist.
Andrew Dragonfist.
You out of everyone, I really, really recommend this video to you. This guy, this is a PhD. He's a scholar, a critical scholar who goes through the evidence and the history, and he literally did not. This is the most thoroughest video I've ever seen in my entire life about the Shroud. He even goes through how it was made and everything. So I'm telling you, I'm not the guy to talk to about this. I shouldn't be debating this. This guy, Nicholas Peter Legg Ellen, this is the guy you got to talk to. So I'm just saying that. All right.
Yeah. Fair enough. Dragonfist also said, why don't you wait until I'm up there to refute my argument? Dun, dun, dun. Well, Andrew, you sent in 2 $5 super chats. You could have just sent a total of 10 and got your ass back up here.
Why are we making this about the one? Why don't, like, if he wants to argue the Shroud and then thus that carries, thus Jesus is Messiah, thus Jesus is God. Why don't you go to the beginning of the story and explain to us how Jesus the man is God? Like, why are we arguing about the Shroud? Because that does, even if you're right, let's just say, okay, the Shroud, great. So no, then Jesus is God because the Shroud is real. So go to the fucking point you're trying to make. I don't like these meta arguments. Like Jay Dyer is like, if you don't accept hypostasis, then we don't have an argument here, do we? What the fuck are you talking about? We don't need to use make-up words and argue new languages of 1,000 years of apologetics to then try to make a basic point. Like, if you want to argue the triumvirate, right, the triunal being of God in 3 persons, make the fucking statement. Stop trying to pin it down to a Shroud and the second carbon dating. Their first one was somehow wrong, and then thus Jesus is God. I mean, let's get to the point.
To be fair, Jay Dyer's a giant pink douche, so I wouldn't expect anything else.
Jay Dyer will get fucking annihilated in 20 seconds.
Hold on, I'm the only giant pink douche here today, all right?
Jay Dyer's been ducking me for 2 years now.
So Andrew also brought up the Sudarium, and that's also been carbon dated to the 700s. So that's yet another thing that same era, basically, of basically false evidence that they're trying to present to us that's been disproven. Can't hear you, Neil.
By the way, Constellation Pegasus, love you, dude. Good night. Have a good night.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I was getting ready to read that, but yes, thank you. Good night, Constellations. You kept Gnostics chat lively.
You should follow. You should follow, Sarah. You should follow.
I think they do, actually. I got a Constellation follow. It was Constellation something else, but I'm assuming that was Constellation.
Constellation's a great guy. I'm glad you guys are affiliated. That's good.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for sharing your audience with us tonight too. Sure. They've been fun in the chat. The first comments coming through early on were Sarah's a transgender.
Oh my God, really?
Hey, it should be fun.
That's funny.
Really?
Yeah, it was really early in the night, and I was like, all right, cool. It's not the first time I've heard that, so it works.
Everyone says that shit now. It's just
it's almost like did I click that or you click that?
I didn't click it. Was that me?
No, that was me. I'm the only one that can click things.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If he comes back, can he just make a concrete foundational claim? Fuck the Shroud. Okay, so fuck the cloth. Like, that's not going to win, dude.
It's so low tier, the Shroud arguments. I'm sorry.
Seriously, this is like a joke. Like, how about I start arguing about Muhammad's fucking red hair that they have in the King of Jordan has this red hair, and then someone else has that red hair, and they're arguing over which red hair is actually his and it's like, dude, the red hair.
Objective Ethics, I'm glad to see you in the chat tonight. He says, watching apologetics get dunked on for $10 is money well spent. Bring Andrew back. Objective Ethics, pick anyone off of the bottom row that you would like to boot in order to bring Andrew back on. So I'm going to... Once I remove the super chat, it'll show the names, and I want you to tag me in the chat and let me know who you'd like to boot in order to bring Andrew back up.
Damn, someone's got to go. I just think that I like the comment. I enjoy debates. Isn't that weird? Is that fun?
No, it's the best.
It's
fun. This is a great night of debates.
I mean, look at the space that you're in. You're probably,
I mean, yell at me.
you're probably only doing this if you like it.
Yeah, I like yelling. I like people
No,
yelling.
100%.
Yeah.
Is anyone yelling at each
like
other?
getting in people's faces, and then at the end of the day, say like, "Good night, that was fun."
Yeah.
But your target debaters that you really want would be like the ortho bros.
Yeah, I've been trying. I only want to debate certain things.
Oh, tell me about it.
Oh, you think so? I couldn't tell.
Philosophical, they want to debate like certain things about like, tag stuff. They never want history stuff. So
But you know why they do that? You know why they do that, right? It's because they're all Russian plants. Because all the Eastern Orthodox are just Russian plants, and
No, but they're not even really. They don't even really believe. Like when you listen to them, they don't even have any actual like. They're just arguing like a language, and they don't even actually have like the true faith. Like I don't even think they actually believe in Jesus being God. Like I see no faith. All these other gentlemen, these Christians, Sarah, you're like Clay. You can see he has actual faith. You can see in his eyes, in his words, even when he's yelling.
What was his name again? I'm trying to think of his name.
Andrew.
Doug, yes. Uncle Doug, dude. That man has faith, dude.
Yeah, and I respect that. That's why I was making sure he doesn't think that I'm attacking his faith, because I see he has it. But you see Jay Dyer and all these other Orthodox guys, they have no fucking faith.
He was shitting on people who abuse the
history before he became an Orthodox. He runs with with the same community I ran with, and his history is nasty.
That motherfucker canceled. Right. He exited out in 30 seconds. Back.
Damn.
I hit him with the ultimate.
Harsh. Yeah, something I really respect about that.
Well, I mean, even Gnostic, you had given me so many different prompts that you wanted to debate, and I could never find anyone for them. Everyone over in that campground, none of them wanted them.
No,
so
they don't want no beef.
Yeah, and so it felt bad because I could never find anyone based on what you were looking for. And hopefully, Shaman's in a different, a more open camp that would really he's connected to a lot of other people that would more than likely.
Tazariak responded. So Tazariak would like to argue the black Hebrew, not black, that's right, the Hebrew Israelite origin theory, and Gnostic would be perfect at that, because I'm sure he's well informed of. Yeah, it's a quite easy one.
Okay, yeah.
That we can prove that Native Americans are not from the Israel tribe. It's kind of obvious.
If you want
to. Hunter, what do you think about that?
Poor
no, I'll set it up, Sarah. I got you. Telepathic, Sarah. I got you. I know what you're going to say.
Okay, that's fine. Hold on. I want to do a check here. Clay, are you with us? Because if you fell asleep sitting backstage, which I wouldn't blame you if you did, I just want to make sure you were here.
I did fall asleep. But I woke up literally 1 minute after you had brought me up. So.
Oh, good. I was like, it's not like Clay to not cam up when he comes on panel. So I was like, where are you? Maybe taking a shit, going to the bathroom,
It was a really good conversation going too. And so I'm sitting, I'm laying there and it's just absolutely a good conversation and all that. I was curious, Gnostic Informant, I haven't seen your content or anything like that. What is your worldview?
So I do believe in the divine. I believe in there is higher realms, the noetic realms. That's what it's called, the realm of ideas. Platonism, that type of thing. I believe in the muse, which is messengers. They call some people call them angels. I believe we get inspired. We get inspiration, music, film, TV, books, literature. People are inspired to do things in the world, and it comes from some place that we just can't understand. I believe in that. I do. That's the ancient Greek idea. It's called the Hellene religion, Hellenistic religion. Come from the line of Plato and Socrates and Pythagoras. I believe that they were onto something. I think there's something true to this, but I do not think that this means I have to be dogmatic on what exactly it is. I don't have to say the name of the God is Yahweh or he did this in history. I don't have to say any of that stuff. I just believe that there's something out there, and I think people who are good will be recognized for their goodness. People who are bad aren't going to be tortured for eternity, but they'll be corrected for it. I believe in some sort of divine, some sort of justice, maybe in the end, that we're all going to face.
Karma.
Hell yeah!
I wish I believed in that.
Can I respond to what they were saying while I was off stage?
Go for it, Andrew. I might even speed date you and Gnostic here in a minute if it starts getting heavy.
Sure, and that'd be great. And Gnostic, I would love to debate you on this further. I think the Ortho Bros, and I want you guys to realize, at least I'm attempting this topic. Like you said, they won't attempt this topic. They will attempt like what's better for society. But at least I'm trying to prove it here. And I could do that with logic as well, but we're going on the evidence now. But if we want to get into it further, we can get into like the logical proofs that I think also prove it. But for this, it's the same thing that happened with Gibbs earlier. You ask him for evidence, he gives you evidence, you laugh it off. It's the same thing that happens in my debates every time with atheists. Same thing last time I brought up Our Lady of Guadalupe here on this channel, and they called it Our Lady of Grilled Cheese. That was the refutation.
I remember that.
No, I said I believe it.
That's not a refutation. So unless you can explain me how that image got there and converted the entire country of Mexico, you don't have to hang on every word. I don't mean every person. I mean it converted a large portion.
There was a lot of people there who said they saw nothing. There's a lot of there's actual primary sources, people who were at that site and said, "I'm not seeing anything," and they wrote it down.
Similarly to Padre Pio, whose body still hasn't decomposed, that we still have that cloth that should have already decomposed. And there's no paintbrush marks on it. It's not painted on. Just like the shroud, we know the image isn't painted on. So you shit on the shroud at the same time not being able to actually describe how the image got there.
What saint are you referring to?
Say again?
What saint are you referring to? It hasn't decomposed yet?
Padre Pio. My parents saw his body. You can pull it right now. It looks just like this. And he's the one that had the holes in his hands for 50 years. And then as soon as he died, they healed up with no scarring.
So he died in 1968?
And they healed up 10 minutes later with no scarring. So
look, this is something I'm not.
They were wrapped by a doctor. They were wrapped and observed by a doctor.
You can't ask me to refute this on the spot. I have no idea who.
Fair enough. I said I'll debate you on this.
But
I'm providing evidence. You can't just laugh it off.
No, I'm not laughing off Padre Pio. I don't even know who he is.
Right, and
I said he never heard of it, dude. He never heard of it.
Yeah, but I can't just refute something that I never heard of, or
ask me to bring evidence?
Acknowledge it either. I don't know what my knee-jerk reaction is to say maybe they have some sort of oil on him that makes him not fucking. I don't know. Maybe some.
Or maybe it's a miracle.
No, that's
not. I believe. Okay, well that's where you and I differ.
Linen hasn't decomposed either. You know, they have him in a fucking thing. You know, he's older than Padre Pio. I just I'm hesitant. Like, and this is my only issue right now that you're doing, Andrew. Is I know we're on the same side here, but when we're talking about modern miracles or Lady Guadalupe, and I can point to some other examples of like Native Americans and Spanish, like women, or I can't think of her name, that appeared to people. But I think it's easier when you're arguing with someone like Gnostic here, who wants like hard based facts. Like, okay, this is the Hittites, this is their city, this is definitively as opposed to how we interpret a modern occurrence or something. Yeah, I'm stabbing in the back. Yeah, I'm a little concerned that when we're using evidence to prove the Bible is historically accurate, because I think the prompt is what exactly is does not map onto reality. This is why I kept coming back to the flood myths, and this is being in places where North America where they don't match it, where they match up in some regards, but there are a lot of them, but they didn't have contact with Christians, or some of the other examples where we can go and see Sodom and Gomorrah, and we can see an airburst potential, or kind of these kind of things where it's we can base this in grounded historical like fact that's like undisputed. Like you brought up, I can't even think of his name now. The guy that brought up the eclipse thing. Like that is like something. Okay, if it's true, or like I don't know, I'm not as familiar. We can like point and say, okay, this is vouched for by other historical examples like across the world. And I think that was maybe your best argument made so far. That not necessarily proving Jesus, but proving like something happened at this time that is also said in the Bible, which I think
Mount Hermon. Mount Hermon in the book of Enoch, where the mountain is cut, where the watchers were said to come down. You can see the mountains clearly fucking cut. That's a good one, but that doesn't mean Jesus is God. So get to your actual argument.
It doesn't, but if he's bringing miracles to the current day Catholic Church, then it does mean Jesus is God. And the church has miracles, and they have a very rigorous. They don't just accept everything. There's a rigorous.
Okay, here comes the 30-second one. Is Jesus God?
Yes.
Okay, and so God is a man?
No.
Is there one God?
I will go back to the Aquinas saying, I know they hate it when I do that. That
Was
God
Jesus,
is not
Aquinas is a 45-second display.
God is not a being. God is being.
Okay.
Is the answer. That is the position of the Church Fathers in Catholicism.
Was Jesus a servant to God? Was Jesus God's servant on earth?
What are you trying to prove here?
What do you think I'm trying to prove? I'm going to take a piss break.
Because it's not going to work. I'm giving you
it's not going to work. Okay. What am I trying to do? You forgot the argument.
You don't want to talk about it.
You want to
catch me in a Bible verse. Like that's what I mean.
I'm using fucking logic,
and you're ignoring it,
bro. You just either got wrapped up and forgot the actual fucking argument, which is Jesus is not God, or you're just playing dumb because I got you in the trap. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a 30-second
evidence, and then ignore the evidence. And
no, you're going back to the shroud. You're going back to a shroud. We're not talking about the shroud or Guadalupe. We're talking about God. I don't give a fuck about the shroud. Who made the shroud? God or not God?
And I would like to also, I don't know if we can bring Gnostic up here also, who said there's no mention of a shroud. I have like 6 mentions.
Oh my God. I'm using the bathroom. I can't argue about the shroud anymore. If someone's
arguing
God,
about the shroud, why don't you tell me how the image got on there that we can't replicate today?
Miracle.
Okay. So what are we arguing about?
Because that doesn't mean Jesus. Okay. Here, I got you. I understand, Andrew. Here we go. I grant you everything you said as a divine miracle. Got it? The shroud, Our Lady of Guadalupe, everything. Now what? What is your next argument? What is the point now? And
okay, my point would be in the same way that if you accept that Jesus rose from the dead, it validates his claims.
I don't. There we go. I don't.
But you just granted everything I just said.
No. A shroud over a dead body, sir. A shroud over a dead body. Or a shroud over a resurrected body. The shroud
can't be reproduced today.
No. I never said anything about the image. No. I never granted the image. No. Easily is a lighted image of a negative X-ray. Easily.
Why haven't they reproduced it?
Okay, so then now what? Okay, how about this? Okay, let me grant you. A man they can't reproduce a lot of things. They can't reproduce the fucking pyramid either. But I'm not going to think
probably something going on there then, right? What would the conclusion to that be?
Okay, so then that means the Egyptian pharaoh's God too?
You asked for evidence. I didn't say I had definitive proof. Okay. I'm giving you evidence. I'm telling you why I believe what I believe. You don't want to accept any of the evidence. You're like the UFO.
Oh, no, Andrew, you just finally made a claim. No, you finally explained it. No, you finally explained it.
That's you.
I'm not even trying to argue it. You finally explained the point. Hold on. You finally just said that that's the reason why you believe Jesus is God. You have not said that yet. You've just been arguing about the shroud.
What are you making my evidence for?
I have no fucking idea. That's why I keep asking you to tell us.
What?
That's why I keep asking you.
I said, what I was arguing for? I'm sorry I didn't state it. I thought that was clearly
obvious. You should have stated it. It was not clearly obvious.
That Christianity.
No, you were all over the place. I kept granting things, trying to get to the next point. So you're saying that the reason, the foundation of your belief in the Trinity is based off of a shroud that you believe was miscarbonated. No, so then
I guess that's my argument. Maybe I'll say it and then you can steel man it for me. What I'm saying is that there's a preponderance of evidence, whether it be archaeological, like Gibbs was pointing to, which you guys just dismissed, whether it be tangible, like I'm pointing to, which you just dismissed. Whatever preponderance, there's a lot of evidence. And if you factor that in with the fact that I believe that the church is still receiving miracles to God, I told you could watch Padre Pio's Mass on YouTube. If he's still giving miracles to the church today, that would lead me to believe that he's affirming that position is true. And then if you also add in the logic of Aquinas, including the fine-tuning argument, including the unmoved mover, then you are painting a very big picture of evidence that's very hard to refute. That's my point. It's not just one thing. Oh, he didn't have the coins on his eyes. Okay, that doesn't at all refute my argument at all. Like, the image is still on there. We still have the tangible evidence and multitudes of other tangible evidence that shouldn't even exist. Not to mention this, you act like we don't have a lot of writing about Jesus. We do have a lot of writing about him, way more than anybody else at that time. You believe in Alexander the Great, right? No problem there. But this one you question when there's way less documentation of that.
Hold on, stop saying what I question. Just make you're doing great making your argument. You're making your argument great. Stop telling me what I do and don't believe. That's how you're going to get tracked up. Because then I interrupt you. I never said what you just said. So keep going with your claim.
No, that's my point.
I'm telling you, as a friend,
archaeological, the logical, and you put them all together, it seems to point to this is actually true. You can also look at near-death experiences where multiple people have seen Jesus.
I've had one. I've had a near-death experience. Proper
preponderance of evidence if you want to see it, and it's not lost on me that exactly what you guys are doing is the story that you guys were talking about Adam and Eve. You are literally using the knowledge to move away from God. You're doing it right now. Like this is what
don't tell me I move away from God. I feel that my understanding of God is not confusing.
And that's
I get the story. My understanding of God in 1 second. I don't need. Okay, Andrew. Thank you for making your claim. When we go back to the panel after I make my response, I'm going to ask everyone: were they that clear on that was your claim? Because I was not. So thank you. Now I understand your point. And let's now let me try to stand on what you're saying. Let's grant Jesus resurrecting. Let's grant that was a shroud. Oh, listen, stop. Just let me. Okay, I was being polite. Oh, you're doing this. Let's grant it all. Jesus died and he resurrected, and that shroud is his, right? Let's grant it. Okay. Are you familiar with Simon Magus?
I've heard of it. My brain is like mush right now. Can you fill me in?
Simon Magus was the man who had a lot of magical powers, who was able to, Peter got into a sorcery battle with him. Simon Magus was able to fly in the sky. And then Peter struck him with the breath of God, and he fell. You know about this, right? You've heard of it?
Yeah, I think he didn't tithe all his money to the church. He didn't give all his money to the church. He lied about it.
He was a dark sorcerer. Let's grant that too. And Elymas, the sorcerer.
That he dropped him dead. I'm confirming. Is this the right story? He killed him because he didn't give his money to the church or something?
Well, he was supposed. No, he was trying to pay and become an apostle. And it was regarding money. Okay, so you've heard of him. That's all. That's in the Bible. That's in Acts. Also in Acts is another sorcerer named Elymas the sorcerer. Okay. Now,
if you see how you don't refute my argument,
hold on. Let me finish my statement, sir. Both of those men are recorded in the same books you're talking about that performed great acts that we today could call miracles if we believe that their books came from God. So if all of those were true, none of them are God.
Where's the Magus of Padre? Where's Padre Pio?
None of that means God, therefore God, sir.
You granted in the beginning, you granted the resurrection.
I can grant all of it.
Would agree that if Jesus was resurrected, his claims are true. Do you deny that?
If your understanding of God has to do with somehow a human resurrected and then left, I understand God to be much bigger than you. And therefore, God doesn't carry with a resurrection.
But I'm saying, can I throw in that other individuals are resurrected?
And his claims were
I made my argument. I named two other magicians and sorcerers that witnessed the apostles.
I'm over it. Hunter, and then Gibbs. What did you want to add in there? I didn't hear what you said, Hunter.
I wanted to point out, I mean, obviously, I understand the argument that if just because he's resurrected doesn't mean that he is the Son of God, because there's plenty of people who were resurrected in the New and Old Testament. We obviously talked about like a horde of zombies in Matthew that are mentioned. Weirdly enough, not mentioned by any other historical document or even the other Gospels. So it doesn't seem like it's a one-to-one that the Son of God is the only one who can be resurrected. So anyway,
well, let me check this out. So all right. So y'all know what simulation theory is, right? That like we're all living in a computer or something, and like we're all the Sims. Y'all all heard this?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. And there's some evidence to support that could be a thing. And we live in like real time rendering and all this shit. What if I told you?
There's some evidence.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's like theories like quantum entanglement, and they can like exist in multiple things at the same time. Look, this is a real thing. Look at what simulation theory is, and you can see like what I'm talking. Now, I'm not saying there's any definitive proof. I'm just saying, what if I told you that simulation theory proves that the Bible maps on a reality? Right, and here's how. All right, we have a question about the Trinity, the Holy Spirit. That's a passive buff. The player is God. He's the guy that made the Sims game, right? And then the player character is the avatar. That's Jesus. So when he dies and he grants all this, that's him winning the game for all his people. So like this is basically the same thing. We can look at even like modern theories, which I guess is really what Andrew's trying to allude to, and you can see them map onto reality. Now I say this kind of like comically the way I'm laying this out with the simulation theory and us being the Sims, but what I'm pointing to is like, listen, what if that's a different playthrough, right? Like, oh, Mark is a different playthrough than John's or Luke's. There's all these different angles, and even when you look at like history in like an actual like literal sense, where we go and like dig up Pompeii, right, based off other facts, like you still get different historical accounts of what happened. And like I don't think that when you can just say, oh, we can't credit this, it doesn't map onto reality, when we can see literal examples and even like scientific hypotheses about things like, oh, like multiple parallel universes, we have like quantum simulation theory, all these things. And I feel like these are all explanations. Like I said, science is just a further example of religion where we're trying to understand the world. And when you're sitting here just dismissing these myths and parables and things like out of hand, when they actually have history baked in, that's just like a false equivalency. It falls on its head. Like I'm sorry,
but if that's sufficient for him to have God, then your God is a lesser God compared to my understanding of God. If that's where you find your fit, good. It's fine. I'm just saying, like the whole concept of the unmoved mover is bullshit. No, not the unmoved mover, the ever moving mover, the ever existing mover. Like we're talking one tier higher of God. We're talking about not a first cause.
Anyway. You can't take one, but it's a reductive it's a reductive stance of my argument. It's a straw man. You can't take just the unmoved mover without the other Aquinas proofs and say that it proves God. You need.
I'm not arguing the unmoved mover.
Wait, am I crazy? Aren't Aquinas proofs independent?
The ever moving mover. I'm not saying the unmoved. The ever moving, the creator. The Ahura Mazda
is a logical proof for God from Aquinas.
No, it's not, because something has to be a first cause. It's not grounded.
Aquinas borrowed from Aristotle. It's from Aristotle.
Yes, he did.
The pagan idea.
It was destroyed 2,000 years ago.
The unmoved mover is from Aristotle, not Aquinas.
I'm not saying
it was Aristotle.
Aristotle created it. Allow me to read the super chat kindly, please. Objective Ethics says, thank you for the kind greetings, sister. It's nice to be well thought of by people like yourself, whom I have a lot of respect for. Objective Ethics debated one night here with Mark Reed, and he is the most polite and kind panelist here. So if anyone else wants to, like any atheists want to take Objective Ethics on, just let me know. We're going to throw him back into the rotation. Yeah? He's
I'll
very
take Objective
sweet.
Ethics.
He's very sweet, by the way. And whoever is trying to get backstage, I do have a full backstage right now. I know everybody wants a piece of this. Actually, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this as kindly and politely as I possibly can. But dude who believes in God, please stop spamming my private chat. Like these all could be an email kind of thing. And I only say that. Yeah, the guy who believes he's God is backstage.
Oh,
the one who was on panel earlier.
I believe he's God. Why not?
Well, even at
Human
that,
God.
Evidence.
Even
Human
at that,
God. Human God. He's here. He told you.
Even at that, even at that, my OCD kicks off. I don't like seeing that little red dot. It drives me nuts. The private chat is for actual logistics only. And if you weren't spamming it with crap earlier, it wouldn't be so irritating for me at this point now. The private chat is for logistics or like
actual things that I need to take care of in the moment, not for all of your conversations between each other. Ways Philosophy says Ortho Bros started debating as is it Eastern Orthodox? While only being inquirers. Dyer was calling church Eastern Orthodox parish parishioners heretics before being baptized in the church. Any thoughts to that, gentlemen?
Jay Dyer's a fraud. At one point in time, Jay Dyer, all of his initial information where he exposes Hollywood and occult and all that, that's because he was not at all a church person. He was hanging out with Freeman Fly, took all Freeman Fly's information and then passed it off as his own.
Follow the money.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would say that Jay Dyer has my respect in certain things when it comes to the conspiracy theory stuff and a lot of the early stuff, for sure. But when it comes to the religious,
from the OG godfather of it, Freeman Fly.
That's what he just said.
I understand that. I'm saying, but he still brought it out for a lot of people. I'm not saying I learned anything or heard anything from him for the first time, but he did open it to a lot of people. I'm specifically saying that as far as theology and actual spiritual beliefs, he has none. He's a fraud. And I think that his entire argument is a silly memorization of ortho bro language that, again, we started and he literally kicked me off Twitter in 30 seconds and then started calling me an Arab towelhead. That was the argument.
Oh my goodness. I
which is an insult.
Sometimes I wonder if they merely only utilize those arguments because they believe that that's the end all be all of debates and it's the only one that wins, right? In their perception, I guess. I mean, I'm not going to talk shit, but
I can give you a 15 seconds. Here's the problem. The entire argument of the Ortho Bros is stating to a continuous argument since the first church fathers. And they're basically saying, who are you to read the Bible without them? And it's very important what they said through the history of time. And so then you say to them, so you do not trust your own inner coherence to read and interpret the Bible for yourself?
Can't think for yourself.
And then the answer is either yes, so then tell me your argument. And if it's no, or they can't answer it, so they'll just say, no, you don't understand. No, I do understand. You're saying appeal to authority for 2,000 years, 1,700 years. So what's your fucking argument?
Well,
they've never been able to handle that. Yes, sir.
They're actually using the scripture to combat the scripture, which is leaning upon your own understanding, which is the scripture. But then they're saying you can't possibly understand that very scripture, but you're reading that scripture to understand that scripture. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
And allow me to interrupt for just a moment, gentlemen. Andrew is going to make his exit. He's got to be somewhere. You're probably got to be at church tomorrow. See, I take the noon service, and this is another reason why I start Saturday nights 2 hours earlier because I have church in the morning. But am I correct that Andrew and Gnostic do want a one-on-one to continue some kind of? Is that what I heard earlier?
I'm totally down with that.
Okay. Andrew, I'm going to leave it to you to send me a prompt and I can propose that to Gnostic and then we'll just pick a date and get you guys set up from there. How's that sound?
Do that.
100%. And I just want to say, Gnostic, like I said, I'm a fan. I appreciate it. I'm not mad at you. I'm not trying to.
You've been cool, man. You've been cool. Nothing cool.
I appreciate it.
No bad feelings going.
Yeah, no bad energy. Andrew, I believe you're faithfully 100%. And I can feel your passion 100%.
Thank you. And I want to explore it more with both of you. And Gnostic, look up the things that you said that you hadn't heard about yet so that you can review next time. Thank you, guys. Have a great night. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrew. I'll see you tomorrow night with
I'll be
Brian
there.
Shapiro. Andrew's going to be on with Brian Shapiro. We've got a whole rundown of debates. And it's a throwdown, kind of like a throwdown Thursday, except we're doing it a Sunday night. We're in team collaboration with the Politics debate server. And so all of their people are coming in to debate Brian, including Andrew. It's going to be a really fun time.
Don't miss it. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Andrew. Sleep well.
Good night, Andrew.
Hey, I got to
All
dip too.
right.
I appreciate it, though. Thanks for
Sure.
having me.
Hunter, your final thoughts to everyone, or you can tell them to fuck off. I don't care.
Fuck off. No, everyone was really pleasant here. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on. Follow me on TikTok. I make videos on politics and stuff like that. Yeah, cool. That's all. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Hunter.
You're fighting a good fight, Hunter.
You mentioned you're atheist, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
And Hunter, if you reach out to me,
What's his name on
never
Twitter?
mind.
What's his name on Twitter?
Gibbs, does he have a different name on Twitter, or is it just Hunter?
It should be either Hunter, either Kozak or Stacks. He changed it after the Charlie Kirk thing, so like I don't really.
His ass.
It's probably the Hunter.
I gotta look. I'm not an atheist, but I had this like weird respect for atheists because they're just so strict to the facts.
You should have been there last night. Oh, Sarah, this is the perfect partner. We are going to do the 2-on-2 of the existence of God, not an Abrahamic argument where the atheists get to run wild against God walking around the Garden of Eden. Where are you, Adam? On the existence of God as a necessary grounding for existence itself eternally.
Yeah, that was with Flying Spaghetti Auditor.
Yeah. And Gnostic, you want to join this one? It's going to be a fucking atheist bloodbath.
All right, let's do it.
We're going to have all the Christians wearing T-shirts of us like the new pagan idols when we're done with these fucking people.
So hold on. So the two of you would actually take the stance that God does exist, correct?
100,000%, and not God in the yes, but I'm going to elevate the understanding of God to God, G-O-D. Capital letters, not little g, not God with opinions, changing his minds, changing his fucking names. That's all bullshit. I'm talking about God on the highest possible understanding of the supreme creator of what everyone, like, look at Clay. Clay believes in Jesus. Clay's nodding his head because that's what we're talking about. The problem is these atheists are smart. They go to school. They learn science. Their God is science and physics. That's why they got 7 jabs. Okay.
No,
but as soon as you get someone who believes, my religious belief is theonosis. Okay. It's a philosophical lens over this whole experience. And as soon as you get someone who's going to get on here and argue about the existence of the first causation, they can't go back. You saw what I did to Andrew. I go back to, so then God is a man, so the man created the universe, and the whole argument's destroyed. That's the problem. You cannot have someone who holds those things true. Balderson is another person who could argue this. My point is that this is going to be a very, very high level argument because those guys that we had last night, Sarah, were high Gnostic. They were very, very high level atheist philosophers.
Well,
they're going to get annihilated.
I want to echo kind of what you're saying, though, like Shaman. I think this is important. This is actually kind of what I was telling, like Andrew before he left. Is like if you're going to argue like these sorts of things, right? Like why? Like these people already don't believe in God in any form, right? Why are you going to argue the like? Oh, this is a miracle aspect. Why aren't you going to argue like, okay, here's the historical stuff we can prove, or here's like the stuff that's like led to theory, like at least go into the realm, and then we can dispute which facts you agree with, like as opposed to like. Hey, if you don't believe in, my like Jesus miracle, then you're just like denying stuff. I feel like that's just the wrong way to go about it a lot of times.
Yeah, I'm speaking someone. I understand what you're saying, Gibbs. I'm speaking someone's language. So when I go and I talk to freaking Rabbi Tovia Singer for 3 hours, I'm speaking to him in his language, which is Torah and Tanakh. If I'm speaking to a Christian scholar, I'm speaking to them in his language. Yeah, I'm speaking to you, but in this debate, I'm speaking my fucking language. And that's going to be fun because then I get to talk. These guys are saying science and physics. I'll read 2 sentences. I have a book on this. I haven't released it yet. But my other book is free on my website. It's affirming a necessary, continuously active ground of being, not a static first push. The static thing is retarded. That's the entire premise of any form of material. A static image is impossible for what we're talking about God. Not a first cause. That's bound by time and space, but the necessary ever-present cause of being itself, right? If existence is ongoing, it's all about grounding. If beings are contingent to time and space, right, then the grounding has to be grounded in something that also is existing, but is continuous. If everything is just moving, not moving, and disappearing and appearing, then in essence, you're basically saying like that one, what was that one girl we were talking to that said everything was, what was the Hindu she was saying? Everything is fucking,
Jen.
Remember? Jen, what was she saying? The Hindu, she was getting in Hinduism. She was saying,
said everything.
Yeah. So then that's karma. Oh, then so, do you believe in cause and effect? She said, yes. I said, well, if cause and effect are both an illusion, then there's no such thing as karma. And if there's no such thing as karma, then the entire premise of the book that you got Brahman from is shit. There's the end of the argument. There's nothing else to say. And then she's like, well, I don't think you understand. It's like, actually,
that was here last week.
yeah, that was like, that shit was done in 15
while
seconds.
you were doing it, but she was here last week.
No, my point. Anyway, let's set up. If Gnostic wants to do it, great. If not, there's gonna be some all-time shit. Because I've been waiting for this debate for 2 years.
You know, I actually like the idea because it's not just atheists versus Christians on that. It's like a recycled argument. I would love to hear it from a different perspective of somebody who's not atheist and just saying spaghetti man in the sky, right?
Yes. Yes. Well, no, like if reality is dynamic and moving and ever changing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then it cannot be static.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
Yeah,
so
he already proposed a date to me, and I just need to find him a partner. But if the two of you are teaming up, then that takes one more out of the equation for me that I don't have to worry about. So yeah, I'm all for it. Gnostic, are you up for it?
Yeah, like I said, I'm down to have some sort of debate on this. Yeah.
Okay.
You know what our evidence is? Our evidence is the faith of every single person of note in history of the entire history of the fucking world. From who you call pagans to who you call Christians to who you call Muslims and every religion imaginable. That's our evidence.
That's not evidence of much. You're just saying that people have faith in things they don't understand.
No, I'm saving the argument. I have a book. I have a book on this called Theonosis. It's not out yet, and I'm telling you right now, I've been preparing for this fucking argument for 25 years.
Right now too.
I wrote it 10 years ago. I just want to debate it first. They will have
what's the
pre-release on the website.
What's the prompt that you're suggesting?
Sarah, what did we say? I mean, we don't say is God real. We should say
it was does God exist was like the initial entry, but you can reformulate that prompt if you want.
Whatever. Make it big. Make it. You're probably better at that now than I am. Make an amazing
like
prompt.
Pantheists and pagans and other religions actually debating the atheists would honestly be a lot more interesting than watching the same old debunk the Bible over and over again. Debate that
That's
we've
what
already
I'm
done a million times.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, very agreeable.
Yeah. Like the whole argument again. Like they try to go and they go, okay, the unmoved mover, the first causer. Yeah, that doesn't make sense because unmoved mover, and then they're going to just dissect it. You have to go with the ever moving mover. The first, anyway. I don't want to dive into it too much right now, but it'll be a fucking annihilation.
Well, also that doesn't mean God. Like the Big Bang could be the unmoved mover.
Okay, I don't say. Let's stay on. I don't want to change the subject, but tune the fuck in. This is going to be an all-time situation.
How about is God
time for this? Is God knowable? Is God knowable? 100%.
Knowable or
knowable? Yes, knowable. And Jesus taught you that already, sir. Yes, Jesus already taught you that.
Yes, he did.
Speaking of teaching, number one, don't keep talking in my private chat back there. If you want to talk and have your opinion, do it in the regular chat. But Santa, we've got 15 minutes left on our Dolno goal. They're currently 2 out of 10. Shall we teach them what they need to do from the chat?
I certainly think so. I mean, we've gone this far. We've had a great discussion, and really there's more to cover. And I think the chat needs to bring it home so we can keep it alive.
Lovely. Very well said. Thank you, Santa. Clay, teach them what they need to do. Teach.
Sure. The word is in the beginning. The money is now. Send the money now. Now. Pay Sarah now. That's how that works. Pay her now.
Love it. Shaman, what you got for him, sir?
There's 2 types of people on this earth. Those who believe and those who don't believe. And even if you don't believe that, that is also a belief. So please believe in this channel and believe that you're in the middle of reality, you're experiencing something fun, and send some money to Sarah because it takes a lot for her to organize this stuff. And it's our Saturday night. Shabbat Shalom to all of you. And let's keep this thing going, or not.
Or not. Dun, dun, dun. Husky. Oh, Husky, you got meat on your head again.
That's actually a T-bone. I got 25 kilos of it. It's great. All right, chat. I'm going to level with you. I've spent the last 3 hours asleep in my fucking chair, and I've only just got here, and there's 15 minutes left on the dono goal. So you need to reach this dono goal within the next 15 minutes, so I can eat this raw steak on stream. Thank you.
All right.
I vote for Stewie. We need 8 more donos on the dono goal.
Guys, come on.
That's my first time on here, and I've only barely gotten a chance to speak. So give some donations so I can talk more, I guess.
Lovely. Yeah. That's a good antic right there to do that. And
the 670 people watching on my stream, do me a favor, scoot over to Sarah's channel and just drop $1. One person, 8 people. That's all we need.
Technically, they have to be in rounds of 10, but every little bit counts. We accept every little bit and hypnotize them. Tell them what they need to do.
Well, friends, this show thrives on your support if you are able to contribute. If you have the means and can find it in your heart to do so, please contribute.
Wow, you went like all godlike on us.
I'm sorry. I'm not feeling great.
And Gnostic already gave his presentation. He told you what to do. Oh, by the way, if you're watching over there, we are no longer watching from the Raging Tomato side. We're now over at the Gauntlet, which is at the Gauntlet Debate. So if you are looking for us, that's where we are now.
This is $9.99. Is that you?
This is Dragon Fist sending in love.
That's your $8, right?
It's 8 out of 10. 8, yeah. They're $10 increments. Oh. And the chat kind of slacked on the first 4 hours, and I didn't say anything because we were having a good conversation. But now they don't have that opportunity to slack, and they know it. And Fourth Wiseman saved all of their asses earlier with a big fat red dono. So now my mercy is running on limited. And I'll read that in a second. Mr. Balderson, tell them what they need to do.
I would say that the All-Father has smiled on the show tonight. And so you must sacrifice, to be clear, $70 more. It can be 1 dono. It can be 5 donos. Nobody cares. But we want to keep the show running. Neil's over here still raring to fight.
Yeah.
We aren't done.
We aren't done. Don't let the fun end. And Gibbs, I know you got a lovely sermon for them. Bring it.
Yeah, let me tell you about children here. I'll tell you something. It is crazy that y'all have not donated thus far, because I could be out getting face to face and dancing in the neon lights right now. But instead, I am here spreading the gospel of games to you. And what I need y'all to do is game Sarah some more money and do it right fucking now.
You guys are so great.
Is that to the god of beef? God of beef? Beef
God
gods.
of beef gods. Backstage right now, I've got Darth Thoranes, I believe I said it right, and Spicoli hanging out. So you can utilize the grift to bring up someone else, kick someone off. Anyone on the bottom half is kickable, and Ant. But Gibbs, Balderson, and Gnostic are not bootable. They gave up their Saturday night for you to bring a show. You cannot boot them. They've been giving quality content all this evening for you from the get-go. Andrew Dragonfist says, Shaman, you said you destroyed my argument of the unmoved mover and then said exactly what I said as your point of why I was wrong. LOL, I literally said God is not a being. God is being, Shaman. What say you?
Sorry, Plato.
I did not say that I destroyed your argument of the unmoved mover. My argument is not the unmoved mover. I said my argument in that framework of Aristotle would be the ever-moving mover. Okay, it's a completely different fucking argument that you've never heard before. That's my point. Okay, it's a completely new argument. And as far as God is not a being, God is being. That's my argument. So you're on my trail of thought, but you are saying God is a being. Actually, you're saying he's 3 beings or 3 persons. And that's where you draw the line, and I continue. You understand? God to you is sufficient here with 3 persons. That's good for you. Amen. I continue, sir. It's because above your argument is where the science bros are and all the other stuff. And that's why they rain down on you like hellfire on Sodom and Gomorrah. But I will go past the fucking firmament. I will break through the firmament of El Elyon into the presence of El and rain down and save all of my God-fearing, believing friends once and for all. And maybe Gnostic joins me, maybe someone else. All hail the All-Father.
Someone through.
Yeah, I think what's the math on that now? What are we at?
You have one more left. One more.
Oh, there you go.
Because
One more.
you said there was
One
8, then
more
there's that
is right,
9.99, then that's 50. So yeah, more.
Yeah, or 2 more. Because wouldn't that put us to 70? And now the 50 is. All right, two more. That's not bad. $20. You got this.
$20, y'all.
$20 is $20. And shout out
Man in the house.
Shout out to Jim. That was a big love. I love this. You guys all see a few makes it not the responsibility of all. I like it. This is teamwork makes the dream work. And tomatoes in the chat on behalf of Jim for putting my second favorite color on the screen. We love it. And Bakken says with the Big 10, Neil, Gnostic Informant, my guy. God is nature, as we all are. One emanating into wow.
One emanating into many.
Thank you.
English is a hard language, I agree.
Found in material, ever evolving and finding new form, becoming new complexities and new expressions. There you go.
Thank you so much. For being a show host, I should probably learn how to read. But Gnostic, what say you?
I say Bach and Pan came through. I think he fulfilled the destiny of the night. I think we're good now, right?
Ooh.
We are the one. We are the many of the one.
Oh, so we can all go home then?
We're 10 or $9. What is it? $9 short of the fulfillment of your total night.
Yeah, one more dono goal and you guys are complete. I call that a win. And again, backstage, I've got Darth Thoranes, who would be new to the show. I'm excited to see what he has to say. We've got Spicoli. I'm not really pushing for anyone to bring Spicoli up, but he was back there. And I've got Hostile
Hyperborean.
Thank you. He was here last night. Very educated young man. We enjoyed the conversation. I think Santa had a nice conversation with him too. So there are your options backstage. If you want to shake up the panel, it's up to you. All right. I leave the floor open to you. We're going to sit here and pray to the spaghetti monster for one more dono goal, and we can call our mission complete.
Yeah,
Back
you know,
to you
it only
guys.
takes 6 hours, you know.
Right.
All we have to do is just start another argument, and
It
money
sounds
starts
so hard
flying
to
in.
me like that's probably going to be better as a serious Saturday again.
What's that?
Yeah.
It sounds like that's really going to be better as a serious Saturday again. That's some deep concepts.
Which which thing?
Just to take what I think Balderson's referring to the presentation of the argument I just gave, cinematic. I say I'm going to break through the firmament and rain down on the atheists like the Tower of Babel. That one?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm ready. Serious Saturday is perfect. It's going to be fucking serious.
All right. If somebody could send me that prompt, and I will complete that mission.
I don't even
and
know
set
how
up
to.
another.
If you're not good, I'm going to make Balderson shear you.
Hey,
Come on,
Jed, Sarah, Jed said he wanted to do it. Jed said he wanted to do it. And that other gentleman, I can't
There it
remember
is.
what his name was.
There it is. There's the night.
Yay! Here we come to save the
Not over.
day.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Balderson, you should start threatening blood eagles on people if they don't send the money.
Exactly.
Wait, I think we figured out why Darth Thoranes is backstage.
Emma? Is it the Emma person?
I think he tried to come on a couple shows ago, but the panel was also full.
Oh,
and
did I
ended
miss
up
it?
failing.
Oh, okay. That's fair. All right. Ant is going to make his exit, which would make room for Darth Thoranes, and maybe he'll want his live speed date here in the moment while he's here. Ant, go ahead and say your goodbyes, sir.
Thanks for having me, Sarah. It was fun having this conversation with everybody on the panel. Hopefully, I'm feeling better and can contribute more by the next panel.
I was gonna say, you sound sick. Do you have an allergy thing or something?
Yeah, it's allergies. It's been
I'm
wet
so
with my
sorry.
butt the last few days.
Oh, well, Aunt, go get some rest. Tell
Thank
your
you.
lovely wife, Lone Wolf, that we said hello to her, and we'll catch you on the next round. I'm sure you'll be watching tomorrow night for sure.
For sure.
Feel better, Aunt.
Thank you. Have a good
Good
one.
night, Aunt. We appreciate you. All right, Darth Thoranes, and then Objective Ethics says the Father is God. Jesus is not the Father. Jesus is not God. So we got P1, P2, and Clay. We remember P1, P2, right?
These are good. These are just old. These are just old debates. Like I'm telling you, these debates haven't progressed since the fucking 80s.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, let's be serious. To all my believing friends and non-believing, like these debates have been done over and over and over and over again. Maybe it just, I mean, it's just like, what is that?
All the way back into the time.
It's shadowy. We can't see.
The times of the Bakkets. The Bakkens.
Yeah, there you go.
Let me make you bigger so we can all see it.
Yeah, the double torch holding motherfuckers.
Well, Shaman, that's why I think it's so interesting. Some of these new scientific theories, like the parallel universe stuff and the simulation theory. Because okay, let's just say they prove simulation theory tomorrow. All right,
you know what's. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. If they just proved it tomorrow, okay, or they proved aliens were real, right? Tomorrow, right?
Sure.
Tomorrow we all of a sudden, what effect would this have on religion here on Earth? And would that immediately invalidate it? I would argue no. I would argue in both those cases, maybe even the Christian religion is right, maybe a different sort of religion, right? You can argue these things, and I think that's kind of similar to what you're saying. I think this is a real chance now to actually advance this conversation that, you said, hasn't changed since the 80s. So it's interesting time we live in today.
Well, the reason the debate hasn't really moved past from the 80s because for a long time the discourse was controlled by, it was a monopoly of the discourse by the Christians, and they haven't changed
in English, not in the Middle East and not in other parts of the world. They're looking through a British anthropological lens, and for someone like me, my background is not here. I'm the firstborn American here, and but Gnostic, I think, is, I don't know where he's from, but if you study the whole history of the world and all the timelines, the etymology expands, and the anthropological lens of England gets shattered, and we don't have that paradigm anymore. We're not on the fucking horse track.
It would be like the collegiate style or tier of baiting was
why do you think, look at the programming so deep? You watch a movie about Rome, why are they using British accents? At the time of Rome, the British were
we know why.
Until Mel Brooks.
Sorry, Gnostic, just for a second. Santa, let's say goodnight. You have to tend to things with the niece. Would you like to give your final thoughts to the panel, sir?
Yes, thank you. One, the arguments have been going on. They really haven't changed since the 80s or 90s. I would agree with that. But that doesn't mean there wasn't a lot of passion and perspective brought to the same arguments tonight. I mean, there's ongoing research, there's ongoing, philosophical debates about these things. And if it didn't matter so much, people wouldn't be so passionate about it. So thanks again for, having this and hosting it, Sarah.
She's so sweet.
We will continue to listen while we take care of our chores. Thank you.
Thank you, Santa. We'll see you next round.
Neil. I'm Neil, too.
Neil. That's why I was like, Neil. Yeah.
Old Neil.
No, Unc.
Classic
Unc is a
Neil.
polite way of saying old. Santa is better.
Now, fair warning, Spicoli is up next. You all should prepare yourselves for Spicoli. And Spicoli, before I bring you up, nothing about fuck, vajayjay, or other stupidity. Everybody here is having an incredibly intellectual conversation. They're getting heated, but they're also being smart heated, okay? I'm going to bring you up, but I'm going to hand it back to Gnostic. You take back. I apologize for interrupting, but I'll give the floor back to you, sir.
Sarah, don't threaten me with a good time.
Gnostic. Yeah.
No,
I interrupted you.
We were talking about the conditioning of using British accents in Roman movies to condition us.
Yeah.
And then you jumped up and she was reading a chat or something.
Father super chat $20. Hey, righteous. Appreciate it.
Body, soul.
So one of the things that I've noticed, and I've heard this from people who actually like understand like a lot of these historical movies, is they use British accents for the patrician class. So Julius Caesar was speaking, Julius Caesar, like he speaks in a very British accent, and then the plebs actually have Italian accents.
Denzel Washington and Gladiator 2. Look, perfect example.
The plebs all have real thick Italian Latin accents, but the patricians have the British accents.
It's genius conditioning. We hear a British look, all the movies, the smart kid in Harry Potter, or the smart kid has a British accent. We hear Indian accents. We hear Indian accent. No, I was not. They're all British. We hear Indian accent. We preconceive that they're spiritual, right? And opens the fucking doors for some little Indian guy. Look, we go to the jungle. We see a little Peruvian. I lived in the Amazon for 3.5 years. Guy's wearing a fucking Nike T-shirt, drinking beers, and driving a taxi. Next thing you know, he puts on a little feather hat. White person sees little brown guy with feather hat. He's a fucking shaman.
I also want to say, I think it's also in addition because like Hollywood pushes things through like an American lens, and you know when we think of uppity fucks, we think of either Southern plantation owners or we think of fucking the British. So when you're like, we're gonna think, and I think that
British guys.
Fuck them.
I hear a Southern accent. I hear, I'm gonna have a beer. And
you're not going to hear any Pashtun person ever fucking give any credit to the British people. We defeated them 3 times in 100 years with their little fucking gay invasions from India.
Going to a kegger. That's what
They took over India. They sent a letter to India and said, "Don't fight. We're coming to rule you. And if you're nice, we'll leave in 100 or 200 years." And then from there, they try. Fuck these people.
I think we're talking about very different Southern accents. I'm talking like genteel Antabel. Be like, well, I do.
I'm talking about Florida Georgia line too.
Gotta walk dark.
Different places.
No, everyone here is American except for our Australian friend, which he's honorary American.
Yeah. I ate more
He
T-bones,
brings
so I'm
beer
clearly
out of a
American.
boot. It doesn't even matter where he's from. He's in.
Yeah, he's in. Yeah. No, look, here's what happens. In the 1900s, the British invaded Afghanistan 3 times, and they failed all 3 times, right? So what they did after was they changed the history. They changed the history. So what we now know in English is Indo-Persian. Okay, now look at a map. Here's India. Here's Persia. What's in the middle? Afghanistan, right? No more Afghan history. So now Rumi's Persian. Zarathustra's Persian, yet Zarathustra was born in a town called Balkh, which is in Afghanistan, but he's Persian. You understand? So they strip away the history of our ancient culture of the Aryans, the Aryana, when they can't conquer them. And we, through our English language and our books and our education, forget all about that history. That's how they get us. That's how they erase. Look, we say Old Kingdom Egypt. No, it's called Middle Kingdom Egypt. Egypt is a Greek word. Old Kingdom Egypt is called Al-Kemet. And when you start uncovering those fucking mysteries, you'll start understanding the science of chemistry and the science of spirit alchemy. And then anyway, it's a whole history. Which is Gnostic. You haven't heard. This is the next evolution of this shit. Al-Kemet, baby.
Yeah, man.
And I think Gnostic had to step away for a second, but Be Righteous came in with a big 20, says Father is greater than Son, is greater than Holy Spirit, or maybe they're arrows, Father to Son to Holy Spirit, head to heart to gut, mind to body to soul.
Yep.
Did anybody have a thought to add in?
Beautiful metaphysics.
Yeah, it's the Platonic triad. That's what it is.
Beautiful.
It's very universal. Yeah. That's very universal. Yeah.
The Trimurti Indian.
Yeah, that same combination of head, heart, gut is present in like tons of different meditation systems from the east to the west, like the 3 cauldron meditation system from the Celtics all the way to like Mopai in eastern China. So yeah, that combination of 3 is present in all kinds of different systems. Has nothing to do with Christianity though.
It's basically logos and pathos.
That right there is what you would call a cult because it had to be hidden because of the suppression and threat of death. So then it becomes negative, and it's considered Gnostic because it's the search of wisdom, right? And so when you combine those things and what we all talk about, Balderson's a pure Viking. He agrees. Admiral Gibbs is a pastor. He agrees. Clay agrees. He's a pure Christian, et cetera, et cetera. You see what I'm saying? When you take these types of things, everyone agrees. But when you start putting territory around the word God, applying a name and a story and making it a territory, you have fucking territorial wars. That's why you can't have a debate.
And to be clear, I'm not a practicing pastor. I just want to say that. Not practicing.
No, you are a pastor. No, you are my pastor.
Sermon, please. You're our resident pastor here with your sermons.
Glad that I have a flock.
Chairman,
I'm always going to have flocks somewhere.
is it fair to say that your conception of God is like the ancient beliefs of the ancient, like Egypt's and the ancient Greeks' notion of God, the capital G God, which is like the what they would call the ultimate chaos or the chaos?
Me?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Shangdi in ancient China?
I would say God would be the Wu. Hold on. I would say if we're going to China. I can explain it. Yes, definitely. Those are the prophets. The Wu Shi.
The Shangdi. So, for example, in Greek mythology, you have this hierarchy of gods, right? But ultimately, even in Egyptian, they have this hierarchy of gods. But ultimately, they also come to this, the ultimate, which would be the great chaos.
Yeah. So let me answer. I'll answer as easy as possible. If that is the ultimate form of, is that the supreme creator from which all comes from and exists within? Then yes, I accept that as God. God, capital G, capital O, capital D. It's in China. It's called the Wu Shi. It's the total formlessness from which everything is created from within. Therefore, exists within creation. You understand? So that I accept as God. But my organization's the Universal Theo-Gnostic Society. It is a principle of theognosis. Theo, Greek, supreme creator, gnosis, wisdom through a direct experience. Therefore, the search for the supreme creator through a direct experience. We take all history of all wisdoms, there's 4 ways: birth, death, obvious, near-death experience, and tools of divination, such as plant medicines, breath work, etc., deprivation. All those things can work in search of a direct experience, which is not unsimilar to what Paul was doing as a Merkaba mystic in the 1st century AD as a bitheist Jew. Okay, I'm only criticizing what he did with that fucking experience. Okay, he created his own fucking bullshit religion, and
power
that polluted half of the New Testament. That's my only argument against the New Testament.
Are you making your?
I gotta take the dog out. She's freaking out. She's at the door. She's ready to. She's gonna go any minute now. So.
Are you like leaving? Or are you coming? Are you just stepping away?
I'll probably just bounce because I might be out for a minute. So.
All right. Well, would you like to give your final thoughts? Tell everyone whatever.
I respect everyone on this panel, even Admiral Gibbs. We had a little beef in the beginning, but it's just all passion. You know what I mean? Especially Doug, Uncle Doug. If you're watching this. I enjoyed our time, and thank you for everyone joining. Everyone else after that, Benjamin was there from the beginning, Balderson, and
thank you.
Had a great time. This is very much fun. And thank you for everyone that super chatted. Thank you for Constellation Pegasus, Bakken Pan, Dionysus, all you guys. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for the day, by the way. It was good. Enjoyed it. You have a good one.
Time.
Yeah, Shaman. I think you and I have the same conception of God because, we, like the ancients, the ancient Greeks, the ancient Egyptians, kind of logically deduce that there's this ultimate God who is formless. He's not a material substance.
Exactly.
Yes.
The essence. Yes. And so to the last sentence. So theognosis is not a religion. It's a philosophical lens that you view anything we're talking about through. Right. And it's the principle of trying to find the essence. In the beginning, they say that God formed man out of clay and breathed life. Or in the beginning, there was a word. My position is that word is still going. That word is continuing forever. Creation is eternal and never present. And anything that is created that has life within it has the breath of eternal life within it. Therefore, we would have, through our perception of life, that would transform and permeate through the existence. I don't know how you can argue that.
Pardon me for just a moment, because he still left his channel up and running, and I do need to disconnect it.
I go next, Sarah. I've been patient.
Hold on. Let me do this. I just typed in the chat. So anyone who's watching over on Gnostic, it should have my handle over in your chat. It's at the Gauntlet Debate. So if you would like to continue watching, I don't want to leave his on. That could be dangerous, especially if Spicoli's about to talk. So I'm going to go ahead and disconnect you guys now. If you'd like to continue watching the conversation, we'd love to have you over here enjoying the show. And again, it's at the Gauntlet Debate on YouTube. Thank you.
My turn?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can go?
Yep.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to discuss whether the Bible is fabricated history or not, like your topic is. I'm Jewish, so obviously I don't believe in the New Testament or that Jesus was the Messiah. That's number one. As far as the Old Testament goes, the Hebrew Bible, I believe that a lot of it is the history of the Jews, but I believe that also some of these stories may be allegorical or metaphorical too, on a lot of levels. But so, in other words, and you got folks have to remember, if Judaism never existed, Christianity would never existed, since Christianity came out of Judaism. The Old Testament was written by Jews. Jesus was a Jew, and 11 or 12 of the apostles of Jesus were all Jews. So basically, Jews wrote the Old Testament, the New Testament, and the whole thing. So,
believe me, I know. I don't forget.
Moses was an Israelite. He wasn't a Jew. He wasn't from Judea.
Well, let me explain how that works. I'll educate you. At various times in our 4,000-year history, first we were called Hebrews, then we were called Israelites, and then we were called Jewish people. It's all
three
the
different
same.
things. No, it's not.
It's all.
No, it's not. So if my family was from Samaria, we wouldn't be considered Jewish in your opinion of the covenant of the Israelites, the Torah, not a Torah observing. So if you're from Hebron, you're not a Jew in your mind, or is a Jew from Judea? Tell me.
Well, first of all, I'm a member of the Levite tribe, which is the tribe that Moses' brother Aaron was the leader of and started.
I've been to his, yes. I've been to,
So
I was, yes.
Okay, so look, I'm Jewish. I'm an expert on the subject, okay?
So your ancestors are from Judea. Oh, hold on. So I'm an expert on the subject as well. You are Jewish, and therefore your ancestors, through Aaron, consider themselves tribes of Judea, which is 2.5 of the 12 tribes. Correct, sir, or no?
Listen to me. We have a 4,000-year history. At first, we were called Hebrews.
I agree with the 4,000-year-old history, but you're not. You don't know your own history. Are you from Judea? Is your ancestors from Judea, or no?
Yes, they are. But here's my point.
Jews. Then they're Jews.
Right, but let me explain something for you.
So you disregard the other 10 tribes. Hold on. So the other 10 tribes that are from the northern kingdom of Israel, Samaria, those aren't Israelites to you. Only the 2 tribes, right? So you dictate history of the Israelites because your 2 tribes of Jews ran for the Babylonian exile, but would disregard the Assyrian exile 722. So 10 tribes got exiled 200 years before your Jewish tribes of 2, but we'll follow that history and say that's the history of the Israelites, right?
No, well, why don't you go to AI and you'll find out that over our 4,000 period, we were.
Why don't you go to my YouTube? Why don't you go to my YouTube channel and have me talking to Rabbi Singer on the history of your people for 3 fucking hours?
If you have to interrupt me, you've got a weak argument. Be quiet. You can check AI.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
At first, we were called, when Abraham was around, we were first called Hebrews. Then eventually we were called Israelites, and then we were called Jews. No matter where we were from in Israel, we were called Jews. Okay?
No.
That is
No.
Go to AI. Pull it up with AI. AI will tell you.
Okay. Was the prophet Hosea Jew or an Israelite?
It depends what time he lived.
He was Sumerian. He was not a Jew. He was not from Judea. Hosea was in the northern kingdom. Is he a Jew?
It's
No.
a semantical
It's the
thing. Basically, an Israelite
No,
is a
you are
Hebrew,
appropriating the
and a
culture of the
Hebrew is a
Israelites.
Jew.
You and your 2 tribes of Jews are appropriating Israelite collective history. It's not going to happen on my watch, sir.
Then pull up AI and ask, why don't you, I'll give you any money. Pull up AI and
How
ask
dare
AI
you?
if
How
Israelites
dare you misrepresent?
at the same of
You know,
Jews.
in Hebrew,
And they
this
would
is
say
called,
the
in
same
Hebrew,
thing.
let me teach you Hebrew. In Hebrew, this is
I'm
called
not
Lashon
Hebrew. I
the
speak
evil
fluent
tongue. This is
Hebrew.
called the evil
I
tongue.
speak fluent Hebrew.
All right,
You
let me go ahead and interfere for just a moment.
You don't speak Hebrew.
Mr.
You don't
Pardon
speak
me,
Hebrew.
that means you shut up.
Sorry.
Did I just speak Hebrew to you? Sorry.
Mr. Gibbs would, God damn it.
Sorry.
Mr. Gibbs would like to make his exit. Gibbs, feel free to say anything you like.
Yeah, this has been fun. If you like what I have to say or hate it, Admiral Gibbs everywhere. Yeah, this has been a good time. I've been enlightened or not, I don't really know, but it was fun. I enjoyed it, and as always, thanks for having me. Y'all be good rest y'all's night. Thank you.
Good night, Gibbs. Thank
Good
you
night.
for coming.
Night, Gibbs.
Look, I've been a Jew for 68 years. I know a hell of a lot more about Judaism
Well,
than anybody on this
you are
planet.
disrespecting. You are making it a crazy claim. You are disrespecting the Israelite history, sir.
Why don't you check
You are raising your family, 2 tribes of the 12 tribes history up and disregarding the other 10 tribes. Shame on you.
I'm not disregarding any of the other 10 tribes.
Yes,
They
you
were
are.
lost anyway. Why don't you just go to AI right now and ask AI if those Jews are called Israelite Jews?
I am a scholar of
You're afraid.
Hebrew.
You're afraid to ask AI because you know I'm right.
Sir, do you know who Rabbi Tovia Singer is on YouTube? He's the biggest YouTube rabbi. Go
Yes, I
type
know
my
who he
name and his
is.
name. So go listen to me and him talk about what you think you know about for 3 fucking hours, and then come back and then try to make an argument. I really would love to hear what you're saying.
Dude, look, go to AI and it'll verify exactly what I said.
No,
Depending on
I
what
agree
time
with what you
history-
said. Hold
In
on.
other words,
I agree. Let me clarify. I agree. Hold on. Let me clarify. So we're on the same page. 100% you're correct that Abraham from Ur was of the Hebrew tribes. Yes. And the collective covenant of Moses with the land and the people are Israelites. I'm saying that you are saying you are a Jew from Judea. And I'm saying this is Israel. Here is Judea and here is Samaria, 10 tribes and 2 tribes. You are appropriating Israelite culture with your little plight, where you guys went to Babylon, you went all the way to Russia, and now you came back. That's not Israelite history. That's Jewish history. So don't try to claim that you are there for the Torah.
I'm going to blow you out of the water with my question.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Then if you're saying only certain tribes came from Judea,
2.5 tribes, yes.
If only a few of us Jews came from Judea, then how come today all people, whether they're from Judea or some other city in Israel, we're still all called Jews? How do you?
Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question?
Why
are you laughing? Okay, are you sitting down? Now interrupt if I'm telling you historical. Okay, yes or true or false? In 722 BC, did the Assyrian Empire invade the northern kingdom of Samaria and disperse them? Yes or no? Yes. In 550 BC, did the Babylonians come and take the Jews from Judea and take them to Babylon? Yes or no? Yes. Both are true. You are appropriating one portion of the collective history and trying to pretend that that's the whole story. And you guys have appropriated the history of the Israelites to be the history of the Jews for the last 2,000 years through your European journeys and speaking in the languages of the conquerors through all the nations. Okay, and I'm saying that if you want to claim,
for Omar Spicoli, you did say you're Levite, correct? You said that. That was like one of the first things you said, Spicoli. That would mean that you're not. Oh, he left. Never mind.
Well, I'm not. Are you surprised? Hey, by the way, you guys never seen that argument before.
I was surprised to hear it.
Clay, you love that shit. You know why? Because according to their history and their rabbis that have been tracking this shit for 1,000 years, the highest concentration of the lost tribes are in the Pashtun tribes of Afghanistan. They have documentaries on it. I'm fucking pure that. So you're basically trying to tell, and we've never been bred out. So we went from, according to their history, we went from the Northern Kingdom, right? The tribes of Benjamin. My last name is Ahmadzai, means sons of Joseph. Okay, so we went from in 722 BC, 200 years before them. We went east, and you can track it in the Bible. Hit a river and a mountain, which is called Afghanistan, and we've never lost the war. Therefore, we track our history directly to that fucking moment, and their history is fucking Benjamin Netanyahu, and you're claiming to be fucking pure Israelite. And I'm not saying I have to believe it or not. Don't fucking argue with me about history when I already told this shit since day one.
And I just want to say thank you to any of those who came over from Gnostic Show. We're happy to have you. Thank you for continuing over as an audience member. And thank you for sharing your time with us. We appreciate you. And shout out with all the maters who have been hanging out all night. If you've been here since the beginning of the show, throw some tomatoes in the chat and let people know how committed you are to watching all of these fun debates start to finish, because it never ends over here. And for the record, we've got debates lined up all week. I feel like it's not going to stop, and I'm excited. So tomorrow night, just as a reminder, we've got Brian Shapiro coming on for a throwdown, and that is in collaboration with the Politics Discord server. And then Monday night, we've got Moderator Monday. We've got a 2v2 on a Trump debate. I believe the conversation is about Trump's actions versus inactions of Congress. Tuesday night, we've got a feminism debate between Ghosty and Taylor Fogarty, two very lovely ladies. It should be very interesting to see those two. Wednesday night, I should be on Sleepy Tomato. Thursday night, I'm off. And Friday, I have a feeling I will be pinning another debate for Friday night. I'm just waiting for it to lock into place, and we will start this crazy all over Friday night. So thank you so much for tuning in, and we'd love to have you. And yeah, so on and so forth.
You know what Gnostic would say right now? Gnostic would say, as a matter of fact, the earliest history of any Hebrew Bible was around 550. 50 years after the exile in Babylon was the oldest historical proof that there was ever any Torah ever written. So therefore his people, the Judean people did write it. But the problem is now we're going into the original thing. It doesn't date back before that. There's no proof of any of these things. So whereas you could take a position of being like ancestors of King David and so on, there's no historical proof of a King David.
What's your proofism, non-proofism?
No,
Gnostic believes in a David. Gnostic Informant believes that David was a historical person.
No, I'm not saying he is or isn't. It's not, I don't care. But my problem is when that guy gets on here and starts fucking talking down to people as if this is such a mysterious bit of information that you guys wouldn't even have Christianity without my people, and there'd be no such. Shut your mouth, because what are you talking about, my people? Look, your chances are that you have less than 2% of that DNA. I have 84.7% of that fucking DNA in my body right now. So if you want to talk about DNA and fucking bloodlines and shit, then let's talk shit. I don't believe in it.
I agree with you completely. That was wild for him
That's
to claim that he's
bullshit.
Jewish and to claim that like all Israelites are Judeans is crazy.
Yeah, that's retarded.
You all ain't met Spicoli. That was beginner level wild.
Oh, really?
Was that tame Spicoli?
Yeah, that was a well-behaved Spicoli.
He came in with his fucking Hezbollah. He came with his fucking prop, because then he moved the goalposts and then told the truth about the history and then went back to saying it's all a Jewish history. That's how Benjamin Malachowski and his family can be in Poland for 2,000 years and then come back and call himself fucking Netanyahu, which means in Hebrew, God's greatest gift.
Well,
that's that bullshit.
Well,
that's me. I'm God's greatest gift.
What's Netanyahu's real name? Because he's got a
Malachowski.
Oh, there you go. Does that sound Middle Eastern to you folks?
No, and again, I'm not saying that they're not real Jews. And even if, by the way, the Khazarian thing is true, that doesn't mean that both can't be true at the same time. I'm simply saying, don't bring that supremacy bloodline shit, because I'll tell you right now, according to him and his Talmudic belief, if God incinerates the world, he's getting incinerated. Or if you say your body's 100%, 2% is like one finger. So God won't burn one finger, and the rest of you are getting incinerated.
I will say,
your
though,
crazy belief.
Shaman, I will say, I think you misunderstood his position. I don't agree with it, but I don't think he was claiming supremacy. I think he was lumping in all Hebrews and all Israelites into the term Judaic. Or
Which is absolutely incorrect. No,
it's
but then
incorrect.
then
But I don't
next,
think he was saying that he wasn't denying the Israelites as on a whole or the Hebrews on a whole. He was trying to lump them all into. It's a different position. He was trying to lump them all into the word Jewish.
Yeah, but Hostile, by the way, nice to see you again from the last night. And by the way, we have this debate lined up with. It's going to be great. My point is, the way he came out and started off by trying to tell everyone they should bow their fucking heads before he speaks.
Yeah,
Because-
a Gentile. Yeah.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
That's okay. So
I agree with that. I'm in agreement with that.
Yeah, come in and be more humble than everyone else. A Jew is supposed to be a Jew. It's supposed to be a light upon the nations.
Yeah. Anyone coming in humble here on this show?
Lights?
Like, I mean, let me know when that happens. I'd love to celebrate it.
Hostle's right, because I did cut him off, but I cut him off on purpose. I don't give a fuck what his next statement is. He made a false claim and then was going to go make some big bullshit claim.
Yeah.
So I just have to stop him right there.
Well, to the prompt. So what I find interesting is that, people will say, I am such and such of this faith, of this belief. And then it's actually to the prompt. Like, by now that I'm actually someone who believes in the historicity. I've done enough research on my own that this is what I believe now. But then to simply call it allegorical is mind blowing to me. I know that Gibbs called some of it allegorical, and he can do that, and I don't mind it. It's not a big deal. Like, he can believe what he wants to believe. He can believe it's allegorical. People can believe that it's allegorical. But if you are going to be this faith, but then call it just some bullshit, then I can't take you seriously in the faith itself.
Yeah, because at that point you're just scribbling.
I just think the magic, and I personally, if you ask me as an outsider looking in, I just feel that the magic in Christianity and the magic as in Jesus as a Christ is in the metaphysics and the like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the magic of Christianity over Judaism, is like the meaning inside the meaning inside the meaning. That's like Jesus. So it's like if you don't look at it and you try to take this orthodox approach to it and just start arguing fucking etymology and languages, and then you're thinking like an Ashkenazi Jew, which is what that guy was doing. The Jews, the Sephardic Jews that have been in the lands and the areas of Canaan the whole time, their approach is much more like beautiful. And if that Judaism was spread through the world more, then the entire monotheistic world would be a little bit different. But instead, you have this European Ashkenazi aspect of it, where that's why you have the Talmud.
That guy's back on the panel, by the way, Omar.
Bring him. I mean, brother, bring him on and let Hostile talk to him.
I didn't read quit. Let me say this. Well, I didn't rage quit. My battery died. While I was gone, I checked Google AI, and it said exactly what it said I did, okay? Now, are you one of these people that believe Ashkenazi Jews are Khazari? Do you believe Ashkenazi Jews are Khazarian converts?
Did I say that?
Do you?
Did I? No, did I say that?
Said that if you buy it, right? I don't even think he fully buys Arthur.
But if you believe it,
I never said that, Spicoli. I never said that. I said even if you wanted to believe a
first of all, let's
conspiracy of that.
I know you didn't.
Spicoli is an Italian name. What's your actual last name?
It's not true. DNA proves it's not true.
DNA proves what? Okay, fine.
I'm not going to tell you my name. First of all, you don't have the ball.
What DNA of Israelite DNA is Judea? You want me to tell you?
Do you have the balls to go?
Your shit is
hold
under.
on.
You don't have the balls to go on AI and ask if Israelites, Hebrews, and Jews are all the same thing because you're too low IQ. I dare you, go on AI right now and ask.
Okay, hold on. So I'm too low IQ to go on AI? Do I look like I'm Googling anything, buddy, or am I drawing it from out of thin air? Do I look like I need to Google this shit? Have you seen me need to Google a fucking thing?
Yeah, you do you need to Google it because you got it wrong. I'll prove it to you. If every Jew was from Judea, then how come every Jew is not every Jew is from Judea, but then how come all the Jewish people are called Jews? You don't know your history.
Because
I'm a Jew, and I'm telling you the truth. We were first called Hebrews.
I will say it for the third time. Because the world history is only tracking the tribes of Judea. That's why the history of the Israelites is condensed to the Judaic Babylonian exile, and the rest is lost in history. That's why they're called the lost tribes.
Shaman, can I say something to Spicoli?
If he was talking about a Nebraskan, right, I'd probably agree with him because Nebraskans have probably never been out of Nebraska. But Texans, Floridians, New Yorkers, they've been all over the country. And you can't call somebody not a New Yorker just because he's now in California. You can't call somebody who's a Texan not a Texan because he lives in Florida. It's bullshit. He's absolutely full of shit.
As a Nebraskan, you're wrong about Nebraskans, but you're right about your other point.
I dare any of you to do an AI search. None of you will because you're afraid.
No one's refuting. I don't think
anyone. Spicoli. It's more simple than that. It's more simple than that, Spicoli. It's very simple. Shaman's claim is the right one, right? And it's very simple.
Hold on, Spicoli. Come and learn something. Let Hostile talk.
And it's real simple. I won't talk long. What Shaman is saying is that not
I'm not
all
anything from this idiot.
Spicoli, shut up. Go ahead, Hostile. I apologize on his behalf.
Jews are Israelites, but not all Israelites are Jews. Very simple. Very, very simple, right? Do you not understand that? Not all Israelites are Jews.
Obviously, not all Israelites are Jews because
why would you expect that to be simple? Can we ask that question first?
Israelites are Jews, you idiot.
You don't need to AI anything.
Be Israelites when you got Muslims living in the country.
Can a Jew both be religious and ethnic at the same time? Yes or no?
There was proselytizing, but he's actually saying
be religious and ethnic. You can be ethnic and religious, or a Jew can be ethnic and secular.
You're saying your bloodline Jew, Spicoli.
You guys don't have the balls to fucking do
You're
it.
saying your bloodline.
One of you. I'll pay you $20.
Why is he talking about our balls?
I will pay you $20 if I'm wrong.
He could be right. I'm just pointing out the fact that it's not simple. That's the only thing I was saying.
Yeah, no, it is simple. It is simple. Is the Jew Reuben? Is a Jew Simeon?
Who's got,
is Hosea a Jew?
Hold on. Does somebody have music in the background?
I hear that.
Okay.
Jews are Semites.
No, is Simeon a Jew? Is Reuben a Jew?
Why don't you do an AI search?
You don't need to AI
First of all,
search it.
why are you afraid to do an AI search?
This is bad.
So why don't you do the AI search? Hostile.
This is bad.
Hosea, Elijah, Elisha. In the Tanakh.
You think you know more about the Jewish religion?
I do, genius. I do. I know more about the religion than you. Yes, sir. And the history. I do. Yes.
You're so fucking stupid and you don't know. You won't even do a fucking Google search because you're stupid.
In the Tanakh,
you don't know shit.
Listen, you dumbass. In the Tanakh, there are more Israelite prophets that are not Judean than Judean. Genius, you dumbass. Stupid.
Israel. I told you, Israel can be Muslim, Christians, or Jews or Druze. What are you talking about?
No, dumbass. An Israelite is a covenant of Moses, dummy.
No,
the covenant of Moses, the
Tomato is just like a little brain thought for you for making money. Setting little landmines where if somebody says a certain word that might be a certain country, they get booted. Otherwise, like $3, $1 landmines. People
I'm defending Moses against this. against this Arab rob. You know what Arab robber from Exodus 12:6? Hey, do you know Exodus 12:6? When God warned Moses about those who pretend to be Jews and are not, that's you. How about that? When
I think I understand the problem. Spicoli's looking at Jewish as a race, and he's looking post-Judaic. What Shaman is saying is Judah is Jewish, and that's the truth. That's what all Jews believe, right? They come from the tribe of Judah, right?
He knows that, but then he goes right back.
You have a dad, and he has 12 sons.
Hold on, everybody's talking. Spicoli, shut up for a second, because we can't actually hear anything you're fucking saying because your mic is shit.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's kind of hard to hear.
Okay, I just want
you have a dad, right? And he has 12 children, right?
Give Hostile a date. I think Hostile can get through. I think he can do it.
This is my last point. If Spicoli don't get it.
Judah. Not all Jews come from Judah, right? But yet, how come us Jews are all called Jewish, whether we're from Judah or not?
They do come from Judah. That's the claim. Who says that any Jew isn't from Judah?
Not all Jews are from Judea. Not all Jews are from Judea.
That's why they are called Jews. I think you're confused about what your position is. So,
well, it doesn't matter. The fact is, we were first called Hebrews, Israelites, and then Jews. That's a fact. And you're scared shitless to do
Israel is Jacob. Jacob is the dad, and he has 12 children. Okay, so like Judah is one of the children. That doesn't mean one of his brothers is of Judah. Right? Like Judah has kids. Those kids are not from his brother. They're not his uncle's children. They're not
but they're all Jewish. They're all Jewish. All Israelites are Jewish. All Hebrews are Jewish.
No, they're not. No, there's Reuben, Simeon, Joseph. There's multiple brothers that are not Judea. I don't think you
don't know your history, dude. You do not know your history.
I'll leave it alone. I think I've said enough. Thank you, Sarah.
I'm losing. Look, bro, I'm losing 50 IQ points talking
Judah,
anyway,
Judah,
Sarah,
Benjamin, and Levi. That's it. The Jews are Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. You're disregarding. You're disregarding 10. You're disregarding.
Hold on, Spicoli. Listen with your ears, not with your mouth.
You come in here and claim to be superior to all of these other people who believe in Abraham as a patriarch of their faith, yet you have a fractured understanding of what you claim to be. Benjamin, Judah, and Levi are the tribes of Judah. The other 10 are the tribes of the northern kingdom. All are Israelites. All are Torah observing. And the majority of those prophets are in the Tanakh are from the northern kingdom.
Man, you're such a gaslighter.
Hold on. Spicoli, if somebody's trying to talk to you, it's so much easier if you listen first and then you give your response, because I have no idea what the fuck Shaman said right there at the end, because your fucking shitty ass mic came in with like drowning fishes or something.
Well, he's giving him misinformation.
He said, hold on. He said he would pay $20 for the AI. I did the AI. Send your $20 super chat in. Put your money where your mouth is onto the chat, and then I'm going to upload it right now in our chat. So you made the claim that we had no balls.
Why don't I do this? I'll go to AI. And then I'll make it short.
I just loaded it, sir. I just loaded it for you.
I'll make it simple for you. I'll make it simple.
I know you know the answer to this. I'm
going to make a video
to hear you.
All right. Anyway, I gotta go. My tooth is hurting. I'm not really quitting. My tooth is hurting.
I'm just gonna kick him.
If we can't even understand him, why?
Sorry, guys. Sorry, we all tried.
It's not you, Shaman. That's what he always does. He always starts like this big fight, but then we can't hear anything he's saying because his mic is just absolute shit, and then it's like worthless, and then he doesn't listen to anyone. He wants to interrupt. He wants to just yell, and he wants to spurg, and it just turns into useless nonsense. Shout out to everyone in the chat over on my end, on Ben's end, and anybody else who's live streaming from here. Hello to you, and we welcome you with big open arms. Send lots of tomatoes in the chat as a kind response to say that we should probably just never let Spicoli up again, even though somehow we always do.
Shaman, you seem like a really good person.
Shaman's been a very big help to this channel as well. Especially
tomatoes. I respectfully, that was the Shaman, not you.
That's what I said.
Are you getting
What?
feisty, Joseph?
What part is he
The
missing?
full moon was
Kitty
last
has
night. I don't know
claws.
who's
Meow.
talking. I don't even know.
Joe.
It was me last
As
night.
I was saying before I was rudely interrupted by Joe, Shaman has been a very big help to this channel, very supportive, and he's helped make more connections as well across the board. So, yes, Shaman is a very good person. Thank you.
I also, by the way, like
You're
I was just
welcome,
trying
Sarah.
to.
I mean, it was really directed towards you.
Me?
Shaman's a stud.
I'm sorry.
Balderson. I was trying to. I just again, like remember Clay when T Jump switched the arguments from talking about God, no God, and then went in and just like presupposed a negative connotation to Christian God out of nowhere.
Yes.
No one was talking about Christian God,
Yes.
and you okay. I don't believe in any of them. Okay, but I'm not going to sit here
But it
and
still
listen to
aggravates
someone.
the shit out of
No,
you. Yeah.
because I only an ignorant person would start a claim with what. And by the way, it's Zionism, but Zionism started with Ashkenazi brain. Okay, and they've been colonized in through their 2,000 years in Europe, and that's a good thing because it became very fucking smart. But then it's also a bad thing because they literally only know the history that's a fragmented history, and they're disrespecting their own ancestors.
Can I
Well,
say that
it's
I
also a
believe
false history.
it's actually idolization of a single concept, like Zionism.
Yeah,
When you-
the
Zionism
Christians
is
are all-
trash.
You take that one concept and you hyper focus on it to make that what it's all about, and that is actually idolization.
Yeah, I mean, the Christians are all like worshippers of Israel. Like they're boomers. For example, the Andrew Wilsons, the Jay Dyers, they're building a new generation of baby boomers. These people who worship Israel.
Very good point. Actually, who said that? Who said that? Joe?
Darth.
Darth, that is a very, 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 very good point. I didn't even pin it like that. I'm going to use that. That's absolutely correct. That's the emergency of. That's why I keep calling on Jay Dyer all the time, because I want to shut it down now. Because
At the same time, I would say, leave it in God's hands. Don't worry about it.
No,
say your points. Say your points.
Shaman, are you at war right now?
Understand.
I'm always at war. Some angels were created for war.
God wills it.
There are some angels. Were designed for warfare, sir.
I did want to explore one thing, before he tarred it out completely. I was going to ask you about the tribe of Judah and the purpose. What was the purpose of those particular people groups in Israel? There was actually a purpose for them.
Yeah, Judah, Benjamin, and partially Levi. Yeah.
Levi, yeah, 2.5. Exactly. You say 2.5.
What the cat dragged in.
Well, then Ephraim and Manasseh were also like adopted by Jacob on like the deathbed. So technically they were. But here's the thing.
Those tribes, they had a purpose in Israel. What was their actual purpose?
You mean from Jacob, like Jacob and the purpose?
When the nation of Israel, the tribes started, right? Each tribe, there was a purpose. What did they?
Yes. Each one had. Well, I don't remember all 12 and each 12 sigil and the animal it represent. I don't remember each one.
There was a priestly.
Well, there was a priestly class. Yes. Oh, you mean that's what? Yeah, in Judah. Yeah, those are the priestly tribe. They were supposed to be. Sure.
That's right.
But
so
the problem is they haven't been able to be a priest without a temple for 2,000 years.
So if you're an Israelite and you're claiming to be of Judah, you are claiming to be of that priestly class, and if you're not, then that makes you basically. I mean, I don't want to call you names, but that's pretty egregious in that religion. Within that religion,
that's actually a very interesting point.
Can I ask Brick a quick question just for clarification?
Go ahead.
Brick, is their ethnicity based on religion, bloodline, or is it based off of geographical location from their ancestors? In your head,
from bloodline versus geography. I would say that
It would be dogmatic
neither.
bloodline, but yeah.
I would actually say it's actually from command. So it wouldn't matter whether it was bloodline or if it was geographical, as long as it's commanded. Now, certain things were commanded based upon geography, and then certain things were based upon geographical, and then certain things were based upon just simply it's a command. So
I'm back.
There's a little nuance to it.
Guys, I just posted a Google AI search, and it's in the backroom chat, and it substantiates exactly what I'm saying. Okay? And I need an apology from you when you read it, because you were 100% wrong, you fucking fool. Why don't you go to the back room and pull the link up? You're even afraid to pull my link up. My link substantiates exactly 100% what I said. So you're the stupid one.
So hold on. Is the entire argument that we're having just a question of whether or not we're referring to all of the Israelites as Jews today? Like, is this entire debate between the two of you just over like whether or not we're all referring to all of the Israelites as Jews today, regardless of what they used to be referred to as?
No, that's what he's saying. Yeah, that's his thing.
And just an FYI, I don't want to, but I do have church in the morning, so we'll go for about 15 more minutes and then we'll shut down. That's why I haven't pushed the grift at all. It is 2:00 in the morning for me, and I do want a decent night's sleep because I've got to get up early with the kids for church, and then we have a big show tomorrow night, and I need to have some form of beauty sleep. I need all the help I can get, guys.
No one mentioned Judaism anytime tonight. All of a sudden, he gets on and turns the whole thing about being a Jew. Oh, how typical! It's like we're not watching that all day.
I don't want to cut anyone off, but I do with that 15 minutes. If I could have like a couple with shaman, somebody can go before me. That's fine. I know I was here late, but I really want to touch upon your discussion earlier about your, I don't know, maybe like your theory of everything or your grand thesis about the ontological claims of a creator and the ground of existence. That's highly important. And I feel like it may need some reorientation.
Yeah, I would love to. Hostile, by the way, last night I was listening to you talk and then Jed, and I asked Sarah, I said, we should get on a 2B2 situation and dive into that on the highest levels, because you sound to me, I couldn't tell if you thought ultimately there was an unmoved mover or a ever moving mover, but it sounded to me like you believe in like in one in God, G-O-D capitals. And I think that you and then that guy Jed, because he seems like he's one step from understanding that, because he's like atheist, which is basically an overcorrection. In the principle of polarity, he was here and he goes, "Oh my God, I can't believe Jesus didn't create the universe." And then he flies over here to atheist, but he doesn't sound like an atheist non-believer to me in the supreme creator. But so I think that I would love, that's Sarah's. Hostile was the other person that we were talking about.
Man, so I don't want to disappoint you, right? But we're in a tad bit of a disagreement, right? Like, I don't believe in creation. I think creation is a misnomer. I think that the belief in a being as a who is a misnomer as well. When we establish a ground,
what? Not a who.
It's a what and a where. Yes.
Yeah. No who, no speaking, no thought, no hands, none of that shit. No opinion. Yes.
It's like
the belief that if something exists, it must have always existed is also just as ridiculous. There's no way out of the trap.
So last night when I was talking with Jed, the claim that Parmenides makes is actually not absurd. It's inarguable.
Absolutely.
It's a first principle that is absolutely inarguable. Now you can make that.
Is it a brute fact or is it an axiom? How do you get out of axiomatic?
Well, no, it's not even about axiomatic.
You just claim
it's
brute
more
fact.
like a deep.
Go ahead,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Nope, go ahead.
It's more intuitional. It's not axiomatic. It's not a maximum. It's not mathematical. It's not rational, intellectual, or logical. It transcends that. It's something that cannot be argued on any of those grounds. It's an absolute first principle.
Yes, when someone like rejects the necessary ground as like a brute fact, then it's like keeping the mystery and then like dropping.
That's not what he's doing, Shaman. He's trying to like throw a dress on an axiom. He's trying to say like these are first principles, they're not axioms. They're
not
still axioms.
It
He's trying to
doesn't
put,
necessarily fall into axiomatic.
lipstick on a pig per se. Yes, they
No.
are. They
Yeah, but
absolutely are. How are they not?
So if I were to answer your question as fast as possible, like, without getting, I would say that if I had to pick something that's familiar, like you name Parmenides and someone will name someone else and someone else and so on, or I would say probably as far as the overview, it would be as closest to the Zoroastrian concept of a Hora Mazda, and within the uncreated one, not one being, one beingness, so to speak, is good and evil, or light and dark, and the polarities of duality that exists within our perception of reality. So that would be the closest thing, I would say, probably.
Can I respond? So
I feel like I'm stupider for having listened to that, Shaman.
Well, it feels like you're talking about some sort of platonic realm. Like there's like, it feels like you're talking about.
Would it include
feels-
a personification, Shaman?
I'm sorry?
A personification, as in, like...
No personifications. As soon as we start doing personifications, we're reducing what I'm saying of capital G, capital O, capital D, and we're creating anything that's subordinate to it. So anything in the possibility of creation and potentiality within creation, whether it's a sun, a planet, a man who resurrected, any of that stuff, that is not the source of all creation and existence of eternity.
It must be formless. It cannot have a form, because to have a form, it would mean it's made of some sort of
Not
substance.
necessarily. No, I'm going the radical, right? So I have a position that's radical that would negate that or contradict that.
Okay.
But can I respond to Joe real quick so that he doesn't misunderstand the claim? So the reason it's not axiomatic is because axioms are the beginning to leading to some other claim. It's the basis of deductive reasoning. So like,
that's not what an axiom is.
Okay, yeah. So this is not axiomatic because the claim rests on itself. We're not talking about anything else. Parmenides says that it's very simple. It's nothing can exist. It stops there on itself. That's not an axiom. It's just a truth, and it's existent. He calls it.
I'm sorry. Hold out. Say it again.
Nothing itself is incoherent.
Absolutely. And if you can't get past that point, then we can't argue, right? And that's not a bad thing.
You're not even on apples and oranges right now. You're on like apples and something weird. I don't know.
Yeah, you could say it's
where do they connect the dots for me, because you're not.
Well,
that's a weird one.
If you're a materialist, right? If you fall into the category of like a high level skepticism, like Jed was last night, or materialism or physicalism, then yeah, this could sound woo woo. But metaphysics to a physicalist is woo woo, right? Ontology.
You're talking about proofs right now. You're talking about being able to do proofs on physical and metaphysical types of things.
You don't.
And when you try to take something out of an axiomatic claim and put it into some type of authoritative, it's dogma with lipstick on it. You're not making any sense. You're absolutely
Joe,
wrong.
let Hostile say his claim again, because I think I don't think that's what he was claiming.
An axiom is something you use, right? It's first principle. That's correct. It's proofless. That's correct. But an axiom is used to support some other claim through deductive reasoning. This is not that. We're not going past this claim. We're not using this to go any further. We're talking about just that singular claim, which is nothing cannot exist. Parmenides was not wrong. Most people after that didn't argue that point. No one dared argue that point because it was absolutely absurd.
It's not something that it's not like an arguable. It's not an arguable claim to say that. Sorry.
Yeah, creation is all contingent upon things. Whether you want to talk about freaking platonic shit, or you want to talk about science or gravity or physics or any of these laws.
That's not it, Shaman. When he says nothing cannot exist, it's the same argument as if something can exist. If something exists, it cannot not exist.
Nothing is inconceivable.
No, it's to say that if something can exist, it cannot not exist. It can never not have existed. That's the point.
Well, what is no thing? What is no thing? What is
So Joe, can I speak
that's
with
not
Shaman?
what you're saying. It's the
Me and
entailment
you
of
have
it.
a different point right now, but I really want to talk to Shaman because he's in the pocket. I want to make progress with Shaman. You obviously disagree That's okay. We don't need to like argue about it, right? But I want to speak to Shaman. He's somebody who actually gets the idea of a ground.
I can't wait to talk to you about this. But you should not say there's no reason to argue it. We have all the reason to argue it. That hostile but you are like a true gentleman now with this.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think I'm here to save people, right? Like I'm not trying to help people out.
I'm not trying to save, but okay. Well, I feel that I believe in the karma, and I think that in my book I write, it says, what is the harm done by he who possesses evil within, yet harms no other? Yet what is the harm done by he who knows his light and does not share it? So which one's worse? So I'm more of like the, you know what I mean? It's just a thought. There's no fucking right answer because it's your answer and my answer. That's what I think about this whole problem. I mean, I spent 12 years serving medicine to people all around. Okay, go ahead, Hostile. I don't mean. I'm not.
Yeah, no worries. So what I think where we mainly may not disagree now that you've moved past the God as a who, right? So we agree on that. That's great.
Absolutely.
Okay.
There's no such who and not God.
Issue is the problem of universals, the one and the many. So I don't think that the one is actually a possibility. I think the ontological existence of one thing solely is an impossibility. There's only a many. Now this many is
let me ask you. Is it so? You say the one thing is an impossibility. So my question is, can that one thing exist as one within all of existence itself? And that is the one thing. Okay, then we agree.
Yeah. So you have parts only, and these parts create wholes.
Make up the whole.
Seem as ones. They call them unities.
But exactly.
But the unity isn't truly existence. It's the part that's truly existence. The unity is temporal.
Which is the awareness.
Only as long as participants participate within a unity does the unity exist.
100%. Exactly. Without creation, then there would be no God.
Well, here's a question for both of you. What about like cause
isn't that putting the cart before the horse?
What can participate without unity?
Can you guys hear me?
The participant can exist alone. He doesn't need to participate.
Yeah, hostile. So the question is like, would every
they can hear you. It's just not yielding, Rick. They can hear you.
I have a question for them. So, in your little concept there, does cause without purpose have any concept there?
Well, I'm saying the true existence is causeless. Eternity has no cause and there are no effects because there are no causes, right? There is no cause. But the cause and effect is a property of becoming. It's something that only exists within becoming. Now, outside of becoming is being, which is
wait, back up in the sense that
Rick can't use it. Listen carefully to the words he's saying, though. Listen carefully to the words that he's using.
We just talked to his TML panel. That's why he got that big ass grin on his face. We were just talking about something like this.
Well, he's already in a contradiction if I say the word time, but yeah, let's go ahead and listen.
Causelessness doesn't produce effect. So if you don't have cause, then there is no effect. So if you're talking about like the all of all, without a cause, you're not going to have existence at all.
I think, Rick, you're going to have to agree on a definition of cause first.
No, you came in real late and we were having a discussion already. I'm not trying to be rude, but please let
Go ahead.
Please. I know you have things to say. Me and you have already spoken, and I know you disagree with me, so we don't need to move any further.
It's ain't about whether I disagree with you or not. I get to add to the conversation, pimp.
We were already having a conversation.
I'm in. Another cat joined the panel. Yeah.
Got you. Okay. Go
ahead.
Right. Go ahead.
No, you go. Sarah, I'm not that serious.
Joe, just one second. Let me ask Sarah a question. Sarah, we got to organize this debate. It's me, Gnostic, Hostile, and Jed. That's the four.
Well, hold on. Hold on. Hostile, do you cam up?
No, I don't necessarily. I have a phone that I can do it on, and I don't necessarily like to. I mean, you don't want to look at this ugly mug for 2-3 hours straight, do you?
Well, that is a rule I have. That is a rule I have for any one-on-one 2v2 debates. Is
I can put like instead of a rune, an incendiary, tyrodal rune, I could put like a cat or something, like playing with a ball of yarn. Is that okay?
No, you have to be cammed up. It's.
What about two cats?
That's always been a rule of mine. I've only let one person make that exception, and they've also been in my camp for like 3 years. So that's the only person I let that exception fly with.
Yeah, there's no worries.
If you're willing to cam up, I'm happy to do it. But that is the rule.
So what is the debate prompt again?
So hostile. So I have this one writing. It says, knowing that the unknown is known to the one collective, this is how we know a God exists. Does that help my position? Explain my position?
Well, if you want to use the word God, I agree with that, but I would have to say you could just throw out the word because it insinuates a creator.
Well, here's the thing.
I'm saying
this
that
is the great
everyone
mystery.
is an uncreated essence. Everyone is uncreated and is
eternally.
A
Yes.
Yes.
Agreed. That's
Now
the eternal answer.
Yeah, but this ground, you don't come from the ground. You are yourself. It's paradoxical. I understand that. But the many has a precedent over the one. The many is what makes the one, and the many are the parts, right? The parts are the eternal thing.
Okay, so I agree, but are those eternal things contingent upon each other or creation, some other form?
They don't have to be
creation.
No, any part can opt out of participating in any unity.
So you're saying you can make yourself disappear from this reality?
No, you can be singular within the reality. You can be monadic. You can be one thing that exists, and you don't have to participate with other things.
So you're saying you can generate your own reality bubble within this reality?
Well, not within this. Becoming is separate. This is dualism. So not within becoming, no, you can't. But in being, that's the goal.
But we're still contingent, though, to other factors within creation.
Well, within becoming, it's contingent. Outside of becoming, it's no longer a dichotomy of necessity and contingency.
So basically, reality versus actuality. We're talking about two planes of eternal and non-eternal. We're like two.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah.
Permanent, and non-permanent.
Just a bunch of nonsense, dude. It answers nothing. It's literally a bunch of jibber jabber. There's nothing. We're uncreated. Like it's.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Meaning what, dude? Like, get to it.
Okay. So you believe in a God or not God? Which one is where's your position?
I don't believe in a creator. I believe that
the gentleman who just told us we're retarded.
Oh, gotcha.
Shaman, I said you were wonderful. Don't misquote me now.
No, I'm playing. I'm smiling.
I believe in God.
I'm joking.
I believe in God.
No, I think
there's not a creator. That's essentially what that is. Either.
So if you believe in a God, then you and I ultimately believe, have the same ultimate belief, and he is one step from us because he's saying that he believes in eternal creation. Therefore, that would be technically the one God, so to speak. But he's saying he doesn't believe there's a creator of that. I believe that's
creation. That's wrong.
No, I disagree with you.
I believe that we're like all Lego pieces that generate our reality.
I'm trying to understand what I don't fully
Where
understand.
you and I divorce one another is that to say that there's an eternal creation, which is stuff comes from stuff essentially. That is different than something that creates. Something that creates is a paradox. We can't really grapple with it.
No, but we create.
That's an uncreated creator. I understand but there's other entailments with it too, like victimhood or love or things like this. I think that's where it's not a one-to-one between you and I.
So the pantheistic view would be that the oneness split itself into many pieces in order to create reality, which would mean that we are both the pieces and the one at the same time.
Yeah, that's
logical to me.
That they're separate, right? The concept between the one and the many, the one is a falsity and it's impermanent, and then the parts are actually permanent and truly existent. Now you can take either one of those paths. but I opt out for individuality. The other path leads to a one, right? So you don't have an individuality. Anyone that believes that on this panel believes that they return to that source of the emanation, right? So now you've dissolved your individuality. And
Never left the source. It's still always part of the source.
I believe in a polytheism, right? In short, it would be kind of like polytheism. Everyone is an eternal being. You could call that God, but I would say just throw out the word God.
Okay,
Shout out to Marathon Kev with the big 20. Says, Sister Sarah. Hello to you, Kev. He says, Joe, take that bass out your voice, boy.
It's about what I was yelling at dude. That must have been a while ago.
Here's what I want to offer. There's 80 people watching over on my end. There's a shit ton of people watching over on Ben's end. I do need to go to bed, but I don't want to shut you down. Ben, I offer. Oh, never mind. I'm trying to think of how to do this while letting you guys. You guys can certainly stay on the stage and continue the conversation offline. If you're all interested in doing that, I'm more than happy. Or if there's anyone, does anybody want to start up a show right now and continue this panel?
No, I'm about to leave too because I'm going to hang out with my daughters. But can we pick the date for this argument clearly? What, next Saturday?
I talked to. I was actually going to message you after the show because I talked to Flying Spaghetti Otter. I believe he asked for the 15th, May 15th.
He needs time to practice, huh?
No, he's got some things coming up. I offered him this weekend, but this weekend was already booked for him, so he offered next Friday, the 15th.
Well, we can do one and then do another. I mean, I'm sure there's not whatever you want, Sarah. This is you are the queen of this castle, and I am a guest.
Yeah. I mean, booking 2 weeks out is not uncommon here.
All right,
so,
it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, no,
it's totally. She got like 8 shits planned at all times. She's always got stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so happy because we're finally back where I was before, where I'm booking weeks in advance. That's really really awesome.
Yeah, we'll fall in line with that. You had Gnostic on; he's a legend.
He is. He's so sweet too. I love working with. He's like one of those panelists where it's very easy to work with and talk to him, right? Like,
you know why? Because he doesn't have an ideology that his existence is tied to.
Yeah, I guess. But no, he's. I'm really excited. So, and I need to also align the dates, right? I need to check with Gnostic, you, and then I still need to find Flying Spaghetti Auditor, a partner. Hostile, I would love to have you on it, but again, I do have that rule, and
no worries, I understand.
Yeah, it's a visual thing, and then it's working through a debate, like if you're not getting the visuals of their face cues, like it just kind of
disadvantage.
It's a very
I understand. I appreciate the offer though. Hey, I'm gonna get out of here. I just want to say one last thing. Shaman, thank you for your time.
We need to continue this
with you. Because I think that you're onto something that's more important than most discussions that are had on YouTube, besides one point, which anybody who's on this stream right now in the chat who's watching, the Machine Lies panel is probably the most, no offense, Sarah, but the most legit panel on YouTube currently. It discusses the main issue with reality, which is technological dominance, technocracy takeover. If you think that that's a concern, then I would absolutely hit the TML's channel ASAP, because not only that, they're having the deepest of philosophical discussions as well. But shout out to Sarah as well for letting me get on the panel.
No, absolutely.
Thank you guys, and you have a good
appreciate
night.
you, brother.
Benjamin Balderson as well.
Thank you, Hostile. And I really appreciate your ability to articulate and have the deeper conversations and not just yell at people. So you're another breath of fresh air, and I greatly appreciate you and would love to have you back on for more as well.
Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
You're very welcome.
Hi, brother.
Take care.
And I'll bring up Neurojack. I see Britt backstage too. I just want to get through the rest of the shutdown. I don't want to close down. I really don't, but it is almost 3 a.m. for me, and I do have to get up early, and we have a long day tomorrow. Okay, he left, but Britt, I'll bring you up. Here's what we'll do, guys.
we'll go ahead and say our goodbyes. Everyone can go around the room and get their final thoughts out. If you do want to stay on panel for after show, you're more than welcome to utilize the space, or we have the Discord voice chat or whatever. Whatever you want to do, that's fine with me. You won't hurt my feelings either way. Shaman, why don't you kick us off with your final thoughts, sir?
My final thoughts. My final thoughts are thank you, gratitude. It's not a night unless someone calls me gay or an anti-Semite. So we have finished with one and not the other. Anyway, there's a joke. Shabbat shalom.
Anchor,
yeah,
baby.
this was thank you, Balder. Listen, you motherfucker. You pagan. you pagan. Get it?
Love you, Omar.
Of course. Come on. Anyway, I'm really grateful. This was an amazing debate. It was really cool. I was with my daughters earlier. I would have been on much earlier. It was going amazing. This is great. All you guys are awesome. Clay, Balderson, all the usuals, everyone here. And Sarah, thanks for keep on keeping it on. And it's a lot of fun. And yeah, God exists for sure. And I think the debate, the evolution of the debate is on this subject is going to evolve here now, pretty soon here. And even someone like that gentleman who's smart as shit, he is still missing the point of God. He's at the line. He's telling me I'm almost there. He's almost there. Because there's one step first. And I am telling you,
he was so full of shit. I looked at it. It was wrong.
He's talking about a lot of stuff. Parmenides is 90% accurate, and it goes. The problem is Christians usually. Anyway, there's no problem. The goal is okay. Here's my final reality. Joe, we are one. We have an eternal soul. Anyone who tells us that we're different, below, or above anyone else is fucking selling something, and usually that is war and our own demise at risk in their benefit.
Bless you, Pam. God bless you, Pam.
That's what I mean by one. Amen.
I
to all
love
of
you.
Love you guys all.
Thank you, Shaman. And you,
Good night,
by the way,
everybody.
you made it just in time for the panel to open. You
Did
really
I?
made it. Like,
I had
yeah.
no idea. Super present with me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Natural selectionist, your final thoughts to the panel, please.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. This was quite a bit of fun, even the crazier parts of it. Yeah, I basically came over from watching Ben on TED Talk Tuesdays and heard about this from there. So, yeah.
Ben's been a blessing here. He truly is. I love that. But yeah, sorry I interrupted.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Ben can participate in any conversation. That's a special skill that he has, which is he's a good partner because no matter what the fuck conversation is, he can talk intelligently about it. So you pick the go.
Yeah, and he's got a good crew and good audience on the Tuesday show. Like him and Steve get into some really interesting stuff, and I've been following Steve for a while, and it was really cool finding Ben through him. So
Steve's so
probably
fun.
be stopping in here every so often. So it's nice meeting you guys.
Please keep coming, brother. Please keep
Yeah,
coming.
no,
Definitely.
and thank you for your contributions to the panel. It's nice
Hey.
seeing new faces, and we'd love to have you back.
Can I go before TML? Because I see he's in line.
Why you gotta go?
No, I don't have to go, but I wanted to dedicate my out time to him, and I wanted him to hear it. I'm going to co-sign what the guy said earlier, man. I realized today I saw panels, I saw flow. I was finna run over there, but on the other phone was TML. And I realized at that moment that some places you go to have fun and some places you go to get educated. And that's when I went to the education, man. He wasn't lying. Go over there and fucking get your game up, step your game up.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
No, I concur with that. I've actually, surprisingly, well, maybe not surprisingly, but the topics have been in TML's wheelhouse that I've actually been reaching out to him, and I'm like, hey, we've got this going on. If you're interested, we'd love to have you, join. And I like, not to say that our topics are too dumb for him, but feel like our previous topics weren't in his wheelhouse, and now they are, and it's nice to reach out to him to say
Very
because
good.
I've been subbed to TML. I know where his arena is, but I've had no reason to reach out to him to say.
I
"You
totally understand. You have to be the special so and so, and when you find his mark, oh my God.
Yeah, it's a niche topic for especially for TML, and I know where he stands in that, at least in that arena. What would intrigue him, and so
Anything AI, you call him up. Anything machine oriented, call him up. Right?
I agree.
Yeah,
yeah,
he's an
go
Uncle
ahead.
Ted.
Yes. Go ahead, TML. Your closing thoughts to the panel, sir.
Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate the topic, the historicity of the Bible. I actually wrote a 400-page book on that topic, right? If you guys email me themachinelies0@gmail.com, I could send you guys a free copy of the book, right? So it's available for free. If anybody wants to know more about the topic, I have an exegesis of Paul's epistles, right? Available on my channel. I go through them verse by verse and tell you guys what I think about it. But that's just one of the many topics we cover, as you may have heard. I appreciate the praise from the other panelists, and thank you so much to Sarah and for also thank you to Benjamin Balderson for running the TED Talks show, one of my favorite shows. But yeah, blessings to you guys. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, TML. Britt, I know you just got up here, but we are shutting down. But if you had any final thoughts to the panel, please feel free to take the time to do so.
I was gonna ask Mr. Omar something because he really struck me on a couple of things, and I tried to get on the panel before, but my phone kept messing up, and I apologize with that, and I'm sorry that I'm late. Again, I enjoy the subjects. I wanted to know when y'all do like an atheist versus faith thing, can y'all do like I would love to hear an atheist and Muslim go like at it and for them to be, because it's like Christian is always like the main hit, and it's like other religions out there, and I would like to hear their reason to why they believe that there is a God as well.
Where you can hear those debates. Modern day debate has a good. This is gonna sound weird the way I say it, but he's got a good collection of Muslims over there that debate with atheists and Christians as well.
He's like Pokemon.
Yeah.
You know what? To be honest with you, I did do modern. I don't like their moderator. I like you as a moderator because I think you pay attention, and when it's some confusion, you steps in to stop the confusion. And with modern debate, he's just there. Like it's just the moderator's just there.
Everyone has their style, right? And I understand. I have a more lax style. Some people have a more formal style. Like it goes on all different. So
that's why I keep coming back.
I'll never shit on other moderators because I know I get shit on as a moderator. So I will say everyone has their own moderation style, and mine is just different from theirs. And if you like mine, cool. If you like theirs, great.
It. But that's all I had to say.
Yeah, I don't know if we have any. Ben,
we did discuss doing a pagan versus atheist debate at some point.
Oh, that's nice.
I kind of tuned out because I was making thumbnails for next week, but
yeah, that Omar and Neil were talking about having whether God exists. So there's other people besides Christians that have proofisms, proofisms that God exists and have reasonings for it.
Okay, well, a cult priestess was pagan though, wasn't she?
Yes, she is. She is pagan, not heathen like I am. She's not an Odinist.
Okay, I mean maybe she'll have someone else in the pagan realm too, so that we can pair up a 2v2 with that on. I'm open to it.
She had a lot of fun.
But that's about it.
Yeah, I mean,
thank y'all for having me.
Too, so I'm happy to come on for any like Odinist versus anyone else debates and back Balderson up.
But thank y'all. I enjoy y'all. Love y'all. Have a good night.
I will remember that. I will remember that natural selectionist.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that's good to know. There's another Odinist in the wheelhouse because
Oh no, I was just gonna say this is definitely the first time I've ever been on a panel with somebody who called himself an Odinist. So first time for
Yeah.
everything.
They're like the little special gems hidden on these panels. But they're
Yeah,
they're
I
coming
never
out of
seen
the
them.
woodworks. They're
Yeah, I
coming out
never.
of the woodworks.
Yeah, I'd
There's
never
the
seen him
revival.
before. I'll go next just because
Mhm.
this I think it's my first time on your show, and I just wanted to come and say I've watched you honestly from the beginning because I saw the group that you came from before, and
Mhm.
I like this iteration of what you're doing a lot more. So I think that you're moving in a positive direction because you're hosting obviously people that are friends of mine, but also just the topics and the guests are a much higher quality than what I'm seeing generally in the last few years that I've been doing this. So I just wanted to say I do appreciate that, and I hope that you continue to grow your channel for that reason. So
Thank you, Neuro. Ben, I think that just solidified everything we've discussed in
Dude,
our,
that was like the best fucking comment right
yeah,
there.
I
Like,
know.
clip
Like
that.
you just gave me validation for all the work that Ben has been like definitely I don't even know what to call you without lowering anything. Like I just want to put you on a high pedestal. But Ben and I have been working very diligently trying to find higher quality people, higher quality conversations, and really not just pulling ourselves up by the bootstraps, but kicking ass along the way too. So it's been swell. And so your compliment really just like, I'm gonna pat myself on the back now. Somebody,
yeah, trust me, I don't give it out lightly because I've watched you and I've never commented. You probably never seen me in your stuff, but like I have been watching, and I do appreciate the direction and because it's I know how hard it is because I do a really stupid show that nobody watches, and I know how hard it is to grow an audience and stuff. So I just want to say like I appreciate it because I think today you kind of exemplified like how it pays off. So yeah, I appreciate that.
yeah, we were just saying that too, weren't we, Ben?
We literally were. Like you could just feel feel it just like busting out. It's like,
That's what she
yeah.
said. Yeah, no, I'm really excited. We worked really hard to figure out like what I wanted to do with the channel and what direction we wanted to go. And I knew it wasn't backwards. And the only way to go forward was to do something different than what we were doing before, because I felt like what we were all doing before just was running circles and it wasn't getting anywhere. It was just, so I'm excited. I'm excited.
Yeah. And with that, I'll jump off, but thank you guys for your hard work, and I'll look forward to the future. Appreciate you guys. Bye.
Thank you, Nero. Darth Thurain, so you didn't go yet, did you?
No, not yet.
Okay. You're welcome to give us your final thoughts, sir.
Now, Sarah, I tell you what, I likes you and I wants you. Now we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. The choice is yours. Let me slide into those DMs, girl.
Only if you want to come do a debate. Reach out.
No, it's a good talk. I like Shaman. That's my first time hearing about him. But it's interesting. We kind of have a similar conception of God, not exactly 100%, but similar enough.
Mm-hmm.
I think because I think people have been. We're living through a new renaissance of philosophy right now. The internet, these debate circles, yours, Monday debate, even though some of them are kind of shifty, they have provided a platform for like this renaissance of a philosophy, and now Christianity is on the chopping block. No more do we have to. No more are we under this monopoly of this brainwashing. Now that we're becoming enlightened, we're reaching gnosis, you could say.
Mm-hmm.
So
no, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, we're going through some sort of a bit of a sort of Darwinistic selective purging of what is the true what is the reality. That is the big question. What is the source of all reality?
Ooh, Darth over here dropping mics up in the house.
And with that, I'll take my leave. See you around, my lady.
Good night, good sir. Clay, sir, to you, please.
Yeah. Thanks, Sarah, for providing us a platform to have these conversations. Watch the debates first, and then actually be able to question those views, those topics. I really enjoyed tonight. What was it? The older gentleman. What was his name? There, the Christian.
Doug.
Uncle Doug.
Oh, Uncle Doug. I like him.
Thought he did a wonderful job on articulating his view, as well as staying well within topic. He did mention he had some formal debate training, which is really nice. I mentioned before that I don't do the debates because essentially things like what happened last night happen.
What's P1? What's P1, Clay?
Circular reasoning.
I love you so much.
You get to the axiom, yes. So the thing about it is a lot of people would call me a Christian because of what I believe. Now, would I call myself a Christian? No, because essentially I'm a man. That's what I am. I'm a man. I'm not a idealism. That's not it. But because Sarah provides this platform for us, we can come up here and discuss our ideologies, which is a wonderful thing. We can't do that without platforms like this one right here. And it's really nice to see a bunch of new faces, really. I hope that more people are able to, one, have the debates and come up here on the platform, but also to just come up on the panels in the gauntlet and have these conversations. And sometimes it gets a little crazy, sometimes it gets a little fun, sometimes it gets a little heated, but it's just part of the show. And I'm happy to participate in that as well. Just kind of let you know, I got a shit ton of work I got to do. So I probably will be missing a few of the next few shows because I have to. I will probably watch and maybe do a little bit of chatting from the chat, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to just buckle down and get all this shit done. I got to get done. So you might not see me on panel as much over the next week or so, but know that I'm here and I will probably be in the chat. I thought the panelists were very good tonight as well. So I thank them. And also thank you to the big donors, the little donors, Fourth Wiseman coming through in the clutch. And, sometimes Almighty Nate will come through and sometimes it's Tom Carpenter. So you guys are really awesome. But thank you to some of the panelists who also throw in because, obviously you can't have the panel unless you also throw in. So thank you so much. And thank you, Sarah. And thank you, Marathon. I see you.
Shout out to Marathon. Well, we love you, Clay. You will be missed all week. You got Wednesday and Thursday night off here anyways, because I'll be off from Raging Tomato Wednesday, Thursday night. And hopefully we'll be back with some more stuff Friday, Saturday, Sunday, which hopefully you'll be back too. But if you got to take the week off, you got to take the week off. And you are always the priority no matter what. So you do what you got to do, Clay. We will be here waiting for your return patiently to yell at you about P1. Mr. Balderson, to you, sir.
I would like to reiterate what Clay said, and so much more for everybody that stuck around through all the bullshit. And on my side, everybody that's put so much support toward this, and my crowd's really thrown in, and I'm so proud to be part of it. And congratulations, Sarah. This is exactly what we've been trying to do, and it's working. It's to pivot and transform after going through what you did, and then pivot and transform into something that's, I think, going to be better is just fantastic. So congratulations to you.
Dan, thank you. Thank you, Ben. I think with having people like you around, and it's nice knowing I can trust somebody, you know what I mean? To have the keys and knowing I can step away, but also I see what you're doing behind the scenes and all the people you're trying to connect to us.
and bring people in, and we're just expanding and expanding and expanding. And Shaman's another one who's bringing more people in. We're expanding and expanding, and it's all these bigger conversations and brighter conversations. And I don't leave the show thinking, what the fuck just happened? Like, that was crazy. Unless Clay's here. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Those moments. But then, like, just the quality of the show and the quality of the conversations means a lot. And I think I think we're finally hitting the mark of what it should have turned into to begin with. And I think we kind of dropped a lot of dead weight in an aspect of not the conversations that we wanted to have. And
Dude,
I think
there's been one or somebody in the panel even had said they wouldn't ever come up here with what it was before. And I've seen those comments in the chats even too, where people are coming over. And I said that to you right when this happened. I was like, I think Andrew, yes, he's definitely a giant draw. There's no doubt. Not going to pretend it's not, but he also is a repulsion. There's a lot of people that just don't want to deal with that kind of bullshit. And I think the more intelligent people are usually in that category.
You know what I'll say? I'll give it the compliment. It was a good practice run for the channel because he was the first big debate I ever hosted here, him and Bastorkel. And then after that, I started I was already doing Moderator Monday. But after that, I was like, maybe this isn't all that bad, because he had asked me to host that debate. And I was like, all right. And it just, not long after that was when I made the decision to turn into a debate platform completely and focus on that instead of like a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So it was a good, really good, solid practice run, and knowing what I want, what I don't want, and figuring that out along the way. And I think all it did was give us a nice trial and error, and seeing the crazy, the trash, the chaos, the this, the that, the things that we don't want and the things that we do want, and being able to weed that out from that trial run. And now we know what works, what doesn't work, and what we want it to look like later. So, yeah, I think we're winning. Ooh, Ways Philosophy says, don't donate Israel your money to make your backdrop, Clay. Tomato could use it better. Clay.
Don't donate Israel.
Your backdrop. Your background.
Oh yeah. So that's New Jerusalem. That's not Israel. That's not Zion.
I'm guessing because you used AI.
That'd be Mount Zion. But yeah, I mean, you recognize what it is. No, it's the Christian doctrine, is not Israel. So, and again,
no, I think he means because you used AI, which means that money would have gone to Israel.
I got that for free.
Ha! Fair enough.
I work the system.
Well, hey, he sent us $5 to be able to talk about you making free AI when he assumed you made AI by paying Israel.
Yeah.
So
the only AI.
To be fair, if you're not paying for it, then you're the product.
Bum, 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 bum.
I might have to debate you on that one. That's a good one. Now, I don't know if I got a decision on that. That's a good one.
I like that. We still need to at some point, not
data
anytime,
mining.
At some point, we need to throw in like a random topic debate night, like BYOT, like small mini debates for a funsy. Not going to be anytime soon. We're still going to keep running our drill, but we're going to throw in a fun one maybe in a month or so. And little ones like that, where it's like not a big enough topic, but small enough where you could do a little 15-minute back and forth or 20 minutes or something,
like
and have
stories.
Yeah, mini debates. Well, somebody remind me of that later.
Kind of thing.
Yeah, rapid fire debate of smaller, easier, generalized topics like that. Like, are you the product if you're not paying for it, right?
Yes.
And I think that would be fun for all of these little things, because these things come up all the time on panels, and it's like, man, I'd debate you on that, but it's not big enough to make a whole night out of it. But it's small that you could have some fun mini series with it. All right, well, I'm all in a vulnerable feel good mood now. This really made my night. You guys are so awesome. There's still 50 people watching over here. Ben's got a bunch of people watching over there. What a glorious moment. Tomorrow's we've got Ben Shapiro coming on. Monday night we've got 2v2 Mod Monday, Trump politics debate. Tuesday night we've got feminism debate. Yeah.
Brian.
It's Brian Shapiro.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say Ben?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I am so sorry. My apologies. This is Brian Shapiro. That would be cool if we got Ben. That would be fun. But see, that's what the Seriously Saturdays are meant to bring. Bigger names for stuff like that. So
Seriously,
maybe
Saturday has been so successful so far. It's been just like perfect.
Yeah. I was a little worried at first tonight. I was like, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, please don't. That's not what tonight's meant to be. All right. Well, yeah, they came in pretty hot. But I think we kept it on. We got it back on track and all that fun stuff. So yeah, so it's good stuff. Well, I'm in a mood, and since Clay's not going to be here for a while, we will play his song that he made here for Mater Nation. It's cute, it's bubbly, and it is one of my favorite. And my mom even asked me the other day. She's like, "How come you haven't played that tomato song in a while?" I'm like, "Well, that's Sleepy Tomato, but yeah, we'll do it." So this one
dances to it whenever she hears it.
She's asleep now, isn't she, though?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Damn it. We'll play this for her tomorrow. But Clay, this one's for you. This one's for Mama. We love you all, maters. I am raiding you over to Mega Bloodbath Debates. That's also known as Breakfast Tacos. Go have some fun over there. They'll probably be discussing atheism and this very similar topic. So I love you all. Good night, and thank you again.
We're gonna see if the moon is made of cheese, and if it isn't past the masterpiece, we're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. If we don't make it there, it's gonna be alright. There's wine all around and a crystal shine. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. Well, we're a little bit messy, but we're gonna go far. A pinch of chaos, yeah, a few more scars. Tomatoes and wine to the stars. For the aromas, the cherry, the early girls, yeah, the money makers. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. If we don't make it there, it's gonna be alright. There's wine all around and a crystal shine. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. Tomatoes to the moon tonight. If we don't make it there, it's gonna be alright. There's wine all around, there's a crystal shine. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight.